Disclaimer: it was a fanfiction story created by me. Please don't take it seriously. There is no match in this story and real life.
A little 6-year-old girl was playing in the park. Suddenly, she saw a butterfly. To catch it, she started running after the butterfly. While running, she accidentally bumped into a boy and fell down. That boy helped her get up and cleaned the dirt from her clothes. Then asked her kindly, "Boy, are you okay, dear? Did you get hurt?" She didn't say anything, she just kept looking at the boy's face. Just then, the little girl's mother came to her and asked, "Wine, my child, are you okay?" "Boy, I'm sorry, auntie. Actually, this little girl bumped into me and fell." "It's okay, son, it's not your fault. What's your name, cutie?" Wine still didn't say anything. She just kept staring at the boy. "Boy, auntie, does she can your daughter not speak?" "Oh no, son, it's not like that." "Wine, my child, what happened? Why are you so quiet?" "Cookie, what are you doing here? And who are these two? Wait, this little girl is so cute." Gently patting her head, "Are you her mother?" "Yes, hello, my name is Min Hana." "Oh, hello, Mrs. Min. I am Mrs. Jeon, Jungkook's mother." Pointing at the boy, Wine bumped into Mrs. Min. "Oh, so he is your son." Mrs. Jeon: "Yes, and your daughter is very cute. How old is she?" Mrs. Min: "Thank you. She is just 6 years old." Mrs. Jeon: "What's your name, little one?" Caressing Wine's cheek. Mrs. Min: "Wine, sweetheart, tell auntie your name." Wine silent, just looking at Jungkook. Mrs. Min: "What happened, my child?" Wine didn't say anything, just let go of her mother's hand and walked towards Jungkook. She signaled him to bend down. Seeing her tiny hand gesture, Jungkook smiled and knelt in front of her. Jungkook: "Yes, little Mariposa." Finally, Wine said something, but what she said shocked Jungkook. Wine: "Pretty oppa." After saying this, she kissed Jungkook on his cheek and ran off shouting happily, "Wine, I met with a pretty oppa. I found a pretty oppa." After hearing her words, Mrs. Min and Mrs. Jeon both laughed loudly and Jungkook's face turned red from embarrassment. Mrs. Jeon: "Oh, she's so cute." Mrs. Min: "Do you have only one son?" Mrs. Jeon: "No, I have 3 children. This is my eldest son, Jungkook. He is 15 years old. Then I have a daughter named Sujin. She is 13, and a younger son named Siu. He is 9. Mrs. Min: "Oh, so where are your other 2 kids?" Mrs. Jeon: "Actually, we live in another city. Just me and Jungkook came here for a visit. Jungkook studies in London. His school is on break, so he came home and we decided to travel to this city. We will return in the evening." Mrs. Min: "He studies in London? That's wonderful, Jungkook. Well done, son." Jungkook: "Thank you, auntie." Mrs. Jeon: "Yes, he always did well in school, always topped his class. That's why his dad sent him to a school in London so he can study even better." Mrs. Min: "Son, always keep studying like this and make your parents' dreams come true." Jungkook: "Yes, auntie." Mrs. Jeon: "By the way, do you have only one daughter?" Mrs. Min: "Actually, Wine is not my real daughter." After hearing this, Jungkook and his mother were completely shocked. Mrs. Jeon: "What?" Mrs. Min: "Yes, Wine is the daughter of my childhood best friend. 1 year after she was born, her mother, my best friend, died in an accident. And right after that, her father married another woman. And after the marriage, both of them left this innocent little Wine in an orphanage." Jungkook: "What? How can anyone do this to their own child?" Mrs. Min: "Son, you haven't even started understanding the world yet. When you grow up, you will see how many kinds of people exist in this world." Mrs. John: "So, how did you find Wine?" Mrs. Min: "I didn't know anything about this. I didn't even know then that man had remarried. I just went to meet him thinking he had lost his wife and must be struggling to raise a baby alone. But when I got there, I found out he had already remarried. And even after asking many times, he didn't tell me anything about wine. So, in the end, I filed a police complaint. When the police questioned him strictly, he told them he had left wine in an orphanage. Then I went there, bought her back, and completed all the paperwork to adopt her legally. Wine is just like her mother, her looks, her way of talking, everything. I see my best friend in her, and I love her more than my own life. JUNGKOOK. Auntie, I pray that every orphaned child in the world gets a mother like you. Mrs. John. Truly, Wine is very lucky to have found a mother like you. Mrs. Min. No, I am the lucky one to have a daughter like Wine. She is such a sweet child. Even at this small age, she is very understanding. Kids her age usually make a lot of trouble, but she doesn't. Yes, she does a lot, and you will enjoy listening to her. Mrs. Jian. So that means you have only one daughter. Mrs. Min. No, I have one more daughter, Eileen. When Eileen was 7 years old, I adopted one, and my family became complete. Mrs. Jion, I pray that you always stay happy and safe with your family. Mrs. Min, me too. Jungkook, look, Wine came back again. Wine, pretty Uppa. Jungkook, hey, I am not pretty, call me Hayung. Hearing this, she made a cute pout. Wine, but you are pretty. Jungkook, then what should I call you? Wine, little Mary, Marisa, I forget what you called me before. Jungkook, little Mariposa. Wine, yes. Clapping her hands and jumping happily. I am your little Mariposa and you are my pretty oppa. Mrs. Jion, Mrs. Min laughing. Jungkook, you are the best kid. Now we are going. Okay, bye. Hearing this, she made a cute pout again. Now what happened? Wine, you are leaving me? Didn't you like your little Mariposa? Jungkook, I like it a lot to my this little Mariposa. He softly innocent forehead with love and said gently, bye. Both moms were talking with each other, and at that time, one looked at Jungkook with eyes full of love. There was a special shine in her eyes, like someone gave her lost dream back. One softly Jungkook's and smiled with, saying, "One, my pretty oppa." They all talked and laughed for some more time, but later they said goodbye and left for their own ways. Will going Wine held Jungkook's hand like she didn't want to let go and looked at him with innocent love and asked softly, Wine, pretty oppa, will you come again to me? Jungkook, of course, little Mariposa. There was a promise in his eyes, and his smile was soft, like it was saying, "You will surely come back." 17 years later, morning. One, like always, my daily routine, waking up in the morning, finishing my morning routine, having breakfast, then going to university, then from there going to take tuition classes, and then coming back home. I don't want this boring life. I want an interesting life. But I didn't know that my simple wish would make God so happy that He would not make my life interesting but give me a mountain of problems. Mrs. Min, dear, you are still not ready. Don't you have to go to university? When a little scared in my mind, I thought, when will mom stop appearing suddenly like this? No, mom, you please go downstairs. I will be ready and come down in 2 minutes. Mrs. Min, okay dear, come quickly. Eileen is already ready. You know, right? If you get late even by 1 minute, she will leave for university without you. When it's okay, mom, let her go. I will go alone. Mrs. Min, no dear, I will never let you go alone like this. Never ever. You know, right? You are my princess. When, oh mom, I love you. You are probably my first and last love. I hugged her while smiling like her words made my whole day brighter. Mrs. Min, love you too, dear. Now, quickly get ready and come downstairs. Okay, Mom. After that, Mom left my room and I quickly started getting ready to go to university. While getting ready, I started thinking. Actually, Eileen never liked me from childhood. She thinks because of me, her parents' love is divided into two parts. Maybe in her heart, she feels if I wasn't here, she would get all the love. Only Mr. Min, I mean our dad, is the reason why Eileen takes me to university with her in the car. Otherwise, she doesn't even like to see my face. And Mr. Min, he is a very good person. Yes, it's true that he doesn't talk to me unless it's needed, but I know he really cares for me quietly. He doesn't show it, but his eyes are always watching over me. I still remember once in childhood I got hurt on my legs. The doctor said I may never walk again that day. It felt like the sky had fallen on my head. But Dad didn't give up. He called doctors from everywhere, searched all places, took me far for treatment. And because of him, I became fine again. Maybe in front of others he ignores me, doesn't talk to me so that Eileen doesn't feel bad. Anyway, I am just an adopted daughter. Maybe he fears that Eileen might feel they love an adopted daughter more than their real one. That's why maybe Dad loves me quietly, not openly. But Mom loves me a lot and she doesn't hide it. She shows it every time. Maybe that's why Eileen is always annoyed with me. She feels I have taken everything from her. Okay, you thinking, let's go downstairs now. When Mom has my breakfast. Mom, wait a minute dear, I am bringing it now. Eileen, I am leaving. Bye. Wine. I didn't say anything to her, but Mom quickly ran out from the kitchen and started telling her, Mom, wait, Eileen dear, wine is already ready. She is just having her breakfast. Take her with you. How will she go alone? Eileen, then she should remember that not me. I won't wait for anyone, especially not for her. Wine, it's okay, Mom, let her go. I will go myself. No, I already told you, you won't go alone. Eileen, oh God, again their mother-daughter drama. One, shut up, Yoni. I may not be related to you, but she is your mom, right? So at least talk to her with some respect. Eileen, how dare you shout at me? Don't forget who you are. You are adopted, remember? And yes, this is my mom. I will talk to her however I want. One, I don't care if I am adopted or not. She is still my mom, and I will not tolerate anyone talking to my mom or dad like that. Not even you, Mrs. Min. Both of you, stop it. Can't you both live peacefully for even one moment? And why, dear, she is your elder sister. You should speak to her like that. I mean, elder sister, my foot. I am nothing to her, nothing at all. I can bear everything, but I can't stand it when someone talks like this to you, Mom. Mrs. Min, it's okay, dear. I am used to all this now. Now stop fighting and go to university. I am not taking her with me, that's it. Saying this, she left from there. Mom called her many times, but she ignored it on purpose. Even after hearing her, it's okay, Mom. I will go on my own anyway. I don't want to go with her, please. I have tried many times to fix my relationship with Eileen, but she never wants to accept me. Not just that, she always troubles me. She never misses a chance to insult me in front of everyone. Even in university, she always says bad things about me. She has even hurt me physically many times. I hide these things from Mom because I don't want her to get more hurt or worried. She has even purposely spilled hot tea and coffee on me many times. She pushes me down, and the injury I got on my leg in childhood, that was also because of her. She pushed me in front of a moving car. Mrs. Min, how will you go to university now, dear? Fine, no worries, Mom. I will call Sophie and ask her. She will pick me up while going. Mrs. Min, okay, dear, now sit and have your breakfast. Saying this, Mom went back to the kitchen. Sophie is my best friend. I called her and told her everything. After some time, she came to pick me up. Fine, Mom, I am leaving. Take care of yourself, Mrs. Mill. Okay, dear, be careful. Wine. Okay, mom, saying this, I sat in the car with Sophie and we left for university. At university, wine. Me and Sophie were walking towards our class when suddenly someone pushed me from behind. I was about to fall, but Sophie held me as soon as I turned back, just as I thought. Eileen and her friend were standing behind. What the hell? As soon as I said this, Eileen came in front of me and angrily grabbed my cheeks tightly and said, Eileen, just wait. I will make you look so horrible that you won't be able to show your face to anyone. When I removed her hand from my face and pushed her hair hard, go and give that warning to someone else, not me. I know you very well. I know how low you can go. So listen to me too. Don't think I am some innocent soft girl. If you say or do something, do you think I will just sit quietly? If you hit once, I will hit back twice. Now I am telling you, if you try to do anything to me or my mom again, then remember, I will destroy you so badly, even your shadow will scare you. Saying this, we went to our class. When I don't have many friends in university thanks to Eileen, because whoever tries to be my friend, she travels them too. She's our senior as well, but when it comes to Sophie, she can't do anything to her because Sophie is also fearless and doesn't care. The teacher came to class and started teaching. After a while, Sophie asked me, Sophie, what happened at Wine? Why are you so quiet today? You don't seem focused at all in class. When I'm not in the mood for class today. Sophie, why? What happened at? Missing your cookie? One since the day I meet him, not a single moment goes by without thinking about him. Sophie, seriously, dude? I have never seen a lover like you. Only in movies, never in real life. You are awesome. And there are many lovers like me. You just haven't met them yet. Sophie, no one can be like you. Seriously, that boy is so lucky to be loved by you. It's been 17 years. You met him once in childhood when you were just 6. And now you are 23 and still love him the same. And I will love him all my life. Sophie, do you really believe you will meet him again? You don't even know where he is, what he does. You know nothing about him. And even if you meet him again, how will you recognize him when he has a small mark under his eyes? Sophie, that kind of mark could be on anyone, so every guy won't be your cookie. Saying this, I started drinking water from my bottle. Wine, yes, but his funny smile, those doe eyes, those expression, that innocent and that taste. Not everyone has that. After hearing this, Sophie spit out the water in shock. She asked it with surprise. Sophie, what do you mean by taste? Wine. Actually, when I met him in childhood at the time of goodbye, I met him on the. After hearing this, Sophie was completely shocked. Sophie, what the? I clapped my hands and said loudly, wow, Wine, wow. Wine. Because of Sophie's reaction, the whole class, even the teacher, started looking at us. Then the teacher shouted angrily, Teacher, what's going on here? Sophie, nothing, ma'am. Mosquito. A mosquito was biting me, so I was trying to kill it. Teacher, oh, so now even mosquitoes have names, Wine? I whispered to Sophie, Sophie, clean up your mess. Don't drag me into it or I will beat you up. Sophie, this is all because of you. Teacher, sit down and focus on your studies. Sophie, okay ma'am, thank you ma'am. After that we both sat down. Sophie, you seriously your crush when you were just 6? When I was a little kid then, I just did what I felt right at that time. Sophie, wow girl, you have already your crush, so will you now go and every guy to test if he is your cookie? Wine, that won't be needed. I will recognize him from afar. I trust my heart that much. Sophie, I pray that you find your true love very soon. Wine, after that we both started concentrating on our books. When after classes ended, I came back home from university and saw mom watching TV in the living room. I went to her, hugged her, and sat with her. After spending some time, I asked her, Mom, can I ask you something? Mrs. Min, I already know, dear, what you want to ask. Wine, really? Then tell me, what do I want to ask? Mrs. Min, that did I find anything about that auntie, where she came from, which city she was from, or about Jungkook? Oh, sorry, you're pretty oppa. That's what you wanted to ask, right? Looked at her with a warm smile full of love. When I just gave a small sad smile and nodded my head slightly. Mrs. Min, dear, for the past 17 years you have been asking me the same question. Do you love that boy so much that no one else ever feels right to you? And Mom, I don't know what was so special in him, but he made such a deep place in my heart, which I just can't give to anyone else, even if I try. Maybe he wasn't in my fate, maybe I will never see him again in this life, but my life, I have already given it to him. Mrs. Min, don't say that, dear. I can't see you in this state. Just wait and watch. Your love, your prayers, your word, everything will bring him back to you. He will come back. When I hope so. We both sat quietly for some time, talking softly. Just then, Dad and Eileen come home. Eileen's face was red with anger and she was speaking very loudly. Dad was trying to calm her down. Then Mom asked, Mrs. Min, what happened and why are you both shouting like this? Looked at them with worry and asked softly, Eileen, what do you care? You only have time for your dear daughter. That's why you can't say anything else, Mr. Mean. Eileen, what kind of way is that to speak to your mom? Eileen, what wrong did I say, Dad? She is your perfect daughter, right? So why don't you get her married to those people? Leave me alone. I am not agreeing to this. Anyway, those people didn't even see me. They don't even know my name, so just please stop forcing me. When Eileen shouted all this and ran to her room, Dad also quietly walked to his room. Mom also went after them. A deep silence spread in the house. For the first time, I saw Dad looking so tired, so sad, like he had accepted defeat. Seeing him like that made my heart heavy. I quietly went near their room where I could hear Mom and Dad talking. For the first time, I listened to someone secretly. I was helpless. I had to know what had really happened. Mrs. Min, what happened? What was Eileen talking about? And why do you look so worried? Mr. Min, it is something to worry about. Now my reputation is in Eileen's hand. Please explain to her. Make her agree. Otherwise, I won't be able to face anyone. How will I look at people in the eyes? Voice was shaking a little and eyes had tears. Mrs. Min, what's wrong, Min? Control yourself. Why are you crying? What happened? Tell me everything. Mr. Min, I made a very big mistake, Hannah. Just to make my daughter happy, I put my respect at risk. Mrs. Min, did Eileen do something? Mrs. Min, no, actually, there is a very rich business investor who had put money into my business. They are from a very high class family. A few days ago, I heard that they were looking for a bride for their younger son, Siu. So I told them about Eileen and they agreed. Mrs. Min, what? Completely shocked eyes were full of surprise and anger. Mr. Min, I thought Eileen would be happy hearing this, but as soon as I told her, her face changed. She got so angry and said no to this marriage right away. Now, what should I do? What should I tell those people? I can't even say no to them because I went to them myself. They didn't come to me. Now, my respect will be ruined and my business too. Mrs. Min, how could you do this, Min? How could you do this to Eileen? She has every right to choose her life partner. She's not a little child anymore. How could you take such a big decision about her marriage without even asking her? Now she was completely angry. Her eyes were full of pain for her daughter and disappointment towards her husband. Mr. Min, whatever I did it all for Eileen. I saw her many times going out with you. So I thought maybe Sue is her boyfriend. That's why I fixed the marriage. Crying now, tears were falling from his eyes. His voice had become heavy and emotional. Mrs. Min, don't cry. Everything will be okay. You saw her spending time with that boy, and you assumed he is her boyfriend. Didn't it come to your mind that maybe he is just a friend? How could you make such a big mistake? You could have at least asked her once. Her face was tense, eyes full of anger, but there was worry in her heart. Mr. Min, he stayed quiet and started shopping. Eyes lowered. Guilt was clearly written on his face. Mrs. Min, now how will we come out of this problem? Mr. Min, I don't know what to do now. He held his head in both hands and cried like a man completely broken from all sides. Hearing that cry was breaking my heart. I felt heavy inside, but I couldn't help him. If I tried talking to Eileen, explaining anything to her, she would even listen to me. In fact, we did probably end up in a huge fight. Just then, Eileen came from somewhere and grabbed my hand, pulling me into mom and dad's room. Then she spoke to mom. Look, your sweet daughter was secretly listening to your conversation. When I'm sorry, mom and dad, but I felt really worried seeing dad like that. That's why I came here and I started listening just to understand why dad is so upset. Alini, you lie very well. If you really care so much about mom and dad, then save dad's respect and marry that stranger guy. After hearing Eileen's word, I froze in shock. My breath stopped for a moment. Tears came to my eyes on their own. A strange fear entered my heart. The fear of losing someone, or maybe to tell the truth, it was the fear of losing JUNGKOOK that surrounded my heart. Someone I never even had it. I was scared of losing him. Just then, Mom's loud voice brought me out of my thoughts. Mrs. Min, never. She will not do this marriage, not at all. Angrily, her eyes had turned red. Eileen, why, mom, now that it's about Wayne marrying some unknown boy? You feel bad? Did you ever think this much about me? Crying, her eyes locked on mom. Mrs. Min, I did think about you, and I even told your dad that what he's doing is wrong. You have every right to choose your life partner. She shouted, her eyes filled with both anger and pain. Eileen, you are lying. You could never do that much for me. When they kept shouting at each other, I slowly looked toward Dad, who was sitting on the bed looking only at me. His eyes were filled with tears, and in them was a silent request, like he was trying to tell me something without speaking. Just then, Eileen grabbed my arm and turned me towards her and said, Eileen, why did you forget how much this family has done for you? Even real parents don't do that much. Your real father left you at an orphanage. This family saved you. My mom saved you. Give you a home. Raised you. Fed you. Made you what you are today. Give you education. Give you a life. Now you have a chance to return that favor. When I had never felt this hurt by Eileen's words before. She always said such things, but today it hurt in a completely different way. Mrs. Min, shut up, Eileen. Keep your mouth shut. I was the one who brought her into this house. Till today, neither you nor your dad even spoke to her properly, not even once without a reason. And now you want her to return a favor? What favor? Eileen, she got a place to live, food to eat, education. Isn't that huge? If she hadn't gotten shelter in this house, who knows where she would be, or even if she did be alive. When today I was completely broken. I never knew Eileen had so much hatred in her heart for me. I used to think she was just angry because mom loved me more. But now I understood her feelings were much deeper. Just then, mom walked angrily toward Eileen and I quickly stopped her. Then I looked at Eileen and said, if marry that stranger, will you give mom the love and respect she truly deserves? It was very hard for me to speak these words, As soon as I said them, Dad looked shocked and tears started pouring from his eyes. Then Mom pulled me toward her with both arms and shouted angrily, "Why are you crazy? You don't have to do anything like this. I am fine the way I am and I am happy. Don't even think about doing something like that." Wine, answer me, Eileen. Will you love Mom? Tears started falling from my eyes as I said this. Mrs. Min, stop it, Wine. Please, my child, stop talking like this. You don't need to do anything. We will find a solution to this problem, I promise. Wine, tell me, Eileen. This time I cried out loud as I said it. Mom hugged me tightly as I cried. Eileen, yes. Mrs. Min, don't you dare say anything. You are my daughter. I am with you. You don't have to worry about anything. When, after a long silence, I slowly walked towards Dad. My legs were shaking, but I held myself strong. I sat down on my knees in front of him. My tears crossed the limits of my eyes. Crying in a shaky voice, I said, "I am ready to marry Dad." Mrs. Min, "Wine!" she shouted quickly. Wine, Mom quickly ran towards me and helped me stand up. Mrs. Min, "What are you saying, my child? You don't need to do this. I know, sweetheart, you have waited for 17 years. Your heart cannot love someone else now. I will not let you sacrifice 17 years of love when in mine. I know, Mom, no one in this world can understand me more than you, but I can't see you in pain like this. If my living can give you peace, then I can at least do this for you." When I am okay, Mom, how long should I wait for him? You were right. Maybe he is not written in my destiny. If he was, then what we have made at least once in all these 17 years. I want to do this marriage. Mrs. Min, don't lie. Ryan, I know you very well. I can understand what's in your heart even without you saying it. So what if I didn't give birth to you? I am still your mother. Ryan, Mom, I am telling the truth. I don't have any problem with this marriage, okay? And you won't say anything more about it. That's it. I am making this decision by my own choice. Please, Mom, please don't say anything else. Just accept what I am saying. I will do this marriage, Dad. Mrs. Min, after saying this, went into her room. I didn't stop her because I know once she decides something, she doesn't listen to anyone. Mrs. Min, all this happened because of you. You forced her. What do you think? If one goes away from here, you will get everything. You can never take one's place in my heart. Do you know why? Because your heart is not pure like my wine's. I am saying one last thing to you. What you did with her was not right. I will never forgive you. Crying and shouting, she said this to Eileen a week later in Wan's room. When I was sitting in a corner of my room, crying with my hands over my mouth, every tear was telling the story of my helplessness. No one forced me for this marriage, but I am forced by my own heart. No matter how much Mom says Eileen's words don't affect her, I know they do. I have seen her many times secretly crying alone. How can a mother bear such bitter words from her own daughter? As long as I am here, Eileen will keep hurting her. Maybe if I leave, Mom will get some peace. Suddenly, someone knocked on my door. I quickly wiped my tears and tried to control my voice before speaking. When, Mom, I know it's you. I am fine. You don't need to worry about me so much. Please go and take some rest. I'm really okay. After a short silence, another voice came. "Mr. Min, it's me, Wayne." "Wayne, Dad?" I was surprised. I quickly stood up and opened the door. For the first time, I saw him come into my room. He sat on the bed and called me near him. I silently sat beside him. Then, in a calm and soft voice, he said, "Mr. Min, I know you feel like I only love Eileen and not you. But that's not true, my daughter." When, as soon as I heard the word daughter from his mouth, my eyes filled with tears again. For the first time, he accepted me like this. "Mr. Min, I love you just as much as I love Eileen. I just never showed it, never expressed it because I didn't want Eileen to feel bad. I know you made this marriage decision because you were hurt by Alan's word, but you don't have to do this, daughter. I will go talk to those people. If needed, I will even bow down and say sorry. When I was shocked by Dad's words for the first time, he was talking to me with so much love. He was thinking so much for me, and that was more than huge for me. And about this marriage, yes, I made this decision because I felt helpless, so that mom can find some peace. Thinking of that made my tears falling, and Dad gently wiped my tears and said, "No, sweetheart, don't cry. I'm here. I will fix everything." I suddenly hugged him tightly, crying. I said, "Dad, it's not your fault, and I am not saying yes because someone made me. I am saying it by my own will." Hiding my pain, I tried to hide my tears behind a fake smile and said, "Look, Dad, I am fine and happy too. You are worrying for nothing." "Mr. Min, are you really telling the truth, my child?" "Yes, Dad, you will always want the best for me. Maybe this is what's written in my destiny, and maybe this is what's best for me too." "Mr. Min, thank you so much, child. Today you saved my respect. You proved that real and step relation don't matter. What's matter is the bond from the heart. Please don't think that just because you said yes to this marriage, I am treating you nicely. It's not like that. I just want to fulfill my duties as a father, not silently, but by showing the world that you are my daughter. The wedding is in 1 week. If anytime during this week you want to change your decision, don't hesitate to tell me. Your father will handle everything." After saying that, Dad kissed my forehead with love for the first time. I truly felt his love, but can I really forget the love I have had in my heart for 17 years? Can I forget that face who was a part of my every happiness, my every pain? Can I really give someone else a place in my heart? Or will this marriage just become a compromise? In point of view, the days kept passing like this, and with every passing day, Wine was breaking more from inside. It felt like all her feelings, all her emotions were dying slowly. She didn't eat properly, she didn't talk to anyone, she would stay locked in her room all day. She cried so much that her tears had dried up, and even if she wanted to share her pain, who would she tell? She was the one who chose this path full of thorns, and what else could she do? For 23 years, her mother had suffered so much pain for her. She also deserved a little happiness now, right? When even stopped going to university, she wasn't even talking properly to her best friend Sophie. And because of this, Sophie came to her house 3 days later to check on her. After all, she was worried about her friend's sudden behavior change. When she reached the house, she found out about everything. From Owen's mom hearing that, she ran straight to Owen's room. She opened the door with force, angry and worried, but the scenes inside made her eyes fill with tears. The old room was messy, and one was lying on the floor like a lifeless body. Her hair was all messed up, eyes swollen, and lips dried. Tear marks were still visible on her face. There was a strange silence in the air, like even the world could feel her pain. Sophie quickly rushed to her, picked her up, and hugged her tightly while crying. "Sophie, what are you punishing yourself for? What will you get by destroying yourself, Wayne? Why are you doing this marriage? Because of what Eileen said? She was always rude and mean. Or for your dad's love, the same love that he never showed before? Will you really forget about your 17 years of love? Your long wait, all of it? Can you forget that face? Will you be happy in this marriage? Can you give that boy the respect of a husband?" Her every word was hitting one's heart like sharp arrows. Even breathing felt difficult now for her. She was hearing everything, but it felt like there was no life left in her body. Her eyes were completely empty, just empty. "Sophie, you are listening to me, right, Wayne?" Sophie shouted Her voice was filled with pain, worry, and the deep emotion of friendship, a kind of feeling only true friends understand. But one only looked at her for 1 second with a tired and lifeless gaze, like there wasn't even a drop of light left in her eyes. Sophie took a deep breath, wiped her tears, and held Wine's cold hands in hers, then softly said, "Sophie, come with me." Without thinking much, she supported Wine's weak body on her strong shoulders, lifted her up, and both her downstairs. When they reached downstairs, "Sophie, Auntie, I am taking Wine with me," she said indirectly. She didn't wait for any answer. She knew Wine's mother was also broken from inside. Maybe she also wanted someone to come and take her daughter away from this pain. Sophie helped Wine sit in the passenger seat of the car. She also sat beside her. "Sophie, uncle, please take us to park." She gave the address. It was the same park where Wayne met Jungkook for the first time, where her love story had started. That place wasn't just a park for her, it was a feeling, a memory, a peaceful space. Whenever her heart felt heavy, she would come there just to spend a few moments with his memory. After some time, when they reached the park, Sophie took Wine to the same place where her love had once held her hand for the first time. "Sophie, tell me, Wine, can you forget that person? The one you remembered every day for 17 years? The one you loved without meeting, without seeing? Only thought memories. You always knew he might never become your. You always knew he might love someone else. Still, you never stopped loving him. You promised yourself that you would live with just his memories. So now what happened, Ryan? Why are you breaking your own heart? Why are you taking away your reason to live?" said Will, crying and shouting. Finally, Wayne broke down. The dam of passion she had built for so long had shattered into pieces. The weight of her pain was too much to bear anymore. She dropped to the ground, falling on her knees, and cried loudly. Her sobs filled the air, her body shaking with each breath. Sophie stood frozen, her own tears streaming down her face as she watched her best friend crumble right in front of her. She didn't try to stop her. She knew one needed this. Sophie, thinking to herself, "Cry, my friend, let it all out. If you don't, this pain will eat you alive from the inside. You need this. You need to let go." For a long time, Wayne cried loud, broken sobs that carried the weight of silent suffering. When her cries finally turned into soft whimpers, Sophie gently helped her up and guided her to a nearby bench. Sitting her down, she handed her a bottle of water. Wayne took a sip, trying to catch her breath. After a brief silence, Sophie finally spoke, her voice filled with concern. "Sophie, why are you doing this to yourself, Wayne? Do you even realize how much your mom is hurting because of your decision?" "Wayne, I am doing this for her, for my mom." Sophie's eyes widened in shock. "Sophie, what?" Wayne told Sophie everything about her situation, her helplessness, and the reason she agreed to this marriage. Sophie listened carefully, her heart breaking with every word. Tears formed in her eyes as well. "Sophie, how can Eileen behave like that with her own mother? How can she be so heartless? And what about your dad? Doesn't he say anything after seeing her treat your mom this way?" "When he does, he has scolded her, shouted at her, tried everything, but she doesn't listen. She only has one thing to say." "Sophie, what?" Wine swallowed, her fresh tears spilling from her eyes as she repeated Eileen's cruel words. "She says, as long as Wine stays in this house, I will continue to do this. One, and I can't leave my house because of my mom. So this is the only option I have left." "Sophie, do you really think this decision will make your mom happy?" Wayne wiped her tears with shaky hands, her voice weak but firm. "No, I know this will hurt her. I know she is in pain, worried and stressed. But this marriage can free her from the suffering Eileen puts her through every day. Then I have no choice. I have to do this for her." "Sophie, why is this world so cruel Tears rolled down her cheeks as she pulled Wayne into a tight embrace. Both of them sat silently, holding onto each other as if trying to ease the unbearable pain waiting on their hearts. Sophie, now I finally understood why Wayne was willing to bury 17 years of one-sided love deep within her heart. She wasn't choosing this marriage because she wanted to. She was choosing it because she had no other choice. Days kept passing like this, and one had become completely silent, like she had no words left inside her. Sophie wanted to help her, but she couldn't do anything. She could only watch her best friend break a little more every day, and then that day finally came. The day one had never wanted to face in her life. If it was in her hand, maybe she would have erased this day from the world forever. But what could she do? There was no other way. She had no choice but to live this painful life. Now she had given up everything to fate. Let's see where her destiny takes her next. Wedding day. The morning was quiet, too quiet for a day that was supposed to be filled with joy. Inside the bridal room, one sat in front of the mirror, still and silent, like a doll dressed for display. Her white gown was beautiful, flowing in satin with delicate lace sleeves and a simple veil pinned into her soft curls. But her eyes were empty, no shine, no sparkle, just silence. Sophie stood behind her, gently helping with her final touches, fixing the veil, adjusting her earrings, something her the dress. She kept talking softly, hoping for a reaction. Sophie softly, "You look so beautiful, Wine, just like an angel." But Wine didn't respond. She didn't smile. She didn't even blink. It was like she wasn't really there. Sophie bit her lips to hold back tears. She had never seen her best friend like this. She wanted to scream, cry, break something, but she couldn't. Not today. Just then Wine's father entered the moment. His eyes filled with pain. Her mother wasn't there. She had refused to attend the wedding. She was lying in her room, unable to stop crying since morning. Her father walked closer and gently held Wine's hand. "Dad, let's go, daughter, it's time." Wine stood up slowly, her dress brushing against the floor. She didn't look up. Her father held her hand tightly and led her toward the was decorated beautifully. White flowers lined the path. Candles were lit. People stood and turned to look at the bride. But Wine saw none of it. At the end of the aisle stood Sue, dressed in a classic black suit. His face was serious, unreadable. As One and her father walked down the aisle, Sophie sat in one of the front row. She couldn't hold it anymore. Her hands were shaking and tears followed freely. Sophie in her heart, why is this happening to her? Why does love always lose for people like her? When they reached the altar, her father placed her hand in Sue's and gave a weak smile. Then he stepped back slowly. The priest stepped forward and began the ceremony in a calm voice. Priest, dear beloved, we are gathered here today in the presence of God to join this man and this woman in holy. Sophie looked at one's face, still no emotion, no tears, no smile, nothing, only silence. The vows were said, the rings were exchanged, and finally the priest said, "Priest, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may." The bride, she leaned forward and placed a shirt on her cheek. The guest clapped, but Sophie didn't. She just looked at her friend, and her heart broke into 1,000 pieces. One was now someone's wife, but her soul still belonged to someone else. As soon as the wedding was completed and everyone clapped, Wine and Sue stepped down from the stage slowly. Her face was still calm, too calm. Not a single emotion was visible. It was like her heart had been locked away behind her smile. Just then a graceful woman walked up to Wine with a warm smile on her face. Her eyes held kindness, but something about her felt strangely familiar. Mrs. Jian, I know, daughter, you don't know me. Actually, we never got a chance to meet before, but that okay, from today we will get to know each other. She smiled gently and placed her hand softly on one's shoulder. Mrs. Jian, I am Sio's mother, and now I am yours too. Wayne looked at her quietly. There was something in Mrs. Jones's eyes, something that made her heart skip a beat. This woman's face felt familiar, but she couldn't remember where or how. After all, it had happened in 17 years. She had never even heard her name until today. Mrs. Jones gently, come with me, dear. I will introduce you to the family. She held one's hand and started walking with her toward the crowd. Mr. John, smiling warmly. Never worry, okay? Think of me as your mother, not your mother-in-law. And listen, if anyone ever says something to you, something to hurt you, whether it's a family member or a stranger, just come straight to me. I promise I will handle it in a way they will never forget. Wen just nodded slowly. Her heart felt heavy, her steps felt light, and her mind was filled with silent questions. She didn't speak a word, but something inside her was slowly starting to stir. Then Mrs. John started introducing Joanne to each of the family members one by one. First, she brought her to Sue's elder uncle and aunt, along with their son Max, who was around the same age as Sue. Next, she introduced her to Sue's younger uncle and aunt, who had two daughters, Isla, 21 years old, and Ava, just 8. Isla, 8 years old, and Ava, 21. After the greetings, Mrs. Jeon turned to Wayne with a soft expression. Mrs. Jeon, do you know, Wayne, where there's such a big age gap between Isla and Ava? And silently looking at Mrs. Jeon, listening intently. Mrs. June, with a hint of sadness in her voice, because 5 years after Ava was born, she was aunt suddenly felt very ill. Her health kept decaying and she became extremely weak. Doctor advised her against having another child. It was only after she fully recovered that Isla came into our home like a little angel. Then Mrs. John guided one toward another couple. Her smile tightened slightly. Mrs. John, why meet them? This is your father-in-law's stepsister and her husband, and this is their daughter Diana, and this is their son Leo. Giving them a clearly fake smile, Leo scanned one from head to toe with a lingering gaze. His eyes held something unsettling, too bold, too slow. One could sense it clearly. There was something off in his intentions, something wrong. Step on. Say what you want, Mrs. Chion, but your daughter-in-law looks like a giant up branch. My Diana is far more beautiful than this lifeless twig. You choose. What did you even see in her that you rejected my gorgeous daughter for this? Mrs. John laughing loudly. You have still got your sense of humor, dear step-sister-in-law. You really think I did repeat the same mistake my father-in-law made years ago by marrying your mother? You think I did let my son marry your daughter and bring disaster into our family? Tell me something. If you had two options for your family, one being a dry branch and the other one a Manichean tree, what would you choose? You already know the answer, don't you? Let's go, wine daughter. People who burn in jealousy will always keep burning. As they walked away, Mrs. Jeon's smile faded, replaced with a quiet seriousness. Mrs. June, one daughter, don't let her words affect you. She's always been like that. Actually, when she was father and both his uncles were very young, their mother passed away to ensure proper upbringing. My father-in-law remarried, but only after the marriage did he discover that the woman already had a daughter from a previous marriage.
and trust me, both mother and daughter are dangerous. In their childhood, that woman tortured Sue's father and uncles. But her daughter, the stepsister, always acted sweet in front of the boys, fooling everyone into thinking she was innocent and kind. Only us three daughter-in-laws know the truth about her. She wanted her daughter to marry my son to trap him into her game, but I made sure that never happened. If she had entered our family, she would have destroyed us from within. After a pause, Mrs. Jian smiled again, trying to lighten the mood. Mrs. Jian, now come, let me introduce you to my eldest son, the eldest in our entire family. He just returned from abroad. He doesn't live here, only came for his brother's wedding. He will be leaving again in a week. She gently held Wan's hand and began walking forward. Will Wan silently followed her expression still blank, her heart quietly absorbing every word like a distant. Then Mrs. John gently led Wine toward a young man standing by the corner. As soon as the man turned around to face them, it felt like Wine's heart skipped a beat. No, it slammed inside her chest. That jawline, sharp, huge to slice out every memory she did try to bury. Those eyes, expressive, double-lidded, screaming both innocence and mystery. His nose, straight bridge, with a soft rounded tip, too natural, too perfect. His lips, plush, pouty, almost heart-shaped. The bottom lip fuller, made for stealing hearts. His eyebrow, bold, arched like they carried the weight of 1,000 unsaid words. He looked like a dream, her dream, and it, this moment, felt like a nightmare. Before Mrs. Jeon could even say a word, tears had already welled up in Wine's eyes. Mrs. Jeon, Wine, this is my eldest son, Jeon JUNGKOOK. And just like that, something inside her shattered. Wine in her heart, am I really this unlucky? My childhood love, the one I waited for 17 years, the one I loved from 17 years, and today I saw him like this, my elder brother-in-law. After that, Wine had no strength left to say or even hear anything. A dark blur began clouding her vision, slowly spreading before her eyes. Her body grew weaker with each second, and just as she was about to collapse, she caught a final glimpse of her elder brother-in-law reaching out, catching her just in time, lifting her gently into his arms, and then everything went blank. She fainted. When Wine regained consciousness, she found herself lying on a bed in a quiet room. Her mother-in-law, Mrs. Jeon, was gently stroking her head. Mrs. Jeon, are you okay, dear? You fainted all of a sudden. I was so worried about you. Wine, I'm fine now. Mrs. John, it's okay. There's no need to rush, dear. If you want, you can rest a little longer. Wine, no, I am fine now. After a few moments of silence, she asked softly, who brought me here? Mrs. John, Jungkook. Actually, you were about to fall, so he grabbed you and brought you here, so that you can rest for a while. Maybe you were very tired. That's why you fainted. One side welled up with tears hearing that. Mrs. John, if you are feeling well, shall we go? It's time now. You have to come with us to your new home, our home. Hearing those words made Wan's chest tighten. She was about to leave behind everything, her home, the peace she had lived since childhood, her family, her mother, the only person in the world she truly belonged to. She had to leave it all behind, but she reminded herself she was doing this for her mother's well-being. Still her heart urged. What kind of cruel game was fate playing with her? After all these years, when her love was finally standing right in front of her, she couldn't do anything. She couldn't even say a word. Maybe this is what fate had written for her, and she would have to carry it with her for the rest of her life. Mrs. John, are you okay, dear? Wine nodded silently, and together they walked back into the party. After a while, Wine left for her new home. She didn't say goodbye to anyone, not even to her mother, not a single word, not a final glance. She simply walked away because she knew if she saw her mother's tearful eyes, if she heard her voice, she wouldn't have the strength to leave. Her heart would shatter into pieces. So she chose silence, she chose distance, she chose to carry the pain alone, and with that heavy heart, she quietly stepped out of the house, leaving behind her childhood, her memories, and the only person who had ever truly loved her, accepting her fate and walking into a future she never imagined.
When Wayne reached her new home, the car stopped as soon as it did. Sue got out quickly and walked straight inside. He didn't say a single word to Wayne. He didn't even look at her. He just walked away, cold and silent. 5 minutes later, Mrs. John and Ava came to Wayne and opened the door. Mrs. John gave her a warm smile and spoke in a sweet tone. Mrs. John, oh, actually, Sue is just very tired. That's why he went to his room so quickly. Don't worry, dear. We are here for you. Come with us, okay? Wayne gave a small nod and stepped out of the car, but inside her heart she felt something strange. Something was not right. She knew Mrs. John was trying to make her feel better, but Wayne could clearly see that something was wrong. Sue didn't look tired. He looked upset. His face, his eyes, his silence, everything was cold. Wayne stayed quiet. She didn't say anything, just like her expression showed pain and hurt. Sue's face also had something hidden. Something was definitely wrong, and one could feel it. Mrs. John made Wine sit in the living room. She smiled and introduced her to everyone one by one. All the family members came and sat near Wine except for Sue. He was still inside his room. Everyone was talking to her warmly, trying to make her feel comfortable in her new home, but Wine couldn't focus on anyone's word. Her ears were hearing the voice, but her heart wasn't listening. Her eyes were searching for someone else, not Sue, not any other family member but him, her elder brother in law. She knew it was wrong. She knew she was someone's wife now. She belonged to someone else, but how could her heart understand all that? This heart, it never listened to logic. She wasn't trying to do anything wrong. She just wanted to see him from far, just once, that's all. After all, how can someone forget a love of 17 years so easily? No, it's not that easy. Maybe even a lifetime won't be huge to forget him. Seeing her like that, Ava asked softly. Ava, Sayoni, are you looking for someone? One snapped out of her thought the moment she heard Ava's voice. She quickly controlled herself and replied, no. Max, maybe sister-in-law is looking for Sue. One was about to respond when her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her wait was finally over. Jungkook was coming down the stairs. Her eyes immediately found him, the person her heart had been searching for all this time. That's when Mrs. Jeon called out him. Jungkook, son, come here for a moment. Without even glancing at his mother. What? Mrs. John, actually, during the party, you didn't get to meet Wine because she fainted. So now come and meet her. Smiled softly, trying to ease the moment. Cool, I am not interested. She is my younger brother's wife. That's all I need to know. Mrs. John, but son, I don't have time. Just then, little Isla walked up to him. She gently held his finger and pulled him tightly, her voice innocent and full of warmth. Isla, Hyung, please come. Look at you. Say Yoni. She is so lovely and really very beautiful. Maybe it was her innocence that he couldn't refuse her. Slowly he started walking with her. Wine silently watched everything. Why does he look so angry? Why did he talk like that to his own mother? Something is off in this family. So many questions, but no answers. Only silence and that strange deep pain in her chest. Jungkook stood in front of Wine and looked at Isla. Jungkook, okay, I saw your Seiyone. Are you happy now?
Isla, but you didn't even talk to her. Make a cute pout. Before Jungkook could say anything, Wan slowly stood up, her tear-filled eyes softly stared at him, filled with silent hope. With a trembling voice and a heart full of longing, she softly said, Wan, Oppa. That one word carried the weight of her broken heart, hidden memories, and unspoken emotions. She hoped, maybe just maybe he would recognize her, but Jungkook's sharp reaction shattered her last bit of hope. Jungkook, who gave you the right to call me Oppa? You are my younger brother's wife, and that's all you will ever be. Don't try to tangle me into these relationships. Remember this, for me, you will always be a stranger. And don't you dare to call me Oppa again. If you do, I swear you will regret it. He shouted it. He shouted in anger, voice shaking with pain, his eyes burning with unhealed wounds. Mrs. June, shut up, Jungkook. What kind of way is this to talk to your younger brother's wife? She just arrived in this house. She doesn't even know how you are, or what you want, or what you don't want. Why are you shouting at this innocent girl like that? She said loudly, her voice breaking and tears rolling from her eyes. Jungkook, really? Now this girl you met just minutes ago looks innocent to you, but when your own daughter was being thrown out of this house like trash, where was the concern? Where was this humanity? You people turned me into this, and for the cruelty you showed her, you will keep paying the price for it for the rest of your lives, he said in a loud voice, his eyes glistening with pain and tears. He turned around and left in anger, his footsteps loud but his heart screaming silently. When stood there frozen, her tears falling non-stop. She didn't even understand what crime she was being punished for. She wasn't that bad to deserve so much pain. For a while, everyone remained silent, stunned by what had just happened. The tension in the air was thick, and no one dared to say a word. Then, breaking the silence, Isla's mom gently stepped forward, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere. She softly spoke, placing a hand on one's shoulder. Younger aunt, don't worry, dear. It's not your fault. Actually, Jungkook is just stressed because of some word, that's all. Otherwise, he's not like this. Really, he's a good boy. She gave a gentle smile, trying to hide the truth behind her words. One just nodded silently, not fully believing it, but also not strong enough to question anything. Younger aunt, you must be tired. Come, let's go. I will take you to your room. You need to rest. She guided Wine towards the stair while everyone else slowly returned to pretending like nothing had happened, but the edge in one's heart refused to fade. Then walking up to the stairs, younger aunt gently stopped in front of a door and turned to Wine. Younger aunt, go dear, this is your room now. Sue must be waiting for you. Best of luck. She smiled softly, trying to lift one's breath, even if just a little, then left quietly, leaving Wine standing alone in front of the door. Wine took a deep breath, gathering her courage, and slowly pushed the door open. As she stepped inside, her eyes met Sue's. He was already changed and sitting on the edge of the bed, but the look he gave her wasn't kind. His eyes were filled with cold anger. The moment he saw her, he shouted, how dare you come into my room? First you entered my life, third lies, and now you step into this room like everything is fine. Wine froze, shocked by his sudden outburst. Her heart started pounding and confusion covered her face. She had no idea what he was talking about. By deceit, what do you mean? She stood up. He walked up to her and stood just inches away. His words came out like poison. Sue, don't pretend like you don't know. I know exactly what kind of girl you are. A liar, a cheater. You married me through deceit. I was in love with Eileen, deeply in love, and you know that. Still, you choose to marry me. How could you do this without warning? Sue raised his hand and went across the face. The sound used throughout the room like a thunder clap. Wine stood there in shock, her cheek burning, her body trembling, her eyes welled up with tears. But she didn't cry out. She couldn't. She was too stunned to even move. Slowly, the realization sank in. Her sister had played a cruel game. Eileen had pretended to love Sue, only to pull back at the last moment and push Wine in her place. It wasn't a misunderstanding, it was a trap, and Wine had walked straight into it. Now Wayne had to tell Sue everything. He didn't know what happened in her house or how Eileen forced her to get married, so she started to speak. One, look, Sue, I didn't know anything about you and Eileen. My father wanted Eileen to marry you, but she said no. She clearly refused this marriage. My father was heartbroken because it was about his respect. Then Eileen forced me to marry you. She always behaved badly with Mom. She always made her sad. She told me that if I marry you, she will stop hurting Mom. That's the only reason I said yes to this marriage. I didn't want this. Even I am stuck in this marriage. I didn't know that you and Eileen were in love. One told Sue the full truth. After hearing this, Sue started laughing loudly and clapping. Then he held her chin and said with anger, Sue, you think I will believe your story? You are the stepdaughter of that family and Eileen is their real daughter, and you are saying that you care about the family more than her? Wow, what a drama. One, Sue, leave me. You are hurting me. Sue, Eileen already told me everything. She said you are person. You always hurt her. You made her parents behave badly with her like she is a stepdaughter. She said you were always jealous of her. That's why you forced this marriage. This is just the start. You will see how I will make you suffer. Wan pushed him back strongly. Then she struck him hard. After that, she grabbed his hand behind his back and shouted, Wine, don't think me. I am a weak girl who will sit in a corner and cry. I don't cry, I fight back. I believe in action, not just words. So don't mess with me again. I will never cry for someone who doesn't even know how to treat a girl with respect. Sue, leave me, crazy girl, screaming in pain. Wine, I am not done it. You talk it and I listen it. Now I will talk and you will listen. Got it, duffer? Sue, yes. What do you think you are? A prince in a palace that I was trying to marry you, huh? Even if you were, I would never marry someone like you. It's just my bad luck that I had to marry you, and your so-called girlfriend, you think I am jealous of her? Are you born stupid, or did you become this way after falling for my sister? God gave you eyes, a brain and a strength. Still you can't use any of it. If she truly loved you and I was forcing this marriage, then why don't she just run away with you? You are not a poor. You have money, so why? Have you ever even asked your father with whom your marriage was fixed with, and why did that cancel it, and now you are blaming me? After saying all this, Wan pushed Siu away and shouted in anger, Wan, always remember this. Not every girl in this world is weak. Some are fighters too, and I know how to fight very well. I have already taught a lesson to 6 or 7 people before, so think 100 times before messing with me again. And if you can go and investigate your dear girlfriend, the truth will come out on its own. From today onwards, you and I have no relationship. We are strangers, just strangers. Remember that. After saying this, one walked out of the room and slammed the door behind her. She came out of the room but didn't know where to go. Who could she talk? Who would even listen? Her mind was blank. Since the time she entered this house, nothing felt normal. Every person in this house seemed fake, like they were wearing a mask. They showed one face to the world, but behind it something dark was hiding. After walking around for a while with heavy steps, she finally reached the terrace. In one corner, there was a small narrow space with a chair. She sat there and started talking to herself. Went to herself, wow, God, just wow, where are you taking my life? At every turn, there's a new shock. Life feels like a scary road now. I don't know what's waiting for me next. Just then she heard the sound of footsteps. Went to herself.
Who's there? Who's on the terrace at this hour? She slowly turned her head and looked at the terrace door. A man was standing there, but it was too dark to see his face clearly. It couldn't be you. He would come after her, and the rest of the family was asleep. As the man started walking toward the terrace, Wine quickly hid behind the wall. Wine to herself, please God send him back. I don't have any other place to go except this terrace. Suddenly someone pushed her gently toward the wall. He grabbed her hands tightly and pinned them against the wall. His face was still in shadow, but his eyes, those same deep doe eyes, stared into hers. She whispered the word without even thinking. Wine. Oppa? Jungkook, voice filled with anger, eyes sharp and full of fire. You again? What are you doing here alone on the terrace at this hour? You should be in your room with your husband. Took a step closer, face cold and unreadable. Jungkook, what do you think? That you can fool me just like you fooled my brother? You think I don't know who you really are? Pointed a finger at her chest, toned harsh and accusing. Jungkook, I had you checked before you come into this house. I know everything about your past. You dated many boys at university, and once you entered your life, you saw a big opportunity. A rich, innocent boy, you made him fall for you. You used your fake love and got married with him and came in this house. Don't even think I am blind. I know everything, and remember it. One thing, when it comes to my brothers and sister, I never forgive anyone, never. When tears started building in her eyes, she pushed him back with shaky hands and shouted in pain, Why? Why are you all behaving like this with me? Voice cracked, lips trembling. I am not what you think I am. I am not Eileen. I am her stepsister. Wine, do you hear me? She broke down, crying hard. Now her breath was shaking, her voice desperate. Wine. Eileen destroyed not just your brother's life, she destroyed mine too. She lied to everyone. She made me marry you. I didn't want this. I didn't even know they were in love. I was forced into this marriage. Jungkook, eyes widened in shock. Anger slowly turned into confusion. What? What are you saying? Wine. I couldn't take it anymore. My legs gave up and I fell to my knees. My voice was weak, full of pain. I looked down and started to tell everything, slowly, step by step, what had happened in the last few days. I didn't do anything wrong. I never wanted this marriage, but still I got stuck in her web. I'm not the culprit. He looked away for a second as if ashamed of himself. His voice was low, regret heavy in it. I messed up. I have misbehaved with you, thinking you were Eileen. I'm really sorry, Wayne, for now and for what I said downstairs. Posh's jaw tightened. I never saw you or your sister before, so I misunderstood. As he turned to walk away, she watched in disbelief, her heart heavy and aching. Wine, what the? There is no sympathy in his heart. I whispered to myself bitterly. God, what kind of a stone-like human have you created? A dry voice came from behind. He had stopped near the stairs. Jungkook, I didn't go. I am still here. Startled, she turned slightly embarrassed. He heard her. He was staring at her. Now, cold eyes locked on her face. There was a long pause before he spoke again. Jungkook, why do you call me Oppa? His question made my heart jolt. A sudden wave of nervousness gripped my chest. My breath became slow, and my heart was pounding so loud I thought he might hear it out. Voice was firm this time. Did you hear me? I'm trying to stay calm, but my voice trembled slightly. Yes, and about calling you Oppa, that's because when I look at you, I remember someone. That's why I call you Oppa, and whether you like it or not, I will still call you Oppa. Jungkook eyes narrowed slightly, a mix of irritation and curiosity flushing in them. You have a lot of courage. My family is afraid to look me in the eyes and talk. And you are talking to me like this? I said softly. They are your family. That's why and I am just an outsider. His tone turned cold like ice, every word cut like a blade. Jungkook, I don't like people talking to me like this, whether they are my family members or outsiders, so be careful from now on. Stepped aside and started walking. Let's go downstairs. I will show you another room where you can stay. And don't call me Oppa again, I don't like it. You are new here, that's why I'm forgiving you. But next time I won't. When I didn't go with him, rather than I asked, why don't you like it? Suddenly he stopped. He turned back, eyes burning with sudden anger. In a flash, he pushed me against the wall, both hands pressing on either side of my hand, his eyes staring straight into mine. Jungkook, remember this. You are only my brother's wife. Don't interfere in my matters. If you want to live here peacefully, then stay away from me. Otherwise, I won't think twice before turning your life into a curse. Jungkook, but her reaction shocked me. She smiled weakly and said, Why? Is my life any less than a curse already? I don't know why, but in this whole world, only this one man feels like he belongs to me. The rest feel like stranger. My heart is desperate to share my pain with him. I looked into his eyes and tears welled up in my falling silently. Jungkook to himself, a terrifying incident in life froze my heart like ice. I don't feel pity for anyone, nor for love. This girl's tears, they are melting the ice that had built up over years, and I can't let that happen, not until I settle at the score with those who ruined my life. I moved my hand away from the wall and started to walk, but just then one grabbed my hands and stopping me. What happened? Don't you have any answer to my question? Jungkook to him, I can't allow myself to melt because of her words. I turned to look at her and saw a mark on one side of her cheek. Maybe Siu did that. I will deal with him tomorrow. What right did he have to raise his hand on a girl? I gently touched her cheek, caressing it with my hand and said, Weak people's always treated like this. Whined to herself, what were you and what have you become? The one I saw, the one I once loved, the one I still love. He was full of love and warmth, but now you are filled with hatred and bitterness. What happened to you that turned a smiling, lovely, lively man into a stone-hearted one? I will bring you back. I will make you the same again, like you were, just like I saw you 17 years ago. I grabbed Jungkook's collar with both hands and pulled his face close to mine and said, Wine, I don't like praising myself, but yes, I am not afraid of anyone's father either. If you don't believe me, ask your brother tomorrow what price he had to pay for that. Jungkook. I removed her hands from my collar and grabbed one of her hands tightly, speaking in anger. Don't mistake this house for an ordinary family. It's filled with poisonous snakes and scorpions. If you really have that much courage, survive here for 2 days without shedding a single tear instead of panicking. She smiled and replied, One, I can survive here all my life without shedding a single tear, but I can't give a guarantee about your family because of me how many tears they will shed. I can't say. Jungkook, confidence is good, but overconfidence is dangerous. One, this is not overconfident. It's called experience. The sister I grew up with since childhood was no less than a poison herself. I have more experience than age. Just wait and watch how I blow away your family's speed like the wine. Jungkook coldly, we will see that tomorrow. Then both of them came down from the terrace. Jungkook showed Wayne a separate room to stay in. That room was far from all others, but close to Jungkook's, as if it was an opportunity for Wayne to talk to him a little more. Wayne, wow, what a surprise! You are giving me a room so close to yours? Went to herself. Yes, I admit my word sounds flirty, but I don't mean anything like that. I just want to bring this guy back to how he used to be. No matter what it takes, I will do it. But to make him the same again, first I need to find out the reason behind why he became so cold. And I know he won't just tell me that so easily. For that, I will have to be friend with him. And the way his heart has turned into stone, I doubt he will ever be friends with me. I know it won't be easy, but still I never imagined that my words, so casual, so light, would provoke such a storm inside him. Before I could process it, he suddenly stepped forward in one swift motion. He confronted me, trapping me between the door and his body. My breath caught in my throat. His hands pinned both my waist firmly against the door. His face inches from mine. I could feel the heat of his breath brush against my cheeks. The world felt like it paused. I wasn't sure if I should be scared or captivated. He leaned even closer, his voice deep and low, his lips just near my ear. Jungkook, don't cross the limit, Wine. Don't forget I am your husband's elder brother. And talking like this with your husband's elder brother isn't right. I stepped away from her, my face tense and voice colder than before. Stopping in front of my room, I turned slightly and said to her without meeting her eyes, "And this room, I have given it to you for tonight only. For tomorrow onwards, you will stay with your husband in his room, just like you were supposed to." When I smiled slightly and said to him, "Do you really think after what your brother did today, I will stay with him? If I was wrong, I'd bow my head and apologize, but if I wasn't, then I won't quietly suffer someone's cruelty." Jungkook, so what is it that you want? And the truth your family is hiding from me, the truth behind this marriage, the truth about your brother's so-called love, the truth about Eileen, and the biggest truth of all, your father. He knew that his son was marrying not his girlfriend Eileen, but Eileen's sister, me, and still he went ahead with this wedding. I want to know why. Hearing my words, Jungkook laughed circuitously, the sound bitter and sharp. Jungkook, I have already told you, this house is full of venomous snakes. Be careful how far you step in, because once they bite, the wounds and pain stay with for life. When I know very well how to handle poisonous things, you tell me, if I manage to survive in this house for 2 days without crying, what will I get in return? Jungkook raised an eyebrows, making slightly. That much confidence? Interesting. You won't survive, but still, for your heart's satisfaction, I will say it. If you stay in this house for 2 full days without crying or getting sad, then I will agree to everything you say. Hearing that, her eyes lit up with determination and she quickly said, "Then promise me?" Jungkook promised. After that, both of them went to their own rooms, but neither of them knew how much this small promise will shake everything. Next morning, after waking up, Wan knocked on Jungkook's door and then quietly went downstairs. As she reached the living room, the family members were present except Jungkook and Siu. Just then, Mrs. Jeon looked at her and asked, "Mrs. Jeon, daughter, where were you? I called you so many times, even knocked on the door. Siu told me you weren't in your room." Wan quietly glanced up toward the upper floor, and there he was. Jungkook stood in the second floor hallway, silently watching the drama unfold downstairs. "Mrs. Jeon, what's wrong, dear? Is everything alright?" "Wan, no, auntie, nothing is alright." "Mrs. Jeon, what?" "Wan, first I need to ask uncle some important question." As soon as I said that, the entire family looked at me, stunned and speechless. "Mrs. Jeon, what happened? At least tell us first." Wan, I walked straight up to Jungkook's father and asked him bluntly, "Uncle, did you know that your son Siu was in love with my sister Eileen?" Jungkook's father didn't say a word. He simply nodded silently. When after knowing this, I got even more shocked. How can a father do something like this with his own son? Just then Mrs. Jeon spoke. "Mrs. Jeon, actually dear, everyone had already received the wedding invitation, and our family has a big name in this city. If the wedding didn't happen on time, what would have happened to our family's respect?" She said this casually, like it was no big deal. When after hearing Mrs. Jeon's word, I clearly understood what kind of family this is. For them, the most important thing is not love, feelings, or even their own children. It's only reputation. Maybe that's why Jungkook had warned me that I wouldn't be able to stay here, but now I will stay here and teach them all a lesson. When I looked again across the hallway there were two people standing, Jungkook and Seo. Seo looked really sad. Maybe he heard what his mom just said. Now I will show them their mistake. Eldaran, so what if Seo loved Eileen? Now he's married to you, so he will love you. And everyone started agreeing with Aunt's words, so I clapped loudly and said, wow, wonderful, what a family, awesome. Then I looked at Mrs. John and asked, where do you people get so much respect from? Mrs. John, what do you mean? When I mean just now you said if the wedding didn't happen on time, then what will happen to your family's reputation? So I am asking, where do you get this reputation from? Is it sold somewhere on discount? Eldaran angrily, what nonsense are you talking? Respect is not something you can buy. It takes years of hard work to earn this kind of respect, this kind of status. Oh, I made a face like I didn't know anything and just found out. So what happens with disrespect? Mrs. John, what are you saying, Wayne? Auntie, I am just clearing my curiosity. So please tell me what happens with this respect. After hearing me, Mr. John stood up and angrily said, Mr. Respect is the thing without which a person has no value in this world. It's more precious than diamonds, pearl, and gold. Respect gives us the right to walk proudly in society. Our reputation is our identity. If people talk to you with respect, that's your success. People who don't have respect have no place in this world. People are ready to sacrifice everything for their reputation. If you always respect others, then you will get respect back, said angrily. Wine clapping, really nice, uncle. So you agree we must always respect others? Mr. John, yes, only when we respect, we will get respect. Wine, now it was my turn. I spoke in anger and loudly. Then why didn't you respect your own son's decision? Why didn't you respect his love? Why didn't you respect his choice? You care so much about society's respect, but did you ever think that because of your decision you are losing respect in your own children's eyes? Mrs. John, shut up, Wine. Is this how you talk to elders? Is this what your parents have taught you? Wine shouted in anger, it's better if you people don't talk about my upbringing. If my parents hadn't taught me manners, then by now I would have destroyed your family's so-called reputation in this entire city. Just think, if people outside found out that such a respectful family forced their son to marry someone else and not the girl he loved, how long will it take for your respect to vanish? And as far as taking to elders is concerned, in a house where elders don't care about their children's feelings or opinions, those elders shouldn't expect their children to talk to them with respect, because children learn from elders, right? And uncle, the way you were saying that respect is very precious and it's important in society, you are right. But tell me, if you had cancelled your son's wedding, would your reputation have been destroyed? No. Now what are people saying? That the Jion family's son got married, right? But if you had cancelled the wedding, would your respect have gone down? No, it will have increased. People will say, look at Mr. Jion, he cancelled the wedding because his son didn't agree to it. What a great man, how much he cares about his son's happiness. He truly understands how to grow his family with love and care. One, isn't that also called respect? You only care about what society thinks, but have you ever wondered if your own family respects you? Your family doesn't respect you, they fear you, and fear is not respect. Have your children ever told you that you are my hero? No, right? Why would they say it? You never give them love or a chance. The respect you think you have is just fear, nothing more. You have earned so much respect outside the house, but forget to earn it inside the house. Always remember, society will always talk about everything, no matter what you do. But your family, your people, they are the ones who will stand by you, love you, and stay with you no matter what. Uncle, there's still time. Please fix your family, because your people are more precious than diamonds, pearl, and gold. When after hearing all this, uncle sat down on the couch and I quickly went
upstairs. Jungkook was still standing there. Just then Siu came to me. He got on his knees, held his ears and said, Siu, I am sorry Wayne. I am really very sorry. I know what I did was wrong and I don't deserve forgiveness. But still, if possible, please forgive me. I doubted you because of Alien's word and I misbehaved with you. Please forgive me if you can. When I held Siu's shoulder and made him stand up, then I said, It's okay, Siu, I forgive you, and the fact that you have realized your mistake that itself is a big thing. Just always remember one thing in life, never trust anyone blindly, and sometimes even what you see and hear can be wrong, so always move ahead in life with wisdom. Jungkook, Siu, always remember what your teacher just taught you. When after hearing Jungkook's word, I smiled and walked closer to him. Then I whispered softly in his ear so that you couldn't hear. What's going on? Today the great, cold-hearted, silent lover, heartless Mr. Jungkook is joking with me? I placed one finger on Jungkook's chest and said, Is this weak girl really melting this ice? Jungkook, I held one's hand and moved it away, then said, It's nothing like that, and this ice frozen for years won't melt that easily. When before I could say anything else, Siu came closer to us and started speaking again. See, when I know the old truth now, I also know that Alan was just using me. I want to give our relationship a chance. Hearing this, Wine was shocked. Wine, what? But why? Please don't give this relationship a chance. Jungkook, what? You both just got married yesterday, and even this misunderstanding that happened got clearer. So why don't you want to give this marriage a chance? While turning to Jungkook and pointing my fingers at him, it's better if you just stay quiet. You remember our deal, right? Jungkook was about to say something, but I placed my hand on his mouth and stopped him, saying, I don't want to hear anything. Then I went closer to his ear and whispered, Just 2 more days are left. Then watch how I will make you dance on my fingers, Mr. Iceberg. Then I stood back normally and turned to Siu to speak, but I saw him standing there with his mouth wide open and eyes popped out, looking at us like he just witnessed something super shocking and scary. When what happened at Siu? Why are you looking at us like you just saw a ghost? Siu, I didn't see a ghost, but it was definitely scary. What do you mean? See, my heartless elder brother, he never lets anyone come close to him. He doesn't even talk nicely to anyone. So how is he silently tolerating all your teasing without reacting? When, oh, I said teasingly. Jungkook glared at Siu. Jungkook, shut up. She is new here. She doesn't know about me yet. That's why I'm saying nothing. See you. Then why do you scold the new office employees like they committed a crime? They are new too. They also don't know about you. While listening to Siu's words, Jungkook started glaring at him, and I was pressing my lips together to control my laughter. Then Jungkook quickly changed the topic. Jungkook, stop focusing on me and pay attention to your wife. And why don't you want to give this marriage a chance? Yes, I agree this marriage happened due to force, but now everything is okay, right? And about you and your stepsister, everyone has a past, but Siu left that and wants to move forward with you. If your reason is that Siu raised his hand on you yesterday, then I will make sure he pays for that. I promise I will keep punishing him until he collapses from execution. Siu. Bro, I am really very sorry. Please forgive me. I will never repeat this mistake in my life. Jungkook, Siu, this isn't a small mistake that I can forgive. Raising your hand on a woman is a coward's act. Always remember, it's a woman who brings a person into this world. So learn to respect her. Upon hearing this, Siu lowered his head in shame and spoke to Wayne. Siu, I'm really sorry, Wayne. I know I made a huge mistake. Whatever punishment you give me, I will accept it. Why, it's okay, Siu. I forgive you. Just never repeat such a mistake. And Jungkook, about giving this marriage a chance, I don't want to. Not because Siu treated me badly or because of his past with my sister. It's because I love someone. After hearing that, both brothers looked at me in shock.
Jungkook and Seo, what? One, yes, I already told you I married it because of a compulsion, because of Eileen. Actually, I have loved someone for the past 17 years. Hearing that shocked them even more. See, 17 years? Wow, can someone really love like that? And if you love from the heart, yes, you can. See, seriously, your boyfriend is really lucky to have such a loyal girl like you. And he's not my boyfriend. In fact, he doesn't even know that someone loves him so much. I only met him once in childhood, and since then I have loved him. See, what nonsense. Very shocked. How can someone love like that? Jungkook, what your age? He asked suddenly. And what? Confused by his sudden question, Jungkook, what's your age? He asked again strictly. When 23 years old. Why? Jungkook, so you have loved that boy since you were 6? When yes. Jungkook, that's weird. How can a 6-year-old little girl fall in love with someone? When at first it was just a small attraction, then it became a teeny crush, and I don't even know when that crush turned into real love. Jungkook, but the one you love, he doesn't even know. Can you really live your whole life like this? When yes, why not? He's my first love. So what if it's one-sided? If love is true, then even a whole lifetime it's not huge to wait for that person. So she said with a soft smile on her face. Truly, you are very different from others. Today, my respect for you has grown even more. Wine. So, what if we can't be together? I will always pray that you get the person you truly love. It, I said with a gentle smile. When looking at Jungkook with deep affection in my eyes, I said softly, I hope your prayer comes true. I don't want anything else in this life except him. Jungkook. I also started staring at her unknowingly, lost in her words and emotion. After talking for a while, all three of them went to their rooms. Morning had turned into night, but Wine still hadn't eaten anything. No one had called her to eat, and after what she had said to the family in the morning, she was feeling too embarrassed to go downstairs and get food herself. But now her stomach was growling badly from hunger. Just then someone knocked on her door. When she opened it, a servant was standing there with a plate of food in his hands, looking at him. Wine asked in confusion. Wine, food? Why did you bring it here, and who sent it? Servant, Madam, Elder Master sent this for you. He said you haven't eaten anything since morning, so you must finish this entire meal. When I smiled softly, thinking about him, then took the plate from the servant's hands. Uncle, has your Elder Master, Jungkook, eaten? Servant, Madam, Jungkook sir hasn't returned from the office yet. The food was sent by the head of the family, Jungkook sir's father. Hearing that much, Wine stood in shock. The plate slipped from her hand, crushing to the floor and breaking into pieces. All the food scattered across the floor. She stared wide-eyed at the servant as if she couldn't believe a single word he had said. Just then, Jungkook returned from the office and was about to enter his room when he heard the loud sound of the plate breaking. He rushed toward Wine's room, quickly pushed the servant aside and held Wine's face gently with both hands, asking weirdly, Jungkook, Wine, what happened? Did someone say something to you? Did someone hurt you? Tell me what happened. Did any of the family members do something to you? He was clearly very tense. Wine quickly hugged him tightly. Jungkook wrapped his arm around her protectively, holding her close to his chest. She gently rubbed his back and said softly, Wine, it's okay. There's no need to get so worried. Nothing happened. And why would anyone say or do anything to me? I am completely fine. Jungkook held her even tighter, like he never wanted to let go of her, then asked Jungkook, then why are you standing near the door like this, and why is all this food slipped on the floor? When I told him everything, and after hearing it all, Jungkook was even more shocked than me. He looked at me with disbelief. Jungkook, how is that even possible? That man never cares this much for anyone, said in surprise. Wine looked at Jungkook with a teasing smile and said, when someone like you, Mr. Iceberg, can melt and care for me and get worried for me that much, then why can't he? I said, holding back my laughter. Jungkook, it's not like that. I tried to explain, but Wayne interrupted. It's okay. There's no need to explain anything. I know that I am slowly making a place in this frozen heart of yours. I pointed towards his chest. Jungkook's face turned slightly pink from my words. Whoa, what's this I am seeing? A heartless person with an icy heart is actually blushing because of me. I teased him playfully. Jungkook, shut up. What kind of lover are you? You are flirting with me even after loving someone else for so many years. When I hugged Jungkook tightly with both arms around his neck, then brought my lips close to his ear and whispered, I waited 17 years, of course. Now my feelings will start coming out. This is just a beginning. Watch what happens next. Jungkook, I quickly pushed Wayne a little away from me and asked with a suspicious look, what do you mean by that? Wayne, I smirked and said, with time you will understand everything. What I mean, I am going to meet my father-in-law now. So move out of my way, I said, Will gently pushing Jungkook aside, but suddenly he grabbed my waist and stopped me. Jungkook, wait, why do you want to meet him? There's no need to go to him. When I pulled my hand away and looked at him firmly, why should I go since morning? I haven't eaten a single bite. But did anyone ask? Did anyone even notice? No. Expect your dad. I don't know what problem you have with him or your whole family, but I can't be like this. Maybe he feels guilty for something. That's why he sent food for me. Jungkook. In anger, I pushed her against the wall, holding her hands tightly and shouted, what do you even know about these people? The ones you are calling angel today are the same ones who will turn into demons tomorrow. Then, calming myself down, I gently cupped her face with one hand and spoke softly. Look, Juan, I just don't want them to hurt you. That's why I'm telling you, leave this place as soon as possible. When in mind, I understand Jungkook, something really bad must have happened to you that filled your heart with so much hatred for your own family. That pain is the reason why you are pushing yourself from the world and from your loved ones. But I won't give up either. I promise you, Jungkook, I will bring your life back to how it used to be. I held his face gently with both hands and looked into his eyes. When I will stay here and no one can harm me because you are here to protect me. I trust you more than I trust myself. Hearing those words, Jungkook looked deep into Anne's eyes. Then suddenly he grabbed both her hands, spun her around, and pinned her gently but firmly against the wall. Standing closer behind her, he locked her waist above her head against the wall. Then he moved her hair aside with one hand, and both his to her neck, near her ear, breathing heavily. When his sudden move made my breathing quicken, my legs started to tremble, and then in a deep husky voice he whispered into my ear, he's almost brushing it. Jungkook, you have been in love with someone else for years, and because of circumstances you had to marry my younger brother, and now you are saying things like this to me? That's not right, Ryan. Your words are claiming my heart. This heart that's been frozen for years. It's melting because of you. Your closeness, your touch, the way you speak to me like you have every right. Even thought you know how dangerous my anger is. When this magic you are doing to me, soon the whole world will see. They will see that cold-hearted man is melting for his younger brother's wife. One day your words and your touch might push me to a point where I lose control over myself. When his warm breath, that husky voice, and the light brush were more than used to make my heart race, then I will do everything I can to make sure you lose control over yourself. My voice trembled from the as Jungkook's warm breath brushed against one and her words left him completely speechless. His grip around her waist slowly loosened. Jungkook, do you even realize what are you saying? I don't know about your so-called love for years, but you are my younger brother's wife. When as soon as I felt his grip loosen, I quickly pulled my hands back and turned
toward him, gently brushing his sleeve thumb. I looked into his eyes and said softly, "Did you forget, Oppa? My relationship with your brother was never out of love. It was a helpless decision, and I hope it ends very soon." Jungkook, just as I was about to say something back, we both froze at the sound of someone clearing their throat near the door. I widened in shock. "Siu?" Jungkook, Siu looked at both of us, leaning against the door frame, smirking. Ahem, ahem. "What's going on here? And bro, what exactly are you doing in my wife's room?" Trying to hide my smile. Wan and Jungkook, "Shut up, we were just talking." Siu, oh, wow. Saying it together, huh? Was that part of the plan too? Wan glared at Siu with clear annoyance. Jungkook, "And what exactly are you doing here?" Siu, at Jungkook question, Siu made a face like, "Are you seriously asking me that?" "Bro, this is my wife's room," he said, pointing toward Wan. Wan and Jungkook, "Stop calling me her your wife like that." Siu shocked expression. "Bro, I get it. If Wan says that, but you, why are you saying that?" Jungkook in mind, "Oh god, this girl is completely taking over me." Jungkook, aloud, "Just reminding you." At that, Siu looked at me, one eyebrow raised in suspicion. "Siu, why do I feel like you are lying?" "Oh yes, I forgot that I actually came here to say something." Jungkook, "What?" "Siu, actually, when Dad is calling both of you and me downstairs in the living room, all the family members are already there. There's a family meeting. Maybe he wants to talk about something important." When the moment Siu said that, Jungkook quickly grabbed my waist tightly, which made Siu smile while looking at Jungkook, and Jungkook looked angrily at Siu and said, "Go and tell them Wine won't come." "Wine, what nonsense, Oppa," I said angrily, pulling my hand back. "I will go. I want to get out of this forced marriage, and for that I need to talk to them." Jungkook, he clenched his jaw, clearly angry, and spoke in a deep, serious tone. "You won't listen to me, right? Fine. Then I will also come to that family meeting." "Siu, what?" Looked so shocked, almost fell down, but managed to balance himself. When Siu quickly came closer, grabbed Jungkook by both shoulders, and started shaking him while asking nervously, "Siu, are you okay? Is your head hurts or something?" He even moved Jungkook's head around to check for injury. Jungkook, "Shut up, Siu. You go. We will come soon." Siu, "Why?" he said with a cute face. "Let's go together. It will be fun." Everyone's reaction will be so shocked to see Hyung. Your entry will no less than a film star. Just hope no one faints at home. Jungkook, "Will you go or should I lock you in the room again like last time and stop you from stepping out?" Siu, no, Hyung, I am going. "Okay, why are you threatening me?" "When we're leaving," Siu muttered softly. "Siu, what kind of brother is he, falling for a girl who just came yesterday? And here, me, poor little brother of him." Jungkook, "I heard that." Siu, "Come quickly." When watching him run off, I turned to Jungkook with a cute, suspicious expression. "Why did you say that if you go to the family meeting, everyone will get shocked?" Jungkook looked carefully at her face, then shook his head slowly and started talking to himself in his mind. "Jungkook, and this girl is going to drive me crazy for sure." "One, what are you thinking? Tell me, why did you say that?" Jungkook, "Because in our house this family meetings happens often, and it's been around 8 or 10 years since I last attended even one." After hearing that, one's eyes widened in shock and her mouth dropped open. "One, why?" Jungkook, "Because I have no interest in seeing the faces or hearing the voices of the people in this house." One, from the pain in his voice, I could feel that this wound in his heart is many years old. "Then why do you want to attend today? I can take care of myself."
Jungkook, I know that, but you don't know my father's stepsister. She is the most dangerous woman in the world, and you can't say anything to her because she is like lifeline to my dad and his brothers, and she is always present at every family meeting. Fine, then that's even better. I have to settle the score with her anyway. She insulted me, instead they called me traitor. And don't worry, I can take care of myself, and when needed, I can also handle others very well. Jungkook, really? He asked, raising his brows with a fake curious expression. When, yes, you know what? If needed, I can up anyone. I have done it before. Jungkook, then I will definitely attend the meeting. I also want to see how you handle that witch one. So you really want to go to the family meeting? Jungkook, I just nodded my head slowly. When okay, then let's go. After saying that, both of them started walking toward the living room. While coming down the stairs, Wan's eyes fell on the family member, and the moment she saw their faces, she couldn't stop herself from laughing softly. Everyone, literally everyone, was staring behind Wan at Jungkook, totally shocked because forget attending a family meeting. Jungkook didn't even like to stay near them, and today, after so many years, he was not just near, he was attending the family meeting for the first time, but no one could understand why. Wan walked into the living room and stood on one side quietly. Jungkook followed right behind her and stood straight next to her. All eyes were wide open, mouths were hanging open as well. Everyone was looking at Jungkook and Wan like they had seen a ghost. Seeing everyone's shocked reaction, Jungkook loudly cleared his throat, and as soon as his voice was heard, it was like everyone suddenly came back to their sense. Then Jungkook's mom quickly came to him with a smile and started speaking. Mr. Johnson, you really came here to us? Finally, you understood the importance of your family, right? Jungkook, let me make it clear. I didn't come here because of any of you. And don't ask me. Then who did you come for? Because I don't think it's necessary to tell anyone that. He said this in a cold voice, loudly and with no emotion on his face. So Dad, why did you call all of us here, Mr. Jion? Because I want to know, do you and Wayne really want to stay in this relationship or not? Only after hearing both of your decision, I will be able to decide what to do next. Mr. Jeon's words shocked all the family members except Wine because she didn't know what kind of person Mr. Jeon truly was. She didn't know that he only does what he thinks is right. He never listens to anyone's opinions and doesn't care about anyone's wishes. But today, for the first time in this family, Mr. Jeon was changing his decision, and that too because of a girl who had just entered their life yesterday. Everyone was not just shocked, they were more than happy because maybe finally their days of living in silence and fear were ending, or maybe not, because everyone looked happy except Seu's step aunt. That witch already understood if this family start living with their own choices, then her control in this house will end. Her three brothers will no longer follow her orders blindly like they used to. That's why right away she interrupted her brother and raised her voice in protest. Hyung, what are you saying? Have you forgotten how much respect you have in this city? If this news spreads that your son is getting divorced, what will people say? What will they think about our family? I can just watch the honor of this family be ruined like this. Started pretending to cry fake tears. Jungkook, I leaned closer and whispered softly in Wan's ear. Didn't I tell you this witch is very dangerous? When I also whispered back to Jungkook, calmly but with confidence, just wait and watch, have some patience. If I don't make this witch regret today, then my name isn't Wayne. Wayne, oh my sweet auntie. Saying this, I walked toward her and gently placed one hand on her shoulder as I spoke. You think that if people hear about this divorce, they will shame this family? But why don't you think this way? Maybe people will say Look, even though this is such a respected family, they still allowed their son and daughter-in-law to get divorced. They thought more about their children's life than just their own pride. They didn't force them to stay in a relationship they didn't want. You can think positively too, right? Stepan, a girl who came just yesterday. You want to teach me how the world works? Pointing a finger at Wine angrily. When I gently pushed her finger down with a slight smile and said, "Oh, Auntie, whether I came yesterday or years ago, right now I am still the daughter in law of this house. And as a daughter in law, I am thinking so much about Uncle, saying positive things to him so he doesn't feel stressed. But you, being his own sister, you are giving him more tension instead." Step on getting even more angry. You are trying to turn my brother against me? Wine. Oh no, not at all. Why would I try to do that? Then said coldly, I am just showing him the mirror. Just then, Step on angrily raised her hand to Wine, but before Jungkook could even step in, Wine firmly grabbed Stepan's waist and pushed it away. Stepan grabbed her waist in pain and shouted in anger, How dare you touch me, Wine? If you try to hit me, do you think I will just stand here and watch? Pointing finger back at Auntie and said angrily, Remember one thing, not only grab your hand if needed, I have the strength to break it too. Don't think I am like the other helpless women in this house. If you ever mess with me, you can even imagine what I am capable of. So, Auntie, can I give you one free piece of advice? Don't mess with her. You won't be able to defeat her, neither with words nor with hands. So, fighting with her will only end badly for you. And anyway, no one can harm her now, because this walking talking storm is being protected by a guardian angel, said looking at Jungkook. Jungkook still staring at the aunt with anger in her eyes and acting like crying and turning to Mr. Jeon. Did you see how your son and daughter-in-law talking to me, and your daughter-in-law, she even laid her hands on me. Mr. Jeon, Mia, I saw everything with my own eyes, so there's no need for you to explain again. And about when you were the one who raised your hand on her first. What Mr. Jeon said was more than used to shock everyone in the room, because this was the first time even Mr. Jeon didn't take his sister's side and instead supported someone else. Mr. Jeon, you know, Mia, for the first time today I truly feel how wrong I have been all these years. How many of my decisions were completely wrong. I always thought only about the reputation and name of the family. But I never think how much pain my decisions have caused to everyone around me. I never cared about my family's happiness, but if there's no happiness in the family, then how can a family even have a good name and respect? I never understood that. But today, this girl pointed toward Wine made me realize with her words how deeply mistaken I was. What's I already happened, I know I can't fix it. But yes, I will try my best from now on to make sure no one ever suffers again because of me. Mr. John and Mia, my sister, it's already very late now. You take Diana and go home. We will talk later. After hearing Mr. John was the auntie angrily left the house with her daughter Diana. Mr. John, so Wine and Sue, I am asking both of you, do you want to continue this marriage or not? Wine, no. Sue, no, Dad, I can't handle this walking talking storm, said with a smile. But I do know one thing, only a storm can handle another storm. Playfully looked at Jungkook. Jungkook glared at Sue. Mr. Jeon, alright, then I will start the divorce process for both of you. It might take a little bit time, but I will try my best to get it done quickly. After hearing Mr. Jeon's word, everyone became happy. Finally, now this family will be able to live happily and freely. All the family members ran toward Mr. Jeon and Mrs. Jeon and Sue hugged him tight. The rest of the family members clapped with joy. One stood on the side, watching everything with a soft smile. Then her eyes fell on Jungkook, who was standing with tears in his angry eyes, looking at everyone. Suddenly, he turned and stormed off toward his room. Just then, one was about to follow him. Mr. Jeon called out, "Mr. Jeon, one. Yes, Mr. Jeon, thank you so much. I know thank you is a very small word compared to how much you have helped me. But still, I want to say, if you ever need anything or need any help, don't hesitate to tell me. I promise I will always help you no matter what." "Fine, thank you, uncle," said with a warm smile. "By the way, daughter, until the divorce is final, you won't have any problem staying here, right?" "Not at all. I have to stay here no matter what until I bring back the old Jungkook again, Mr. Jeon. Okay, daughter." After that, all the family members started talking among themselves, and one quickly went upstairs and began knocking on Jungkook's room door. "Wine, Oppa, open the door. It's me, Wine," whispering Will gently knocking. "Oppa, please open the door. Jungkook, get out from here," shouted loudly from inside the room. "Wine, please Oppa, open the door. What happened to you? Why did you suddenly run away from downstairs like that? Oppa, please tell me, please." Suddenly, Jungkook opened the door angrily and shouted at Wine. "Jungkook, what do you want from me? Your work is done, right? Now take the divorce and leave this house. Do you even know this is all my fault? I was the fool who thought you were weak and helpless and tried to support you in this house." After hearing such a bitter words, tears started falling from Anne's eyes. Till she walked closer to Jungkook, placed her hand gently on his cheek, and asked softly, "One, but Uppa, what did I do? Why are you saying this?" Her question made Jungkook even more angry. He grabbed her waist tightly, pulling her hand away from his cheek, and shouted, "Jungkook, you don't know what you have done." Pressed her hand tightly in anger. "Oppa, it's hurting. Please let go of my hand." Jungkook let go of her hand and pushed her back a little, saying furiously, "Jungkook, today, because of you, these family members are so happy. How can someone be so happy after making another person's life a living hell?" Shouting in anger, "All this happens because of you. Why didn't you let this house stay the way it was? Why?" Tears started falling from his angry eyes. When I don't know what kind of pain Jungkook has with his family, but right now, more than anger, he is hurting deeply. A kind of pain that is eating him up from the inside, and now I have only one way left. She hugged Jungkook tightly and said while crying, "When I don't know what happened between you and your family or what the real problem is, but if I have hurt you, if because of me your pain has increased, then please forgive me, please Oppa, but don't push me away like this, please." "When I am very strong, Oppa. I can tolerate anything. I can fight anyone. I can fight with anyone, and for my self-respect, I can do anything. But I can't lose the most special person in my life, the one who is the closest to my heart. You and my mother are the only two people I love the most in this whole world." Still crying very hard, her words made Jungkook's heart feel like it stopped for a moment. His anger had already melted the moment she hugged him. Now her words were forcing him to think. Why does she love him so much? Why is he or her to her? What is he to her? They just met yesterday. Then why is she counting him among the most important people in her life? And why didn't she mention it her 17-year-old first love in that list? There was so much truth in her voice. Jungkook couldn't even deny it even if he wanted to. He was already feeling very guilty. He had shouted at her so badly without any reason. Poor girl didn't even know anything, and even after all this, instead of getting angry at him, she was crying in his arms. When Jungkook finally realized how deeply he had hurt Wine, he quickly wrapped his arms around her waist and hugged her tightly, resting his head on her shoulder, and said softly, "I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I didn't say all that on purpose. I am so sorry."
hugged her even tighter as tears rolled from his eyes. One understood every single word that came out of Jungkook's mouth wasn't against her. When Jungkook's tears fell onto her neck, one realized that maybe for years no one had ever truly understood this cold, wounded soul. No one had ever listened to this pain. If someone had even given him love like this before, maybe he wouldn't have been this broken, this lonely. Today, they were still standing in front of Jungkook's room when Ava came upstairs humming softly. As soon as Wan saw Ava, she got nervous. She quickly tried to move away from Jungkook, but before she could, Jungkook held her even tighter and in just a moment pulled her into his room. Then he immediately shut the door. Next morning, downstairs in the dining room, all the family members were sitting at the breakfast table. Soft conversation were happening around, and there were calm smiles on everyone's faces. Just then, Wine came downstairs after getting fresh. Her steps were slow. As soon as Mrs. Jeon saw her, her face lit up with a sweet smile. Mrs. Jeon, come, Wine dear, have breakfast with us. Elder aunt and younger aunt together. Yes, yes, come dear, join us. Swan gave a soft smile and quietly went to sit on an empty chair beside Ava. She looked around the table. Everyone seemed so warm and caring towards her. Then Mr. Jeon spoke in a gentle tone. Mr. Jeon, don't be shy, dear. Now that you are in our house, you are just like a member of our family. Elder uncle, looking at her with loving eyes. You are such a sweet girl. There was a soft smile on his face. Younger uncle, yes, the moment you came into this house, it was filled with happiness. This home never looked so bright before. There was thankfulness and affection in his eyes. Max, with a slightly sad but sweet tone, it will be so nice if you stayed in our house forever as my sister-in-law. As soon as Max said that, Sue quickly teased him. Sue, laughing in a joking way, be quiet, Max. If this storm gets angry, she will burst straight on you. Wine gives him a sharp glare. All the family members started laughing loudly. There was a light and warm energy around the table. Mr. Jeon, with an emotional voice, for the first time I am seeing everyone in this house laughing and smiling together during breakfast. Thank you so much, Wine. Wine smiling softly. Uncle, there's no need to say thank you to me again and again. Then everyone got busy talking and eating breakfast. While taking food on their plates, Wine leaned a little and quietly asked Ava, when Ava, did your Jungkook Hyung eat breakfast and leave for the office? Her voice was soft and careful, like she wanted to know more without making it obvious. Ava, a bit casually but softly, don't know because no one really knows when he leaves or comes back. And about breakfast, Hyung doesn't even take a single bite of food from home. With slight surprise, eyes widening a little. So he goes to the office on an empty stomach? Ava nodding her head. Wine with a soft voice filled with concern. And no one asked him to eat? Ava with a slightly cold tone. No one has that much courage to say anything to him. Everyone in this house knows how dangerous his anger is. That's why no one goes near him. Hyung only stays calm with me, Siu, Hyung, Max and Isla. But for the rest of the family, he is no less than a monster. After listening to Ava's words, Wine went silent for a few seconds. Her face became serious. Her mind started thinking something else. One, but why is he so angry and upset with his own family members? Ava, I don't know, Yoni. I have asked mom many times, but she always avoids the topic. After hearing this, Wine stayed silent for a moment. Her eyes showed a deep thought. Her heart felt it. Something surely happened that the family is hiding some secret locket in their hearts, and that's why made Jungkook like this. Then suddenly Wine put her plate aside and stood up without saying a word. Everyone looked at her surprised. Mrs. Jeon, with a worried voice, "What happened, Wine?" Wine calmly, "I have finished eating. You all please continue. I will go call Oppa for breakfast." Wine said this on purpose to observe everyone's reaction, and as soon as they heard her, silence filled the table. Fear appeared on everyone's face, like someone had mentioned something terrifying. Eldaran, stammering in a little, "Dear, you have done a lot for us. I agree, but it's better if you don't go near Jungkook. Otherwise, he will get angry. He likes staying alone. Don't worry about him, and please stay away from him as much as possible, or else he might shout at you for no reason and only you will get hurt." Everyone nodded in agreement. With her, fear was visible in all the family members' eyes, except for Siu, because in this house only Siu had some idea that maybe Jungkook won't get angry at Wayne, but even Siu knew how scary his brother's anger could be. He wasn't sure if Wayne did something Jungkook didn't like or entered his personal space. Maybe he burst out on her, and Siu didn't want that to happen, but Wayne, her heart was saying something else. After what happened last night, she believed now Jungkook won't treat her like before again. Wine, in a soft and determined voice, "You don't need to worry. I will handle it. I don't think he will say anything to me." Mr. Jeon, in a deep tone, "Look, dear, try to understand. You don't know anything about him. It's better for you if you listen to us." Younger uncle, "Yes, Wayne, Hyung is right. You won't be able to face his anger," and paused a bit, then said quietly, "If he gets angry, then not just you, all of us will have to face the consequences." The fear on everyone's faces was clear. One could feel it, but she had decided if she wanted to bring back the old Jungkook, then this was the first step she had to take. Wine, with a small smile, "It's okay, guys. I am just going to call him for breakfast. You all are acting like I am going to meet a monster." Younger aunt, "Think of him as one. Don't worry, I will bring him." Saying that, Wine moved away from the dining table and walked toward the stairs. She had just placed her foot on the first step when she heard Siu's voice. "Siu, wait, Wine, think again. Maybe your friendly behavior will turn out to be a problem for you." Wine, turning back with a small smile, "I have already thought about it." Then she walked closer to Siu and softly said, "Wine, more than my friendly behavior, I trust him." Siu, looking at her confused. There was confusion on his face. He couldn't understand why Wayne had so much trust in Jungkook and how. He knew something was changing between Jungkook and Wayne, but he can't believe in that. Could his brother really change for a girl, and that too so quickly? "Wayne, don't worry." And after saying that, she went upstairs. Wayne knocked on Jungkook's door many times, but he didn't open the door and no sound came from inside. There was confusion in her eyes and a little worry too. Wayne to herself in a low voice, "Did he go to the office? Did he lock the door before leaving?" She turned the handle with some doubt, and the door opened without any problem. Wayne was surprised for a moment, then a small smile came on her face, like she had won a small challenge. Wine to herself, "Wow, he left without locking the door. Well, why would he? He knows his family is scared of him and will never dare to enter his room but me. I will take the chance. I like adventure. And anyway, how will he even know that someone came into his room when he wasn't there here?" she said with a cheeky smile. Just like she thought she did. One stepped inside with a soft smile. She quietly closed the door behind her without making any noise. She also removed her slippers so there wouldn't be any sound. She had come to this room yesterday too, but that time her full attention was only on Jungkook, and also to reach the room there was a narrow hallway from the door where you can't see the full room. Yesterday she had stopped in that hallway only, but today when she stepped fully into the room she was shocked.
When such a handsome guy's room, how is it so dark? This person loves black so much, but why? She made a little sad and confused face. Jungkook's old room was in black theme, walls, curtain, furniture, everything. At that moment, Wayne was busy looking around the room, and then suddenly the bathroom door opened. The small sound of the door caught her attention. A small smile appeared on Wayne's face. Suddenly, Jungkook turned her around and hugged her from behind. His chin rested on Wayne's shoulder, and his breath brushed gently near her ear. In a teasing tone, he asked, "Jungkook, now tell me, what was your reason for coming here?" Wayne nervously, "Actually, I came to call you for breakfast." She knew saying this wouldn't be easy because she was well aware this guy keeps distance from his family. He doesn't like being around them. So will he really come sit at a table in front of everyone? Maybe not. Jungkook's expression changed immediately. He stepped a little back from Wayne, held her arm, turned her toward him, and said coolly, "Jungkook," in a cold tone, "you know I don't like these family members, right?" Wayne lowered her head and tightly shut her eyes. Her inner guilt showed clearly on her face. She started scolding herself in her mind. Wayne, in her mind, "I knew it. This guy will never agree to my words. Still, like a fool, I came here after saying all those big things in front of everyone. I was swimming in overconfidence. Now suffer." Jungkook leaned slightly and looked at her expression. She was biting her lips, eyes tightly shut. Seeing this, Jungkook tried to hide his smile, then spoke again in a cold tone. "Jungkook, answer my question. Wayne, you know I don't like these people, right?" Wayne just nodded her head. "Jungkook, say it with your mouth." Wayne softly, still with eyes closed. "Yes, I know." Jungkook, in a more serious voice, "Then why did you come to call me for breakfast?" Wayne, burning with anger and inside, "Oh God, please save me from this creation of yours. Just a few seconds ago he was such a dreamy man. Now why has he turned into a Kimada so quickly?" He spoke slowly. "Because I thought you don't listen to others, but maybe you will listen to me." Jungkook, in a slightly deep husky voice, "And why did you think that?" Wayne slowly opened her eyes and looked at his face. Jungkook's face was totally natural. No anger, no smile, just one eyebrow raised, giving her a questioning look. Wayne, in her mind, "No, Wayne, this look is fake. Inside this guy is fire. One small mistake and I am done. Just tell him the truth." Then she said slowly, because you were talking to me so sweetly and..." She stopped. The words got stuck on her lips. Jungkook caught that pause and wanted her to finish it. "Jungkook, and..." Wayne lowered her head and closed eyes. "And you are behaving so softly with me. That's why I thought you would listen to me." Jungkook, "Just soft behavior?" As soon as he said that, Wayne quickly looked at his face. Jungkook had both eyebrows raised and was slowly licking his lower lip. Wayne's cheek turned red and she very fastly said, Wayne, in a very fast tone, "Romantic behavior too." Jungkook, teasing playfully, "Huh? What did you say? I didn't hear you. Say it a little louder." Wayne, now dying from shyness. "Romantic behavior too." A soft smile appeared on Jungkook's face. Jungkook, "Then what's there to be so nervous about? Say it with confidence. Tell me. Come downstairs for breakfast with me." She looked at him in shock and he was smiling softly. Then he came closer, hugged her by the waist, touched his forehead with hers and said, Jungkook, in a very soft, emotional tone, "If anyone else had said this to me, maybe they would have been beaten by now. But now you have started ruling over this heart. Every word of yours, this heart just wants to listen without question." Wayne directly hit his chest with both hands. "When you scared me, Jungkook held her hands, put them behind him, rested her head on his chest, and gently stroked her hair while saying, Jungkook, I have never given anyone the right that I have given you. And remember this right only for you. And about breakfast, then yes, I will have breakfast, but you will serve it. Wan hugged his back tightly, placed her head properly on his chest, and said, Wan, as your wish, boss. Jungkook smiled lovingly at her words. After some time, all the family members were sitting in the living room, waiting for Wan. Every face was filled with worry and restlessness. Breath was slow, but the tension in the air was heavy. Younger aunt, why is she taking so long? Younger uncle, for sure Jungkook must be taking out his anger on Wan. Ava, is Hyung still in his room? Max, yes, that's why sister-in-law is taking so long to come back. I wonder what he is doing to that poor girl. At that moment, Wan slowly started coming down the stairs. Siu and Mrs. Jeon saw her and both immediately rushed toward her. Siu, what happened, Wan? Did Hyung scold you a lot? Mrs. Jeon, with a little guilt in her voice, I told you not to go, but you didn't listen to me. Wan, calm me. First, let me explain. Her words remained incomplete because younger uncle cut her off in panic. Younger uncle, we told you before he would get angry at you. You don't really know him. When he's like that, don't take his words too hard. When trying to explain, but elder aunt, what did you get by going to him? You had to face his anger for no reason. He didn't even come. Her sentence stopped midway. Her eyes got stuck in one direction because Jungkook was coming down the stairs. He was wearing a black shirt and pants, folding his sleeve as he walked. His expression was completely cold. A heavy silence spread in the house. Everyone stared at him. Some had their mouth open, some had their eyes wide in shock. One looked at their faces in confusion, then turned back, and that moment her eyes met Jungkook's. She understood everything. As soon as Jungkook reached down without looking at anyone else, he said to Wan, Jungkook, Wan served my breakfast. Siu and Mrs. Jeon were literally in shock, and the rest were hit like thunder. Those who were standing sat down with a thud, and those who were sitting stood up suddenly. They all looked at Jungkook with wide eyes and open mouths, like they were seeing someone like him for the first time. Jungkook didn't care at all about anyone's reaction. He didn't even glance at anyone's except Wan. Then, with a small, soft smile, she quickly brought breakfast from the kitchen and started serving it to him. After serving him, when Wan started walking back toward the kitchen again, Jungkook quickly held her waist. Now even Wan was shocked because the entire family's eyes were on them, but Jungkook didn't care at all. When Wan tried to pull her hand away, Jungkook's grip on her waist became tighter, and he asked her coldly, without showing any emotion. Jungkook, coldly, with no emotion, did you eat breakfast? Wan, yes. Jungkook, really? Lowering her eyes softly, no. Jungkook, come, sit with me and finish your breakfast. His words were nothing less than a big explosion for all the family members. Elder aunt looked at elder uncle. Elder aunt, hold me, I might faint. Elder uncle, I am about to faint myself. How can I hold you? Everyone was frozen in their place, and for them it was very hard to believe what was happening. Mr. John had tears in his eyes because after so many years he was watching his son eating peacefully on his own house. Only one thought was running through his heart. This girl is not just a girl, she is an angel who is slowly melting the heart that had turned into stone for years. Maybe only wine can calm the fire that's been burning inside him for so long. Because of the tension, Wan couldn't even swallow a single bite. There was a strange restlessness and nervousness inside her. Her heart was beating so fast, like it would burst any moment. She knew the moment Jungkook leaves the house, everyone will start asking her endless questions. And why not? The son of this house, who has become like a monster for his own family, today was behaving like an angel with her. This thing was a big mystery for everyone. After some time, Jungkook finished his breakfast and left for the office without saying anything. As soon as the door closed behind him, the entire family rushed towards Wayne at once. Mrs. Jeon, with a surprise and curiosity in her voice, her eyes full of question. Wayne, how did you do this? How did you make him agree to come and eat breakfast? Siu, smiling proudly with happiness in his eyes. Well done, Wayne. You really did something amazing, seriously. Younger uncle, still in shock, bending a little as he spoke, but he actually listened to you like he didn't say anything, just came straight to it. How? Elder Aunt, with a worried look on her face, said everything in one breath. Wait a minute, first tell me why you took so long. What did you say to him and why did he came? Mac, still in shock, his eyes wide open. Sister-in-law, you are too great. Before anyone else could ask anything more or before one could answer anyone's question, there was a loud sound at the gate. Everyone turned their head quickly. It was Step Auntie entering the house and with her daughter Diana. Both of their faces were filled with ego, anger and a fake pride. Auntie angrily, eyes filled with fire. Oh wow, what is this? Why are all of you standing together around this shameless girl? Mr. Gion standing up from his seat, eyes calm but voice full of firmness. Mia, don't you dare. If you ever speak like this to her again, remember, I won't tolerate it. Just like you are a daughter of this house, she is the daughter-in-law of this house. Everyone stood still for a moment, totally stunned. Diana showed fake guilt on her face, pretending to be innocent. Then, with a sweet smile, she spoke. Diana, with a cunning smile, sorry, uncle. Mummy didn't mean it like that. Actually, this girl is the daughter-in-law of this house only for a few days, right? Soon she will take a divorce and leave this house anyway. Wayne gave her a tight and confident smile. Her eyes had no fear, only determination and fire. She looked straight into Diana's eyes and stepped closer. Wine in clear, sharp, and a strong voice. Oh, Diana, who told you that I will leave this house after divorce? I am not going to leave so easily. Then Wine leaned closer to Diana's ear, looked straight into her eyes, and said softly, but with a clear threat in her voice. Wine, whether I take divorce or not, whether I stay in this house or not, one thing you better remember, I will never let you enter this house as the daughter-in-law, Miss Diana. Diana, shouting with anger, eyes full of fire. How dare you? Wine, face calm with a slight smile. You haven't even seen my dear it, Diana. Remember one thing, I am not one of those people who stay silent even after suffering everything. I am that snake. If someone steps on my tail, I strike back hard. Her words were sharp like arrows, but her face was totally composite. There was a fearless fire in her eyes. Auntie, controlling her anger, gritting her teeth, said slowly, if you are a snake, then I am the snake charmer who knows how to control snakes like you. Wine laughed out loud, but her laughter was cold and had a sharp sarcasm. The kind of snake charmers you are talking about, they only exist in movies. In real life, there is an anaconda who surrounds a person. Ooh. The atmosphere in the house turned a little tense, but Wine wasn't ready to step back. Every word she said was like an arrow, hitting right out on target. Auntie, stepping forward in anger, eyes burning. I swear I will. Mr. John suddenly cut her off and shouted loudly, his voice huge in the old living room. Huge, that's it. Everyone be quiet now. Mr. John looking at Mia, his words were cold but strict. And Mia, you have come here from your in-laws' house, right? Then sit with everyone and talk respectfully and have some control over your tongue. Mr. John's words hit Auntie hard. Her face turned red with anger. Diana, understanding her mom's anger, held her hand, but there was a wicked smile on her face. She spoke softly but with hidden poison. It's okay, Mom. Just tolerate it a bit. When I become the daughter-in-law of this house, we will teach this old man a good lesson, too. Mia nodded silently with calm but revengeful eyes. The whole day passed like this. At night, after dinner, Mia and her daughter Diana left for their home. Because of both of them, the family didn't get a chance to properly talk to Wayne. When everyone finished their dinner and went to their rooms to sleep, a quiet silence spread throughout the house. Wayne turned on the dim light of the dining room, and soft white light filled the space. In that light, her tired face looked even more sad. She quietly arranged dinner for Jungkook, warmed every dish with care as if she was mixing her love into each bite. She set everything nicely on the table, then sat down on the chair near the dining table. Every second felt like a long wait, full of restlessness. After a while, the main door of the house slowly opened, and with the cool breeze, Jungkook walked in. His steps were tired, but the moment his eyes landed on Wayne sitting at the dining table, a soft relief touched his face. Wayne saw him, and without thinking even for a second, she quickly ran to him and hugged him tightly, as if all her feelings from the entire day got poured into that one moment. Holding on to his chest, her breathing was heavy. Her eyes had a slight tear, but in that moment only one thing mattered. Jungkook was finally home. Jungkook hugged her back, gently caressing her hair with his hand, and softly spoke near her ear. "Jungkook, you haven't slept yet? And did you not eat dinner? What are you doing here, sitting at the dining table?" His voice was gentle, and his eyes showed clear concern. Wayne looked at him and replied softly, "When I am sitting here waiting for you, so I could have dinner with you." Wayne's word left Jungkook shocked. This was the first time someone had waited just for him, only to have dinner with him. It was a strange yet warm feeling he had never experienced before. His heart felt a little different, like something inside had quietly shifted. He gently pinched Wayne's cheek and softly said, "Jungkook, don't ever wait like this for me again. Eat your food on time, okay?" "When? Why do you think I will actually listen to you?" she said, pretending to act surprised, raising her eyebrows playfully. Jungkook looked at her, and a small, mischievous smile appeared in his eyes. He leaned closer, his face just inches from hers, and spoke in a low, teasing voice. "Jungkook, because you know very well, if you don't listen to me, I will have to show you what I will do to you." His voice had a mix of warning and flirtation, like he was enjoying this moment too much. Wayne innocently, "No, I really don't know. What will you do to me?" she asked curiously, her eyes wide, pretending not to understand, but her cheeks already turning slightly pink. Jungkook slowly ran his thumb along her lips in a soft, teasing way and said in a tone, "Jungkook, come to the room. I will show you exactly what I will do to you." His words made Wayne's cheeks flush a deeper and embarrassed it smiling. She slightly hit his chest and replied, "Wayne, I don't know someone as serious as you could be this perverted. Now let's go eat dinner. I am starving." Jungkook, "Of course, let's go. And about me being a pervert, that side of me is reserved only for you," he said with a cheeky grin and a wink in his eyes. Both of them smiled, walking toward the dining room together, lost in their own little world of chasing and love. But what they didn't know was someone was watching them, a stranger, hiding in the shadows, someone who had been observing them silently for a while, and now standing near the dining room. That person could even hear their conversation. Who was this unknown person? Why were that person secretly watching them? What was that person's intention? Wayne and Jungkook were having dinner together and talking. There was a soft peace on their faces, but neither of them knew what was coming next. Suddenly, while talking, Jungkook said to her, "Jungkook, will you miss me?" "When, huh?" She looked at him a little confused. "Jungkook, I am going back abroad tomorrow," he said it with no expression on his face. As soon as those words came out of Jungkook's mouth, Wayne suddenly looked at him in shock. The color from her face faded. Her eyes quickly filled with tears. The food stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say anything. Her lips trembled. The spoon slipped from her hand and fell on the plate with a soft clatter. With great difficulty, she said, "Wayne, why?" Her voice was full of pain. It made the whole room go silent. Her tears started to fall quietly, slowly rolling down her cheeks and soaking into her clothes. Seeing her like this, Jungkook became worried. He quickly held her hand
gently helped her off the chair and sat on his lap, hugging her from the side. He softly touched her cheeks and said, "Jungkook, what happened? Why are you crying? When you are leaving me alone and going away?" Saying that, Wayne started crying even harder, her chest heavy with pain. Jungkook gently pulled her head to his chest and ran his fingers softly through her hair as he said, "Jungkook, hey, stop crying. Please, my love, don't cry. I am only going for 4 or 5 days. And if you don't want me to go, then I won't go. There's nothing to cry about." One, maybe for you, 4 or 5 days don't mean much, but for me, this 4 or 5 days feel like 4 or 5 years, she said while crying, pressing her head even tighter against his chest. Jungkook, okay, I want to go now. Happy? He smiled softly, but even in that smile, his melting heart was clearly visible. One, but why do you even need to go to abroad? She asked in a broken, tearful voice. While hugging Wine even tighter, Jungkook spoke, his voice carrying a little pain and truth. Jungkook, actually, I have always lived abroad. That's why everything I have, business, work, life, is all there. Now, to shift everything here, I will have to go back. After hearing this, one slightly moved away from his shoulder, tears in her eyes, and with a little anger on her face, she asked, "One, then where do you go every morning?" Saying office. Because of crying, one's nose had turned red and her eyes were a little swollen. Still with that cute angry face, she asked him. Seeing her like that, Jungkook smiled. Watching him smile brought peace to one's heart. Her heart felt calm. Finally, this touch guy whose heart had become cold like ice had learned smiling. "Jungkook, you are so cute. My heart is already crazy for you. How much more you are going to drive it crazy with your little actions?" he said while smiling. Wayne smiled. "Jungkook, and yes, every morning I do go to the office from here because my business isn't just abroad, it's in many places." Wayne, oh, okay, then you can go, but if it takes more than 3-4 days, then remember, no one will be worse than me. Jungkook smiled slightly and replied in a teasing tone, "Jungkook, such a small girl, and you were threatening me? What will you do to me?" When I will find that love from 17 years ago and marry him." After hearing this, Jungkook's face turned serious. He got angry and grabbed her cheek tightly with a hand. There was fire and possessiveness in his eyes. His voice was strong and clear. "Jungkook, whether it takes 3-4 days or 3-4 years, you will still be only mine." Wan gently moved his hand away from her cheeks. Then, Wan, I know. Saying this, Wan wrapped her hands around his neck from behind. Jungkook tightly held her waist with both his hands and pulled her even closer to him. Each other deeply, when suddenly a sound of something falling was heard. Wayne quickly got up from his lap in fear and started looking around nervously, hoping no one had seen them like that. But Jungkook didn't care at all. He immediately got up from the chair and walked toward a dark corner of the dining room. There he grabbed someone by the collar and dragged that person out into the light. As soon as they saw that person's face, both Wayne and Jungkook were completely shocked. "Wayne and Jungkook, see you?" they said with surprise. Seeing both of them in front of him, Siu first gave a nervous smile, but the very next moment he showed anger and said to Jungkook, "Siu, Hyung, didn't you feel even a little bit of shame with your younger brother's wife like that?" he said, trying to show anger. Jungkook quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him closer, then said in a cold but threatening tone, "Jungkook, I think you need a holiday to some place far away where no one is around. Just you and one bodyguard who keeps watching you all the time. You will get food only twice a day. That's it. How would that kind of holiday be? For 6 or 7 months?" After hearing Jungkook's words, Siu got scared. He tried to hide the fear in his eyes and laughed nervously, looking around and then said, "Siu, who am I? Where am I?" Then looking at Jungkook, he acted more and said, "Oh, Hyung, you are here? Maybe I am sleepwalking. No problem. I didn't see anything and I didn't hear anything. And about my wife, you can do whatever you want with her. Or get angry. I don't care. I don't even know her. Actually, I don't even know you."
Saying this, you run away from there. Wayne looked at him in shock, surprise, and anger. Then Jungkook looked at her with a small smile and said, Jungkook, I am leaving tomorrow, so can we spend tonight together? I promise I won't do anything. After hearing him, Wayne smiled softly and nodded. Then they both went to his room. They laid down on the same bed, but not with any wrong thoughts, just to spend a little time together. Jungkook placed his elbow beside her head and rested his chin on his hand while looking at her lovingly. Then he said with a smile, Jungkook, after I leave tomorrow, you should also go stay with your mother for a few days until I come back. Why? Are you scared that someone will do something to me when you are not around? Jungkook smiling. I'm not scared that someone will hurt you. I'm scared that you might hurt someone. Wayne glared at him. What do you mean? Do you think I am a gangster or what? Who just goes around hurting people? Jungkook laughing. You look even cuter when you are angry. Hearing his words, Wayne's face turned slightly red. She looked down and started blushing. With such a sweet touch, family smiles and laughter, they didn't even realize how quickly the night passed. Early morning, Wayne went to her room to get ready because, like Jungkook said, she was going to her mother's house too. Both of them got ready, picked up their luggage and bags, and came downstairs. All the family members were shocked to see them together. No one had the courage to ask Jungkook anything, but Siwoo slowly asked Wayne. Siwoo, Wayne, I know Hayumi is going abroad, but where are you going? He looked confused. Wayne, actually I am going to my mother's house for a few days. I really miss her a lot. Mr. Jeon, take care of yourself, daughter. Wayne, okay uncle, Mrs. Jeon, you go with Wayne and drop her at her house. Wayne, it's okay auntie, I will go by myself. Siu, oh let me go with you. Just as Siu stepped forward toward Wayne, his eyes met Jungkook, who was staring right at him. The look on Jungkook's face was so scary that Siu stopped in fear. He quickly pulled back and stood still, then said nervously, Siu, I have some work. I can't go. She will go by herself, he said, while stammering. Mrs. Jeon, what? But why? Wayne, it's okay, auntie, and anyway, I'm not going alone. Oppa will drop me at home. Hearing that, all the family members were shocked like always, and just like before, no one said anything. No one asked anything. Then both of them left. Jungkook dropped Wayne at her house and then went to the airport. As soon as Wayne's mom saw her, she got very happy, but Eileen was very angry. Her dad was also happy, and when her best friend Sophie heard that she came home, she came to meet her too. Even with so many loved ones around her, Wayne's heart still felt empty. She was missing someone badly. Her heart kept thinking about just one person, Jungkook. Now she understood that these 4-5 days without him were going to be very hard for her. 3 days later, 3 days had passed, but Wayne didn't get any call, message, or any news from Jungkook. Every moment she just think about Jungkook. Every time she tried, his phone said not reachable. With every call, her hope broke even more. Each disappointment showed as deeper pain on her face, tired and worried. She even asked Siu for help, but he also didn't know anything about Jungkook. No one knew where Jungkook was or how he was. Since the day Wayne came back home, her mother noticed something different in her eyes. There was a special glow, a deep love, a feeling of winning, something like someone had given her entire world back to her. The girl who left the house like a lifeless body on the day of marriage had now returned full of life and happiness. Her mother tried to understand this change many times. She asked her many times, but Wayne always smiled and changed the topic. Wayne wanted to first introduce Jungkook to her mother and then tell her everything. She wanted to surprise her mother, to say that the love she waited for so many years had finally come true. But now, after Jungkook suddenly disappeared and no news came from him, her heart became restless. She tried to smile, but the pain was clearly visible in her eyes. When her mother saw the hidden sadness in her eyes, she again asked her with loving concern, Mrs. Min, what happened when you came you were so happy. Now suddenly why are you so sad, dear? Looking at her face, she asked with worry. When, with a little smile, hiding her tears and pain in her eyes. Nothing, Mom, I am just scared that I might lose that love again, the one I waited years to get. Her voice had a quiet pain. Miss Min, gently touching her head with love. I don't know which love you are talking about, but I can say one thing. Trust yourself, believe in your heart. If that love is written in your destiny, then it will come back to you no matter what. Wen just quietly listened to her mother's word. Her heart was in pain, but her mother's hand gave her a little comfort. Like that, the third day also passed. Every moment, every second, Wen kept thinking, where is Jungkook? His phone was still switched off. On the fourth day morning, when Sophie came to meet her and saw her condition, she was shocked. Her face looked pale, dark circle under her eyes full of unshed tears, and her old self looked lifeless. Sophie, hey, just 2 days ago I saw you so happy. What happened suddenly in 2 days? Why have you become so weak? What are these dark circles under your eyes? What happened when you were so happy? Tell me the truth. What are you hiding from me? Sophie's voice was now a little strict. Her friendship and worry made her restless. Sophie, on your wedding day, you left this house like a lifeless body, and when you came back, you were full of happiness, full of life. I thought maybe a miracle happened, maybe it did, but I will never believe that you forget your 17 years of old love. Her words showed her anger as a friend, her worry, and also the deep bond between them. Sophie, what's the matter, Wine? And why have you suddenly become so sad again? Tell me. Wine, actually, I found that person, the one I have been in love with for 17 years, the one I have been looking for all these years. When Sophie heard that, her face lit up with happiness. She became very excited, like she had found her own love. Without stopping, she said with excitement, Sophie, really? Oh my god, congratulations, man. Finally, you got your love. Your years of waiting are over, man. This calls for a party. Her eyes were shining with joy, but after a moment, her face turned a bit confused. Sophie, but where did you find him? How and when? She asked, looking confused and curious. When actually, that person is my husband's elder brother. When Wen said this, Sophie's face changed completely in just 1 second. Her eyes were full of shock, fear, and confusion, all mixed together. Her reaction was like someone who just fell from the sky to the ground. Sophie, what? In confusion and shock, she started scratching her head like her brain couldn't process anything. Sophie, girl, do you even know what you are saying? When yes, she said with a sad smile. Sophie, so you mean to say your childhood crush is now your husband's elder brother? When yes. Sophie sat next to Wayne like a shocked and confused person laughing in disbelief. She still had the same expression on her face as she spoke. Sophie, wow, just wow, what kind of faith do you have? Even an enemy shouldn't get a fate like this. After hearing that, one finally told her everything from the day of the wedding till now, everything that happened. With each thing that she told, Sophie's face kept changing: anger, sadness, surprise, happiness. Her every emotion was clear on her face. After listening to everything, Sophie asked, Sophie, so till now you haven't had any kind of contact with him? Wine looked down with pain on her face and moved her head to say no. Seeing her in this condition, Sophie hugged her and softly ran her hand through Wine's hair as she said, Sophie, it's okay, Wine, don't be sad. If he loves you so much, he will definitely come back. You will see. Maybe today or yesterday he will return. Wine, I miss him so much, she said in a painful voice. Sophie, it's okay, everything will be fine. But tell me, did you ever try to find out why he behaves so cold and heartless with his family? When I never had the courage to ask him, I was afraid my question might hurt him even more, so I never asked it. Sophie, did you ask any other family members? When Sue, Ava, and Max were very small at that time, they don't know anything, and the elders in the family, I don't think they will tell me anything. They always try to hide things about him. Sophie, thinking for a moment, then said softly, maybe there's a deep secret behind this. Otherwise, why could a happy, cheerful person turn so cold-hearted? When, It was already afternoon, but Wayne and Sophie were still sitting on the terrace talking. Just then someone rang the doorbell. It was no one else but Jungkook. He had come straight from the airport to surprise Wayne. His face looked tired, but his eyes were full of love. As soon as he rang the bell, Eileen opened the door, seeing such a handsome guy standing here. Eileen was shocked for a moment. Her eyes widened as she looked at him. Eileen, hey handsome, do you need something from me? Jungkook, no, I want to meet Wayne, coldly with a cold look in his eyes. As soon as Eileen heard Wayne's name from his mouth, her face turned red with anger. There was clear jealousy in her eyes. She couldn't control herself and shouted in anger. Eileen, what do you want from that cheap girl? Are you her boyfriend? Do you even know she is already married? Still look at her. She is dating another boy. How shameless she is. Listening to her bitter words, Jungkook's face changed. His eyes looked like fire. He was about to say something angrily when suddenly Mrs. Min came from behind, held Eileen's arms, turned her around, and her hard on the cheek. Her eyes were filled with both anger and pain. Mrs. Min, instead of giving birth to a rude and useless daughter like you, I would have adopted 10 daughters like mine. Eileen held her cheek in shock. Tears filled her eyes. Crying angrily, she shouted at her mom. Eileen, Wayne has always been your real daughter. Did you ever love me? Ever tried to understand me? Mrs. Min, you always think I never loved you, right? Then fine, because if I had today, I would have felt more pain because of you. You forced Wayne to marry that boy, and for that you must pay the price. Maybe not today, but one day God will definitely punish you for this. By now, Jungkook understood everything. His face looked even angrier now. After hearing all this about Eileen, he stepped forward and said in anger, Jungkook, how dare you speak like that about my wine in front of me? When he said my wine, Mrs. Min was shocked for a moment. Her face froze. She was about to ask something when Jungkook spoke again. Jungkook, I don't like raising my hand on a woman. I'm not like those cowards. Otherwise, by now you would by my hands, but you will surely get punished for this. He took his phone out from his pocket in a cold and angry voice. He called someone. His face looked serious, like he had made a decision. Jungkook, Min Wayne's sister, Min Eileen. Take all the details of this girl from my assistant. She should not get admission in any college, and no company should give her a job. Everyone must know. If anyone gives her work or shows her pity, they have to face me. He ended the call angrily. His eyes were still fixed on Eileen's, as if saying, now your real punishment begins. Eileen angrily, who are you to throw me out from everywhere? Mocking Jungkook, are you the Prime Minister of what? Jungkook said while smirking, I am the CEO of JJK company, Jungkook. After hearing this, Eileen's eyes widened in fear. Her feet froze in place because she knew very well that JJK is not only the biggest and most luxurious company in this city but also in many other big cities. And no one had ever seen the CEO of this company. That's why Eileen didn't know that he is Jungkook. Going against this company means calling that with your own hands, and that's what Eileen had done. She was in deep shock. Her body started trembling. Mrs. Min also became shocked after hearing Jungkook's name. Eileen crying, begging with folded hands, please, please don't do this. Please forgive me. I didn't know you are Jungkook. I didn't know anything. I promise I will never talk to Wayne like that again. I will always love and respect her. Please, now forgive me. Jungkook, listen to one thing. Clearly, I never forgive anyone and I never give a second chance, he said coldly. His eyes looked calm, but his voice was ice cold. You are Wayne's sister, so maybe I could have forgiven you, but what you did to her, you must get punished for it. Mrs. Min asked in shock with teary eyes. Are you the same Jungkook who bumped into us in a park 17 years ago? After hearing this, Jungkook was shocked too. Not just shocked, he stared at Mrs. Min with wide eyes. For a moment, he just kept looking at her, like his whole world was suddenly standing in front of him. So many memories flashed in his mind. Wayne saying that he still doesn't know everything about her. Wayne calling him Oppa on the wedding day. Her always standing by him in pain.
in every moment. Now he understood everything. That 70-year-old love of Wyatt was no one else but him. And this was the reason why Wyatt was so deeply attached to him. Tears started falling from his eyes. They were tears of happiness, but there was guilt too. Guilt that he didn't recognize his little Mariposa. The feelings inside his couldn't be explained in words. His heart was heavy, but there was also a smile on his lips. In a soft, emotional voice, he asked Mrs. Smith, "Jungkook, Auntie, is Wayne my little Mariposa?" Mrs. Min's tears also didn't stop. There was a peaceful smile on her face, a mother's relief. After so many years, her daughter's wait had finally ended. She looked at Jungkook with wide eyes and smiled softly. "Mrs. Min, yes, son, she is your childhood little Mariposa who has been waiting for her pretty oppa for many years." Jungkook looked at her with surprise in his eyes. His eyes were wide open, like he never imagined someone waited for him this much. Then Mrs. Min told him everything. How one always talked about only him since her childhood. How every single day she asked her mom only one question: "Did you find anything about my pretty oppa?" How she kept only one name in her heart and soul: Jungkook. How she loved him without knowing anything about him, waited only for him, kept all her feelings only for him. After hearing all this, Jungkook's tears didn't stop. His heart became heavy, and only one question was oozing in his mind: how can someone love so much when that person wasn't even a part of her life? "Mrs. Min, don't cry, son. God heard her heart's wish. That's why he sent you to her." Jungkook, still crying, asked Mrs. Min, "Jungkook, where is my little Mariposa?" Mrs. Min smiled softly, but her smile also had tears. "Mrs. Min, she is sitting on the terrace talking with her friend. Come with me. I will take you to her. Poor girl was very sad, maybe because you weren't near her." After hearing Mrs. Min, a soft smile came on Jungkook's teary face. There was softness in his eyes. Then both went to the terrace. When they reached, they saw Wayne and Sophie sitting and talking. Their backs were facing Jungkook and Mrs. Min, so they didn't see them. Mrs. Min looked at Jungkook with a little smile and gave a signal with her eyes. "Go ahead." Jungkook understood her, nodded a little, then walked a few steps forward. Then Jungkook called Wayne in his slightly heavy voice, "Jungkook, little Mariposa." When Wayne heard his voice, she got shocked. Her heart started beating fast. She quickly turned it around. Sophie also turned it with her. Both of them saw Jungkook standing right there with tears in his eyes and a smile on his face. Wayne's heart felt like it skipped a beat. At first, she became really happy. Her eyes lit up. She wanted to run and go to him, but suddenly her steps stopped. She remembered what name Jungkook just called her, Little Mariposa. There was surprise in her eyes, shock, and a little fear. Tears started forming in the corners of her eyes. She looked at Jungkook with slightly shaking eyes. Then Jungkook smiled gently, opening his arms and said, "Jungkook, come to me, little Mariposa. Your pretty oppa is waiting for you to hug him tightly." His voice had peace, pain, but the most important love. One stopped breathing for a moment, but the next second she ran to him. She hugged Jungkook tightly with all her heart, all her strength, and started crying loudly. Her tears were soaking his clothes. By hugging him, she was letting go of all her pain. Jungkook also hugged her with the same deep feelings. His hand was on one's head like he wanted to remove all her pain. Sophie and Mrs. Min were standing a little far, watching everything. Their eyes were also filled with tears, tears of happiness, of peace. They both clapped loudly and said together, "Sophie and Mrs. Min, when your true love has on, you finally got your pretty oppa." Both of them started laughing together. After saying this, then Jungkook moved Wayne a little away from himself, held her face gently with both his hands, looked into her eyes for a few seconds, and then slowly gave a soft on her lips. Tears were also coming from his eyes, but his smile showed only peace.
Mrs. Min closed her eyes with her hands and smiled while saying, "You both started right in front of me, Sophie in mind. Thank you, God. Finally, my friend got her true love." A calm smile was on her face. "Jungkook, why didn't you tell me this?" Trying to act a little upset, but his voice had only loving complaint. "When first you were missing for 3-4 days. No call, no messages. You didn't even remember me. And now you are angry with me after coming back. Go away. I won't talk to you. I am going to marry my love of 17 years." Hearing her words, Jungkook's starry eyes lit up and he started laughing. Then, while laughing, he hugged her tightly again, as if he never wanted to let her go. "Jungkook, okay, then let me help you marry your 17-year-old love." Wayne smiled. "Jungkook, do you love me that much?" Wayne nodded. "Jungkook, we met only once in childhood. After that, never again. You didn't know what kind of person I was. You didn't even know whether I was alive or not, if I was married or not, if I loved someone or not. Still, you kept loving me one-sided. How? Didn't your heart get scared? What if your love never becomes complete?" Hearing his question, Wayne smiled while replying, "When love is like this, right? True love doesn't happen after thinking everything. Like, if I love this person, I will get peace. If I love that one, I will get pain. If I love this one, my love will be successful. And if I love that one, it will remain incomplete. It's not like that. This heart, once it falls for someone, keeps loving only that person for life, no matter what happened. Yes, we met only once. Yes, I didn't know anything about you. Yes, I didn't know if I would ever see you again or if my love would ever be fulfilled, but I was at peace with one thing, that my love is true. So what if it was one-sided? It was still love." Her words made everyone quiet. Then they all started smiling. Jungkook looked into her eyes and gave a soft on her forehead. Then Mrs. Min asked with a loving smile, "Mrs. Min, so this was the secret behind my daughter's happiness, huh?" When Mom, Wan smiled and went to hug Mrs. Min. She rested her head on her mother's shoulder and took a peaceful breath. Then Mrs. Min looked at Jungkook and asked, "Mrs. Min, by the way, son, where did you meet her? And do you know she is already married? It happened forcefully. She didn't want it." Her voice started to break and her eyes became teary again. Hearing her words, Jungkook tightly pressed his lips to stop his laughter. Sophie also tried to hide her smile with her hand. Then Wayne stopped her mom and said, trying to hold back her own lust, "Wayne, mom, I will tell you. Actually, this pretty of my, he is the elder brother of my husband." After hearing that, Mrs. Min's eyes widened, her mouth stayed open in shock. She was speechless, and seeing her expression, Sophie started laughing loudly. "Sophie, auntie, how was the news? Totally explosive, right? You got shocked, didn't you?" Mrs. Min, still standing in the same frozen position. "This shock hit me really hard." "Wine, it's okay, mom. You don't need to worry." Then I calmly told her everything from the beginning. Mrs. Min, "Oh, thank God. By the way, after hearing you, I feel like even Siu is not a bad boy." Hearing this, Jungkook quickly spoke a bit possessive and with confidence. "Jungkook, auntie, I am better than him and I am also perfect for your daughter, and don't even think about anyone else. This piece belongs only to me." He pulled Wine gently toward him while saying it, and there was a shine in his eyes like he was claiming his right. After hearing him, Sophie, Mrs. Min and Wine all laughed loudly. That moment was filled with only happiness. "Mrs. Min, you are the one for her. Don't worry, she already wrote your name in her destiny. When she was a child, there was pure love and peace in her eyes." Everyone smiled. A soft and calm silence filled the room. Then suddenly Wine got an idea. She looked at Jungkook with an excited little smile. "Wine, I am going back home with you, right?" Mrs. Min, just look at her. After getting love, she is already forgetting her mother. Now she is getting impatient to go to her in-laws' house, she said in a dramatic tone, but her smile showed she was happy.
When Mom, you will always stay in that part of my heart where no one can ever reach, even if they try. She walked closer and gave her mom a kiss on the cheek. Love, Jungkook. And what about me? He pointed to himself with a playful expression. Sophie and me? When you both too, she said with laughing, with love and mischief in her eyes. Then Wine joined her hands a little dramatically and said, Wine, Jungkook, can I take Sophie with me too, please? Sophie shocked. What? Me? Why? I am not going with you. When be quiet, man, and first listen to me, she whispered Sophie into Sophie's ear. If you come with me, there it will be easier for me to find out about that secret. You can help me. Sophie looked a little confused. She looked at Jungkook, then at Wine. Sophie, that's okay, but what if your fireball like pretty Oppa blast at me? She said with fear and a small laugh. One, don't worry, the one who loves me and the ones I love, he will never hurt them. Her voice had comfort and a strong trust. Sophie thought for a moment, then nodded her head. Sophie, okay, but not for too long. I will come only for 4 days. Wine quietly felt very happy after her answer, like she owned something in her heart. Wine in mind, just come with me. I will take care of the rest. I will make sure you also stay with me in that house forever. She thought in her heart with a soft smile. Wine, yeah, that's fine. Jungkook, tell me, can I take Sophie with me? Jungkook, there's nothing to even ask about. You can take whoever you want, whenever you want, my love. That's your home too. His voice was filled with love when hugging Jungkook tightly. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Excited. Jungkook, anything for you. After this, Jungkook stayed at Wan's house until evening. Mrs. Min took great care of him. She treated him like her own son-in-law with love, warmth, and a quiet comfort in her heart. And Mr. Min was a bit confused because he still didn't know anything, and Mrs. Min didn't want to tell him it. In the evening, Jungkook took Wine and Sophie with him back to his home. As soon as they reached the house, Jungkook went straight to his room. The family members were very happy to see Wine. Their eyes were full of love and welcome, but they looked a bit confused after seeing Sophie. Wine understood their confusion and quickly introduced Sophie. Wine, she is my best friend, Sophie. Actually, I brought her with me to stay for a few days. I hope you all don't mind. I brought my friend without asking you first, she said shyly with a small nervous smile. Mr. Jeon, no dear, we don't mind at all. This house is yours too, and you did the right thing by bringing your friend. Now you won't feel lonely. His words were full of care and his smile had real warmth. Sophie, thank you, uncle, she said politely, lowering her head a little. Mr. Jeon, think of this as your home, dear. All the family members talked with Wine and Sophie for a little while and asked about them. Then everyone went to their rooms. After that, Max and Sue came to them. Max had a playful smile on his face. Max to Sophie, you are as pretty as sister-in-law. Can I know your beautiful name? He said in a flirty tone with a naughty look in his eyes. Sophie, giving a tight smile and raising one eyebrow a bit with attitude. My name is No Entry. After hearing this, Wine and Sue started laughing loudly, and Max made a bored and uninterested face. Max, she is also like a storm, just like sister-in-law, and I can't handle any more storms. He moved his hair dramatically and said this like a joke, but there was some truth in his words. Sue, then who told you to handle her? She is Wine's friend, which means she is also our friend. So behave with her like a friend, he said seriously, trying to explain. Max, okay friend, winks slightly. So will you please tell us your name now? Sophie, my name is Sophia. Sue, nice name. He smiled so softly, his smile had a peaceful vibe. One shall I saw Sophie a separate room, or will she stay in your room? One, she will stay in my room, she replied with a sweet smile. Sue, okay. After saying this, Sue and Max left the room. Then Sophie looked at Wayne and said with a small smile, Sophie, hey, your husband is actually not a bad guy. She said it in a teasing but slightly interested tone, like she was starting to like him. One in mind, wow, my plan is working. God, please keep putting kindness in both of their heart for each other. She felt happy and a little proud inside. Sophie, why are you smiling like that? She looked confused by Wan's smile. Wan came back to her sense. Huh? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about Jungkook. She blushed a little while saying, Sophie, what girl? It hasn't even been half an hour since he went to his room and you already started thinking about him. When love is like that, I can't stop thinking about him, she said honestly, her eyes shining. Sophie, yeah, I have heard huge of your love stories. Now tell me, are we going to our room or do you want to stay here the whole night? She rolled her eyes playfully. When, yes, let's go. She stood up with a smile. Saying this, they both went to their room. Days started passing like this. Jungkook and Wayne were very happy together. On the other hand, Shiu and Sophie were slowly getting closer, just like Wayne wanted, and Wayne never missed any chance to bring them together. All family members started liking Sophie, just like they liked Wayne. Mr. Jeon was very happy seeing both the girls like that. It felt like happiness had come back to the house after a long time. Both girls were playful and full of life. They were always running, joking, and talking in the house. Because of them, the dull and quiet house had come alive again. It didn't feel empty anymore, it felt lively and happy. One day, Wayne and Sophie were sitting in the room and talking. Suddenly, a naughty idea came to Wayne's mind. She remembered that Sophie was a little scared of dark, so, with a sly smile, she said to Sophie, When Sophie, can you please go and call Sue once? I have some work with him. I am trying to call him, but his phone isn't connecting. Sophie, okay. Saying this, Sophie walked towards Sue's room and Wayne quietly sneaked out of her room and went straight to the electricity board of the house. She turned off all the lights and silently came back to her room. Sophie had just knocked on Sue's door when suddenly the whole house went dark. Seeing sudden darkness, Sophie's face turned pale. Her breathing got faster and she started looking around nervously. Just then, Sue slowly opened his room door. The small sound of the door scared Sophie and she screamed out in fear. Sue quickly came forward, covered her mouth with his hand, and gently pinned her against the wall as he said, Sue, why are you shouting? It's me, Sue. If you scream like that, everyone in the house will think I am a thief and beat me up. Hearing his voice and feeling his familiar presence, Sophie felt a little relief. Some calmness came on her face, but she was still scared. Suddenly, she tightly hugged Sue. Sue was surprised and froze for a moment at her sudden hug. Then Sophie said with a shivering words, Sophie, please don't leave me. I am very scared of the dark. Stay like this until the light comes back. Please hold me tight or else ghost will take me away. After hearing her innocent and trembling voice, Sue understood everything. He gently hugged her back, put his hand on her shoulder, and softly patted her back while saying, Sue, I am not going anywhere. I am right here with you. Nothing will happen to you. I won't let anything happen to you. They both stood there in the hallway holding each other. Sophie was now a little calmer. Thought fear was still on her face. Sue looked at her closed eyes, which now had a little peace in them. A few minutes later, the lights came back. Maybe any family member turned them on. But even after the light came, Sue and Sophie were still standing in the same position with eyes closed in each other's arms. A little far away, Jungkook and Wayne were standing and watching them. Wayne had a sweet smile on her face. She was very happy seeing her friend like that. When the two of them didn't move for a long time, Jungkook finally cleared his throat loudly, and that sound brought both of them back to their senses. They quickly moved away from each other like two kids who got caught. Then Wayne said playfully, Wayne, what's going on here? What do you think, Jungkook? Maybe we shouldn't have come here right now. Looks like we disturbed them. Sophie quickly and nervously said, "It's nothing like what you are thinking, Wayne. You know I am scared of dark, right? The power went out and it got really dark and just held on to Sue. Sue, yes, she is right. There is nothing like that between us," he said awkwardly. "When really? Sophie, I knew that you were scared of dark, but I didn't know that you would hug someone so tightly in the dark, so tight that even air couldn't pass between you two," she said in a teasing tone with a playful smile in her eyes. After Wayne said that, Sophie's cheek turned red because embarrassment. She looked nervous and showed a bit of fake anger. "Sophie, Wayne, shut up. There's nothing like that. You were thinking something else." Sophie said this quickly with hesitation and ran to her room. Wayne kept smiling while looking at her. Sue also kept looking in the same direction until Sophie disappeared from his eyes. Then Wayne walked closer to Sue, held his hand, and said softly while looking into his eyes, "Wayne, Sue, your face and your eyes are telling everything. I can understand what's going on in your heart. She's a good girl, a really good one." Sue looked at her in surprise for a moment, then nervously looked away and said, "Sue, Wayne, there's nothing like that. You are really misunderstanding it." "Wayne, really? Then say this by looking into my eyes." Sue didn't say anything. He just looked down, like he was trying to hide his real feelings. Then Wayne placed her hand gently on his shoulder and said with a warm smile, "Wayne, look, Sue, it's been many days since I came to this house. In this time, I have learned to understand everyone here, and you too, whether you agree or not. Your eyes are telling the truth of your heart. And about my friend Sophie, I have known her since childhood. Your eyes are clearly saying that you have started to love her. Don't hide this feeling. What if it's get too late? She has never dated anyone before. There's no one in her heart. Tell her your feelings." "Sue, and what if she rejects me?" he said nervously with fear and sadness in his eyes. "Wayne, I don't think she will reject you. Maybe she has the same feelings in her heart too, just like you. She's just not ready to accept it. But you have to take the first step. Sue, how can I be sure that she feels the same for me? I can take such a big risk on just a maybe. What if she says no? Then our friendship will also break, and I don't want to lose this friendship. At least now I can still see her, talk to her. But if I tell her about my feelings and she leaves, I won't be able to handle that." His voice choked and his eyes showed pain. Seeing his sad and hopeless face, Wayne gently touched his arm and said in a soft voice, "Wayne, I am with you. Don't worry, I will help you." Sue looked at her with sad eyes, and then Wayne spoke again with a little excitement. "Wayne, I have an idea." Sue, with an uninterested and slightly sarcastic expression, "I don't want to hear your silly ideas." Wayne got a little angry, puffed her cheeks, and said with a slightly annoyed look in her eyes, "Wayne, what do you mean by Wayne, what do you mean silly ideas?" She stared at him. "Today, just because of my idea, you two got so close." Sue looked surprised. He looked at Wayne with disbelief. "Sue, shockingly, all this was your plan?" When he asked this, Wayne gave a sweet, innocent smile and just nodded her head. Then Sue looked at her seriously and said, Sue looking at Wayne, "What if I tell Sophie about your little plan?" Wayne puffed her nose in anger and said, "I am trying to help you and you are trying to get me in trouble. Go tell Sophie. Nothing will happen to me, but your love boat, it will sink before it even touches the water." Sue heard that and swallowed hard, like he just felt a painful future coming. "Sue, okay, fine, I won't say anything, but don't do that again. You know how scared she is of the dark." Wayne, "Yeah, I know that, and I also know that even in the dark, she can still beat someone up. So forget all that. Just tell me, do you want my help?" Sue nodded, looking a little helpless. Wine, good. Now I will try to find out what's in her heart. After that, I will tell you what you have to do, she said with a confident tone, like she had some kind of smart plan in her mind. See you. Okay, he gave a small smile, but his eyes still looked a bit unsure. A few days passed like this, but you didn't get any answer or instruction from Wayne. Every day he expected something, but got disappointed each time. He asked her many times about it, but every time Wayne only said, I still haven't found out anything. A few more days later, it was evening. Sue, Wine, Sophie, Ava, and Max were all sitting in the living room. Everyone was busy on their phones. The room was quiet, only soft phone sounds and background music were heard. Just then, Wine got a message from Sue. She picked up her phone, looked at the screen, and then looked up at Sue. Sue made a small gesture with his eyes. Look at your phone, like he was waiting messages. Sue, what happened? Did you find anything? Any answer? Why no? When has your brain gone empty? Are you out of all ideas? When what nonsense are you saying? Sue, then why are you making me wait so much? When be patient. If I do something too fast and she finds out, she will beat me up and she won't even spare you. Sue, okay, take your time, but please try to make it fast. Wine, you are such a worried person. After sending the message, Wine put the phone aside with a slightly irritated expression. She looked around at everyone's faces. Sophie was scrolling on her phone, Max was busy with the game, and Ava was quietly looking at Instagram. Everyone was so into their phones, like nothing else existed in the world. Suddenly, an idea hit one's mind like a light bulb. A playful smile appeared on her face. She quickly sat up straight and shouted loudly, Wine, hey everyone, let's play truth and dare. Everyone looked at her with uninterested and lazy eyes, like someone had disturbed their comfort. Wine, come on guys, instead of staring at our phones all the time, let's do something fun. Her voice was full of excitement. Her eyes were shining and her tones sounded like a challenge. Max, you are right, sister-in-law. He put down his phone and gave a thumbs up with a small impressive smile. Ava, okay, I am ready. She smiled softly and placed her phone aside. Sophie, okay, sweetheart, I will do anything for you. Give a flash to Wine while saying it, and Wine started smiling. Sue, I won't play, he said angrily. His face looked a little upset, like everything felt useless to him. Wine in mind, this crazy boy will get beaten by me today. God, how did you make these two brothers? One has a heart like ice, and the other has a brain that never works. She rolled her eyes and got a bit irritated with herself. Then Wine secretly messaged Sue on her phone. Her fingers were moving fast, like she had lost all her patience. Wine, idiot fool, you are seriously out of my mind. I am doing all this for you and you are showing attitude? Sue, is this your idea? Wine, yes, idiot. Sue, okay. Sue, I am also ready. When finally you came to your sense, she made a little sarcastic face, but there was a bit of relief in her eyes. Sue, he smiled nervously. Then the game started. Everyone got a little active. The mood became light and full of fun and jokes. After playing for a while, it was Sophie's turn to choose truth or dare. Everyone was looking at her. Wine. Sophie, truth or dare? Sophie, truth. Wine. After thinking for a few seconds, she asked, will her eyes stay focused on Sophie's face? Do you love someone? Tell the truth. Sophie, she said slowly, looking a little nervous. Her face turned a bit red. Maybe, I am not sure about my feelings. After hearing her answer, Sue looked at Wine like he had guessed something, and Wine just gave a soft smile. There was a small satisfied smile on her lips. Then the game started again, and everyone behaved normally. Then when it was Sophie's turn again, Wine asked, Wine, truth or dare? Sophie, truth. One, if someday you are alone at night and stuck in some trouble and I am not with you at that time, Then will you call for help? Sophie. She bit her lip and answered nervously, see you. That's it. After hearing her answer, Wayne became happy. There was a little proud expression on her face, like her plan worked, and Sue couldn't stop smiling. His face was glowing, but he was trying to hide his smile in front of everyone. Then, when Sophie's turn came again, Wayne spoke to her in a slightly provoking and teasing way. There was a little joke in her tone, but her eyes had a clever sparkle. Wayne, Sophie, are you choosing truth every time? Are you now getting scared of doing a dare? She said, Will, making fun of Sophie. Sophie, me, scared of a dare? That's not possible, she said confidently, but her face looked a little defensive. When you didn't get scared before, but now it seems like maybe you are. Oh no, where is my old daring Sophie gone? She said dramatically, like in a movie scene, waving her hands in the air. Sophie, I am not scared, she replied with a bit of stubbornness in her voice, and her eyes got slightly wider. When really? Then truth or dare? She asked with a challenging smile, sounding confident. Sophie, dear, she said confidently, but a little tension could be seen on her face from inside. This is exactly what Wayne wanted. There was a clever smirk on her face. She got the perfect chance. She called Sophie near her and leaned slightly, whispering the dare softly in her ear, like telling a big secret. Wayne, I know who you have feelings for in your heart. Her voice had a teasing softness, like she was enjoying knowing the secret. After hearing once what Sophie's face filled with shock, her eyes went wide like someone had caught her hidden secret. Without saying anything, she looked at Wayne's face, her eyes full of hesitation. Wayne, you dare is the person you are falling in love with on his cheek, she said softly with a smile like she was enjoying Sophie's nervousness. Hearing this, Sophie's whole face turned red like someone had exposed her in front of everyone. She started stammering, her voice shaking a bit. Sophie, Wayne, please don't do this. I can't do that. What will he think about me? She said nervously, trying to hide her face with her hands. Wayne, you will only know what he thinks when you complete your dare, she said with a teasing smile, like she was enjoying Sophie's panic. Sophie, please, no, no, she said, Will joining her hands, her eyes full of nervousness and a little shyness too. Everyone was looking at Wayne and Sophie with surprise, seeing their reaction. People were trying to understand what was going on just then, so Wayne spoke to Sophie again, this time in a more serious tone. Wayne, think about it. Either complete the dare or confess your love in front of everyone. She even gave a small signal with her eyes, like saying, Now is the time. This shocked Sophie even more. Her face became completely frozen, but after a few seconds of silence, she took a small breath and slowly nodded her head. Sophie, okay, I will do the dare, she said, but her voice was slightly shaking. After hearing this, a satisfying happiness came on Wayne's face. There was a shine in her eyes like she had won a game. Then Sophie slowly, with a small step, started walking towards you. Her heart was beating very fast and her hands were shaking a little with every step. When she finally stood in front of Sue, she looked into his eyes and said, Sophie, sorry, please don't feel bad. This is just a dare, sorry. Seeing her saying sorry with so much nervousness, Sue got a little surprised. There was confusion in his eyes, like he couldn't understand what Sophie was about to do. Then he looked at Wayne, and she was smiling, Will looking at him and signaling with her eyes. She looked even more confused, but there was a small storm starting in his heart too. And then suddenly, Sue's eyes opened wide with shock as Sophie gave a smile on his. Sue's eyes grew big in surprise. His mouth opened a little, and he immediately looked at Wayne, as if asking what just happened. His face turned completely red. The blush reached his ears, and Sophie, whose face was already pink now, looked even more shy. She covered her eyes with her hands and stood there silently. Seeing both of them like that, Wayne started laughing loudly. Her laugh echoed in the room. There was a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, which was now deeper than before. After laughing for a while, Wayne looked at Sue and smiled and said, Wayne, the destination is beautiful. The weather is pleasant. The way is easy. This is the right time. There was a hidden meaning in her words. Destination means Sophie, weather mean the home situation, way mean the way to his heart, way mean the way to her heart, the confession, and the time everything was perfect. Sue understood what she meant. There was a little fear in his eyes, but also happiness. He slowly stood up from place. Will standing up, his legs were shaking a little. He looked once more at Wayne, and she blinked at him, giving a yes signal. Then Sue came in front of Sophie and bent down on one knee. Seeing this, Sophie got totally shocked. She looked at him like she had stopped breathing. Sue, I love you, Sophie. I really love you a lot. There is no pressure. If you don't feel the same, it's okay. But please don't end our friendship. Please, please, please. He said everything in one breath. There was truth and fear in his voice. After this proposal, Sophie stood silently for a few moments, like she didn't know how to respond. Like her feet couldn't move, Sue kept looking into her eyes, but Sophie's silence was making his heart more and more restless. Then slowly Sophie moved her eyes toward Wayne, as if asking with her eyes, What shall I do? Wayne smiled softly, and she looked into Sophie's eyes and said, Wayne, very few people get a life partner like you. Don't let such a precious person go from your hands. Ava and Max were watching everything like audience. There was an emotional shine in their eyes. They were happy for Sue and Sophie. Then Sophie, hiding her smile, said to Sue, Sophie, think again. I am very dangerous. I can hit you anytime. Sophie's reply made everyone laugh, and Sue at first looked at her in shock, then quickly stood up, hugged her tightly, and said, Sue, I will happily get bitten by your hands. Sophie's eyes sparkled with both shyness and happiness at Sue's sweet reply. Her face was full of smiles, and she hugged Sue tightly and said, Sophie, oh my, you are being romantic already? Wayne, wow, you both look so cute together, she said with a smile. Today is a happy moment, so let's have something sweet. Wait, I will bring something right now. Her eyes were filled with true happiness, and her face was glowing with a proud smile, like she had won something small in her friend's joy. After that, one went to the kitchen. Just then, Jungkook entered the living room, and seeing Seo, Sophie, Ava, and Max like this, he asked, Jungkook, what's going on here? Ava looked at him with excited eyes, like she had just watched a happy ending in a movie. Ava, excited. Hyung just now, Seo Hyung proposed to Sophie, and she said yes, now they are in a relationship. Jungkook listened to Ava, but his face didn't change at all. His eyes were only looking for one thing. Jungkook, best of luck. And who planned all this? Seo, Max, Ava all said the same name at once. Seo, Max, Ava. Wine, Jungkook. Then where is she? Seo stared at Jungkook's reaction, then thought, Seo in mind, what kind of person is he? Can't he just ask clearly where she is? Why ask in a such a roundabout way? After Jungkook's question, Sue and Sophie looked at each other for a second. Then Sophie calmly said, Sophie, she went to the kitchen. Jungkook, oh, okay. Saying this, Jungkook walked straight toward the kitchen. There was no emotion on his face. But his steps were a little fast. In the kitchen, one was taking something out from the fridge when suddenly Jungkook came and hugged her from behind. One got a little scared. Her heart skipped a beat. Then Jungkook softly said near her ear, Jungkook, Mariposa. Hearing that one word, one's face turned a little red with blush, but she kept her voice normal. One, what do you want? Jungkook rested his head on her shoulder and wrapped his arms more tightly around her. Jungkook, yo. Wine started smiling. Jungkook moved her hair from the back and gently started her shoulder. The soft touch of his and the warmth of his breath sent a light shiver through one's body. Wine closed eyes by his and said slowly, while breathing heavily, Jungkook, what are you doing? Jungkook, loving you. Still, shoulder lightly. Every from his was making Wine's heartbeat faster. Wine, someone will see us. Eyes still closed. Her face turned red, but there was a small smile on her lips. Jungkook, let them see. I don't care. His voice was calm, but had a soft, possessive tone. Just then Mrs. Jeon came into the kitchen for some work, and when she saw Jungkook and Wine like that, she almost fell in shock. Her eyes went wide. Her mouth opened in surprise, and she slowly started stepping back without making any noise because Jungkook and Wine's back was towards her, so they hadn't seen her eat. She quietly came out of the kitchen and stood behind a wall, secretly watching them. Her heartbeat had started rising. Then Wine turned towards Jungkook, gently hugged his, looked at him and said, Wine, Mr. Jungkook, you are getting too impatient, she said with a soft smile and playful eyes. Her words had no anger, just a sweet teasing. Mrs. Jeon saw all this and got so shocked that she tightly covered her mouth with her hands, so no sound could come out. Her face turned pale in shock, and she quickly ran to her room. After reaching her room, she started breathing heavily, her chest going up and down. She was so shocked that she couldn't believe her own eyes. She started slapping her own cheeks and said to herself, Mrs. Jeon, this can't be true. How did this happen? How did my cold-hearted son fall in love with his own younger brother? Anyway, she was going to divorce Wayne, and Wayne, you have really done something amazing. Now only you can bring Jungkook back to how he used to be. Saying all this to herself, she started walking toward the living room. By then, Jungkook had already gone to his room, and Wan came into the living room trying to stay calm. All the other family members were also there, busy talking. Then Max got everyone's attention and said, Max, listen everyone, there is a good news. Sue likes a girl, and that girl likes you too, he said with a teasing smile. Eldaran, oh wow, said happily with a sparkle in her eyes. Who is that girl? Ava, Sophie. As soon as everyone heard this, they were shocked for a moment. Their faces were full of surprise. Everyone suddenly looked at Sophie and Sue. Sophie became nervous under all those staring eyes. Her hands turned cold and her throat started to dry. She looked at Sue with fear. Then Mr. Jeon asked in a deep but calm voice, Mr. Jeon, Sue, is this true? Without any expression. His serious and direct question made Wayne feel worried too. Her face turned a little pale and her eyes kept moving between Sue and Sophie. She was afraid that the family might reject Sophie, but then Sue held Sophie's hand tightly with confidence, looked straight into his father's eyes and said, Sue, yes, Papa, this is true. I love Sophie and she loves me too, and holding Sophie's hand tightly, I want to marry only her. Seeing him speak about his love so confidently in front of his father, Sophie's eyes filled with love. Then Mr. Jeon looked at Wayne, Sue, and Sophie and suddenly smiled. Mr. Jeon, well, that's a good thing. We won't have to worry anymore. Our son has found a very good daughter-in-law for us. Hearing this, all the family members become very happy. Wayne, Max, and Ava started clapping with joy. Sue silently hugged Sophie tightly as if all the fear and tension had disappeared now. Then Mrs. Jeon smiled and said, Mrs. Jeon, our luck is very good. Not just one, but we got two good and beautiful daughter-in-laws. Hearing this, everyone became quiet for a moment, their eyes full of surprise. All eyes turned toward her. Wine felt a little scared and lost her calmness. There was fear in her eyes, wondering if Mrs. Jeon had found out about her and Jungkook's relationship. Then Mrs. Jeon smiled at Wine and said, Mrs. Jeon, yes, even our cold-hearted son has started liking someone. Not just liking, he has started loving her very much, and the girl is very good too. Really? Now all the family members were more than surprised. Ava and Max widened their eyes in shock. But the most surprised was Mr. John. He immediately looked at Mrs. John and asked, Mr. John, are you telling the truth? Mrs. John nodded. There was so much relief in her eyes, as if a big worry was now gone. On Mr. John's face there was a different sparkle, a bright light in his eyes, and excitement on his face. Mr. John, who is that girl who finally melted the ice that had frozen for years? Wine in mind, I am dead. Mr. John, not now. Wait a little. When the time comes, I will definitely tell everyone her name. Mr. John, but why not now? Mrs. John, because very soon our son himself will tell us the name of that girl. Everyone, what? Hearing this, Sue and Sophie looked at Wine, and Wine nervously started beating her own lips. Mrs. John, yes, just wait a little. Before they could say anything more, the serpent of the house entered. Auntie, along with her two troublemakers, Diana and Leo. Auntie, what are you all doing? You all have completely forgotten me, she said, looking at everyone angrily. Wine, if you let anyone forget yourself, Auntie angrily snapping, I am not talking to you, and if you are not a member of this house, then stay quiet. Wine, oh Auntie, you got angry. I mean, just think. People can forget to eat, drink, even to live for a moment. But can they forget their worries? No, right? All the family members tried to stop their lover, but suddenly Leo angrily pushed his mother aside and came in front of Wine, shouting in anger, Leo, watch your tongue. Will talking or you don't even know what I will do to you. Then Sophie came and stood in front of Wine with anger in her eyes and spoke to Leo. Sophie tried touching her. I will take off your hand and put it in your other hand. Leo laughed a little while mocking Wine and said, Leo, why are you scared? So you hired a bodyguard for yourself and that to a woman? Wine moved Sophie slightly and looked at Leo angrily, then spoke loudly. Wine, for a mannerless person like you, I am more than huge. Why should I waste money to hire a bodyguard for you? And don't ever make the mistake of thinking women are weak. Don't forget the one who gave birth to you was also a woman. After hearing Wine's words, Leo first laughed loudly, then with a devilish smile, he looked at Wine from head to toe with eyes and said, here is a scene that can you will see on my Inkit, and I will provide it Inkit link on pin comment, and first scene was also provided in pin comment. Jungkook, the day you even look at Wine again, that will be your last day in this world. Remember it. Well, I will make you count every breath. Auntie went to Mr. John Will crying and said in a complaining voice, Auntie, are you seeing this, Hayu? What your son has done to my son just for that shameless girl? Hearing her words, Jungkook turned towards her with a deadly glare, like he could shut her mouth that very moment. His eyes were filled with so much anger that everyone felt scared. Jungkook, if I hear even one more word from your mouth against Wine, then remember you won't be able to return to your home alive. So think carefully before you speak. After hearing this, Auntie stepped back in fear because she very well knew about Jungkook's cold personality and merciless heart. Then after a few seconds, Auntie looked at Wine and said hesitantly a little, Auntie, to Wine, sorry. Then suddenly she turned towards Mr. John and shouted in anger, Auntie, Hyun, won't you say anything? Mr. John, who was silent until now, finally spoke up in anger. Mr. John, why would I say? Get out from here and don't ever show your face again. Everyone was shocked. Complete silence filled the living room. Mr. John, is this what you taught your son? that he should not respect a woman rather than slapping your son. You are asking me why I am not saying anything? Then listen, get out of here and never come back to this house again. After hearing his words, Auntie suddenly started fake crying as if everything was a big shock for her. She spoke while crying, but there was no real regret in her heart. Auntie, please, Hyung, don't say this. I have no one else in this world except you. If you also reject me like this, then where will I go? And about my son, I will give him the strictest punishment, I promise. Diana, fake crying, bringing tears to her eyes and walking close to Mr. Jeon. Please, uncle, don't say this. Leo made a mistake. Please forgive him. Mr. Jeon, I forgive you and your mother, but this Leo, I will never forgive him. Tell him he must leave this house right now and never enter this house again. After hearing his words, Auntie and Diana looked at each other. Then, without saying anything, both of them supported Leo on their shoulders and slowly took him away while leaving. Diana turned and looked at Wayne once, then came close to her and said softly, Diana, don't think that you have on. I will become the daughter-in-law of this house no matter what. After hearing her words, Wayne smiled a little and softly said near her ear, Wayne, this dream of yours will only remain a dream because Siu has already chosen a girl for himself. So tell me, whose wife will you become? Diana, not Siu, but Jungkook is there, right? Wayne, Jungkook? Really? You think he will even look at you? And even if you think so, let me tell you, his heart belongs to me now. So don't even think about it. Saying this, Wayne walked straight past Diana and stood near Jungkook. On Diana's face, jealousy and anger were clearly visible. She looked at Wayne angrily and without saying anything, left the house. After some time, when everyone went to their rooms, Mrs. Jeon called Wayne alone. There was a soft smile on her face. Mrs. Jeon, Wayne, my child, I saw you and Jungkook together in the kitchen. Wayne, shocked, nervous, and a little scared, with slight fear in her eyes. Mrs. Jeon, hey, don't be scared. I am really happy. Finally, my son's heart has melted for someone, and that girl is you. That makes me even happier. Wayne, Jungkook is very lucky to get a girl like you. There was truth in her words, a mother's love and peace in her eyes that comes from seeing a good relationship. Wayne lowered her head slightly. Mrs. Jeon, I didn't say anything to the family because I wanted to confirm it with you first. Now that everything is clear, I can tell everyone. Wayne quickly stopped Mrs. Jeon and said, Wayne, no, auntie, not now, please. Mrs. Jeon, why? Wayne said slowly, actually, until my and Siu's divorce is final. I don't want to tell anyone anything. Mrs. Jeon understood and replied, Mrs. Jeon, okay, dear, I will do as you say. Smiled. Wayne smiled.
A few days passed like this. Everything was going well. Like every day, Jungkook used to wake up and meet her with a smile, talk about little things, and spend most of his time with Wayne. But suddenly one morning, Wayne saw that Jungkook left somewhere without meeting her. She felt a little sad. There was a little sadness in her eyes because since their relationship started, this was the first time Jungkook left without seeing her. Her heart felt a bit heavy. She waited until afternoon, kept looking at the clock again and again, but Jungkook didn't come home. There was no call, no messages from him. Every time she looked at the phone, her face looked more and more upset. Then she called Jungkook herself, but his phone was switched off. Her heart started beating fast, and worry clearly showed in her eyes. From afternoon to evening, Wayne started feeling nervous. Her heart was restless. She looked at the door every time she heard any sound. Then she went to Sue's room to ask about it. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Sophie and Sue sitting and talking. Wine, where is Jungkook? There was clear tension and fear on Wine's face. Her voice was shaking a little like something bad had happened and she was scared. Sophie saw her and quickly came to her and asked, Sophie, what happened at Wine? Why do you look so scared? Wine, Sue, where is Jungkook? Sue, I don't know Wine, where he is or where he goes. No one knows except him. Wine, what do you mean? Sue, Seuss actually didn't sound normal. His voice had a strange heaviness, like he was about to say something deeply hidden. It felt like a secret buried for years was going to come out, or maybe a path that leads to an old mystery was about to open. One's expression changed. She quickly asked again, this time with a little anger and worry. Wine, actually what, Sue? Sophie, calm down, come sit here and talk. Sophie gently held Wine's hand and made her sit on the couch. Her hands had turned cold. Sophie gave her a soft comfort and then Sue slowly started speaking. Sue, actually since I was old used to understand things and noticed them, I have seen that Hyung leaves the house every year on the same day, early in the morning before anyone wakes up. Where he goes, what he does, who he meets, and why he meets them, no one knows, no one at all. After hearing him, one just kept looking at Sue for a few seconds, trying to understand every word he said. Sue, I asked every family member about this. I tried a lot to find out, but it was useless because no one knows anything, and maybe they are so scared of him that no one ever tried to find out. One, is today's date something special? I mean, did something happen on this date before, or is something supposed to happen, or is it someone's birthday? So, as far as I remember, nothing like that, nothing happened on this date, and it's no one's birthday either. One, then why does he go, and why only on this date? There must be something about this date. Now one's heart started beating very fast. Her breathing became heavy. The tension grew so much that even her hands and feet started shaking a little. Her eyes showed both fear and worry, like she felt something bad was about to happen. Seeing her like this, Sophie immediately put her hand on one's shoulder and said gently to give her strength, Sophie, one, don't take so much stress. Everything will be fine. Somehow we will find out where he went and why. If you take this much tension, your health will get worse. Then how will you find out anything about him? Sue, Sophie is absolutely right. Wine, control yourself. Wine, what should I do? I don't understand anything. Her voice was full of restlessness and her eyes showed confusion. It felt like something was breaking inside her. She was sitting with her head held in both hands, like a storm of questions was going on in her mind. Sophie, we can check his phone's last location. Sophie's words brought a small light of hope in one's eyes. She immediately looked at Sophie as if she had found some light in the darkness, but that light didn't last long because Sue softly said, Sue, what do you both think? That I didn't try that way? I did, but Hyung is not only powerful, he is also very smart. He never leaves any clue behind. When he doesn't want to tell anything to anyone, then no one can find out anything about him. His tone was full of disappointment, and hearing his words, not just one, even Sophie sat down again, feeling hopeless. For a few moments, silence filled the room. All three were lost in thoughts. Their faces clearly showed confusion and worry.
After a little while, Isla came into the room playing with a small toy car. Her smile and innocent presence changed the atmosphere for a moment. Seeing her, a different kind of light came on Wine's face. She quickly controlled herself and stood up suddenly. Sophie, what happened? Wine, I got an idea to find out Jungkook's location. Sophie and Sue. Really? Excitement appeared on their faces again. Sophie and Sue looked at Wine with curiosity. Wine, yes, look, modern cars always have a GPS tracker. We can track it. Your Hyung's car must have also have one. We have to track it. She spoke with sudden energy in her voice, like a spark of light appeared in the darkness. Sophie, well done. Sophie's eyes showed pride. She smiled and placed her hand on Wine's shoulder. Sue, you are a genius, but this might take some time. His voice had a little doubt, but seeing Wine's strong determination, he agreed. Wine, no matter what, just find the location of his car. Her eyes had only one mission, to find him. Her face was full of anger and worry, but her words were strong. Sue, okay. Saying this, Sue left the place. After about 1 hour, he came back and saw Wine and Sophie waiting for him. Sue, unbelievable. His face showed shock, like he couldn't believe what he had just found. Sophie, what? Sophie asked quickly. Her heart was feeling restless. Sue, Hyung has 4 or 5 farmhouses. One of them is about 3-4 hours away from here. The car's location is at that place. And do you know what the most interesting thing is? Last year I wanted to go there with my friends, so I asked Hyung for the keys to that farmhouse. And do you know what he said? He told me that the farmhouse is very old and it has started to break down slowly. He said I can't go there until it's repaired. Sue's eyes were still full of shock, like his Hyung had told him a big lie and was hiding something serious. Sophie, such a big lie. If that farmhouse is in such a bad condition, then why does he go there every year on the same day? Sophie's voice was full of anger and confusion. Her mind was trying hard to understand everything. Wine, there's something there that he wants to hide from everyone. Maybe that's why he goes there only a year, so that no one becomes suspicious and no one finds out about that place. But what could it be? She said with narrowed eyes, like she was trying to solve a puzzle. Sophie, looking at Wine, we will only find out when we go there. Sophie's voice now had a bit of excitement, like she was also ready to face the truth. Wine, then get ready and take everything we might need, because we are going there right now. I will just go and change my clothes. Saying this, Wine was about to leave when Sue stopped her. Sue, wait, Wine, is it really okay for us to go there? Because you don't know the anger he has. We have seen it before. I don't want our visit to trigger that anger. He has been hiding this secret for so many years, and what if our presence makes him explode? Wine, no matter what happens, today I will reveal this secret. Sophie, and I am with Wine, Sue said helplessly. Sue, if you both won't listen, then what can I do? Let's go. Whatever happens, we will face it. Who knows what trouble is waiting for us there? After that, the three of them got ready. They lied to their family, saying they were going out for fun, and left the house. The whole journey was silent. Sue was scared of his Hyung's anger. On the other side, One was worried about Jungkook and also curious about the secret of that place. Meanwhile, Sophie was tense for Wayne. She was scared that Wayne's bold nature and interference might create problems for her this time. After 3 hours and 40 minutes, they reached the location as Wayne suggested. Sue parked the car a little ahead of the farmhouse. They got out of the car and started walking towards the farmhouse. To their shock, the farmhouse door was already open, so they quickly stepped inside without making any sound. Inside there was dim light in the living room, but still a scary silence was everywhere with each step. Their hearts beat faster, breaking the silence. Suddenly they heard Jungkook's voice from a closet room. Maybe he was talking to someone. Jungkook, she is very nice. If you meet her, you will like her too. The three of them slowly started walking towards that room. Their heartbeats were fast. Siu was sweating from fear. His face clearly showed how scared he was. One's heartbeat was so fast that her hands and legs were shaking. She was more scared of the secret behind that room than Jungkook's anger. What could be inside? Could it be something that ends her relationship with Jungkook right now? Something that could break her and this relationship completely. She held the door handle with her trembling hands. She looked once at Sue and then at Sophie. Sue's fear was clearly visible in his eyes, but Sophie gave her a nod, agreeing to open the door. Taking a deep breath, Wayne suddenly opened the door, and the scene inside shocked all three of them. Wayne's legs became weak, and she was about to fall when Sophie quickly held her. Seeing them like that, Jungkook was first surprised, then suddenly stood up in anger and shouted loudly at all three of them. Jungkook, how dare you three come here? How did you even find out about this place? Why are you three here? Who gave you permission to come here? Get out of here right now, he shouted like crazy. Full of anger, he pushed Siu to throw him out on his face. There was not just anger but also pain hidden between his words. In the room, a girl was lying on the bed. Her eyes were closed and many machines were placed around her, all attached to her body. The soft beep beep sound of the breathing machine used in the room. Maybe she was very sick and she looked pale and fragile, like she hadn't moved in days. Jungkook was sitting beside her, holding her hand in both of his hands and talking to her. There was sadness and deep pain in his eyes. Seeing all this, Wan's eyes started crying non-stop. Her eyes had turned red. Both anger and pain were filling her heart at the same time. Seeing Jungkook shouting like that, she broke down even more. Her whole body was shaking. She pushed Jungkook in anger and said, "Wan, who is this girl? Why is she here? And what are you doing here? Why were you holding her hand? Why do you come to this farmhouse on this date every year?" She shouted in anger. Tears were continuously falling from her eyes. Her voice had become heavy and pain come out with every word. Jungkook, just leave this place. His eyes were burning with anger. Why? Who is she? What relationship do you have with her? She screamed loudly. Her throat had dried up. Tears had choked her face, but there was only one question in her eyes. What is the truth? Now Jungkook was also broken. His legs couldn't carry his weight anymore. He slowly fell on his knees. Tears filled his eyes. Crying, he shouted, "Jungkook, please go away, all of you. Just leave me alone, please." His voice stopped. There was heavy pain in his breath. On his face only one thing was frightened pain. One's condition was getting worse now. Crying and shouting so much was becoming too hard for her. Her breathing got heavy. Her legs started shaking, and now she couldn't even stand properly. Her eyes were swollen. Her voice was coming out with great difficulty, like every word was cutting through her heart. Wine crying softly, "Please tell me, Jungkook, who is she? What is your relation with her? Were you just passing time with me till now?" Her words shook Jungkook completely. His face turned blank for a moment, but in the next moment he shouted in anger. Tears were still falling from his eyes. His face clearly showed pain and guilt. "Jungkook, she is my sister." After this, the whole room went completely silent, a silence so heavy that it felt like it could tear the air apart. No one said a word, only the sound of Jungkook's sobs could be heard. Eugene in the room, showing how broken he was inside. All three stood there in shock. One moment they looked at Jungkook, the next moment at the girl. Siu asked in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with tears. "Siu, which sister Hyung?" With tears in his eyes, every word came straight from his heart. "Jungkook, Susan." At that moment, everything felt like it had stopped. Hearing his sister's name after so many years, Siu's face turned pale. His whole body started shaking. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees as if he had no strength left in him. His voice was broken, completely filled with pain. "Siu, how is this possible? Mom and Dad told me that Sujin Nuna left home and went abroad." Jungkook's eyes were burning with anger and pain. He shouted loudly, with each word his pain and tears growing stronger. "Jungkook, they lied. Because of them, she is like this today." Siu looked at Jungkook with wide eyes, clearly shocked by his words. "Siu, this can't be true. Mom and Dad can't do something like this. You are lying." Jungkook tried to hide the pain in his voice, but the tears falling from his eyes told the truth of his heart. In a tired and broken tone, he spoke. "Jungkook, what do you even know about them, about that family? The reason why I have always been so angry and full of hate towards them, it's only because of this." His throat felt tight, and tears kept falling from his eyes. With every word, he was slowly letting go of the pain he had kept inside for so long. Then Wine quickly walked over and hugged Jungkook tightly. His broken and hard heart felt a little better. With just one hug from Wine, Jungkook also held her close, like she was the only support left for his tears. While crying, he softly said near her ear, "Jungkook, I really love you. Wine, I could never do anything wrong to you. And today about my sister, I didn't want to tell anyone because I was afraid she might be harmed again." His voice was weak, but there was a deep truth hidden in it. "Wine, I know you love me a lot, and I also know that you can never betray me. The only reason I said all that was to know the truth you have been hiding for so many years." Everyone was crying. The whole room was filled with the sound of soft sobs. Everyone's eyes had tears. Jungkook was crying so much like he had lost everything. Holding Wine tightly, he was letting out all his pain. Wine gently patted his back with her hand, trying to give peace to his heart. After a while, when Jungkook became a little calm and his breathing slowed down, Wine softly touched his hair and lovingly asked, "And what's the truth? And what happened to Sujin Yoni? Why is she here like this?" Jungkook's eyes were now slow and tired. Marks of tears were visible on his face. With a voice full of pain, he started to speak. "Jungkook, when I was studying abroad, I used to talk to Sujin every day on call. She was my only little sister. I loved her a lot, and she also loved me very much. She shared everything with me, even the smallest thing. One day she told me on the phone that she was in love with a boy. I asked many times about the boy's name. Every time she avoided telling me. Some day passed like this. Then one day suddenly she called. She was crying so much that I got scared just by hearing her voice. I kept asking again and again, what happened to Sujin? Please tell me. But she didn't say anything. She only said that the boy betrayed her trust and her emotionally. And now the family also know everything. The family is very angry with her.
After hearing that, I also started getting scared because I know my father very well. His honor is everything for him. For him, nothing is more important than his respect. My heart started shaking. I thought maybe they will force my sister into marriage somewhere. Thinking that, I decided to come back the next day. When I came back the next day, Sujan was not at home. No one even took her name. When I asked the family, they said Sujan had gone abroad. But I didn't believe this, even for a moment, because if she was going, she would have told me first. She would have said something before leaving. After that, I sent my men to find her. I never went back abroad again. A few days later, one of my men told me that Sujin was in a hospital. Her condition was very bad. She had a terrible, and after that, she went into. I rushed to the hospital. When I saw her, my whole world broke apart. I wanted to tell the family about it, but first I started an investigation about the. And when I found out the truth, my soul shocked. This wasn't just a random, something felt wrong, like someone had planned it. And the biggest shock I got was when I found out, when I landed the car belonged to our house. I realized that my family may have been involved. How could I tell anyone that my sister is with me? That very moment, I took Susan secretly from the hospital and brought her here. And since then, I have been getting her treated here. So many years have passed, but she still hasn't come out of the. After hearing what happened with Sujin, everyone's eyes filled with tears again. The room filled with silence and sadness once more. Every face looked broken. Seeing Jungkook's love and courage for his sister Wan's respect for him grew even more. Then Sophie, a bit hesitantly, softly said, Sophie, Hyung, you could have confirmed the family once, asked them why they did something like this. Jungkook, if I had done that, they would have found out that Sujin is still alive. They could have tried to take her away again. That's why I stayed quiet. But the hate and anger I felt towards them, it started growing inside me every single day. Every word they said, every fake smile of theirs, it all started feeling like a lie. Day and night I lived in fear that one day they might find Sujin and her again. This time Siu stood up, will crying. His eyes were full of tears, his heart heavy with pain. He shouted while sobbing, Siu, so much cruelty on an innocent life, and how you would handle it everything alone. You never thought to tell me even once. Do I seem like them to you, like those people? Have I become like them in your eyes? Why did you make me feel like a stranger, Hyung? Jungkook, you are also my little brother. How could I tell you all this? Could you have handled it? You were also studying abroad, and when you came back, I didn't want to take away your smiling and happy life by telling you all this pain. I didn't want your lover to turn into silence like mine. So at least I would have lived with this guilt that for so many days I lived with the people who hurt my sister. Between the two brothers, the pain was deep. The room fell into silence. Everyone's heart was feeling the same thing. Such a big truth, such a painful story. Everything was kept hidden. The atmosphere in the room became so heavy that everyone sat down in their places and started crying. There was pain in everyone's eyes and their hearts were full of sorrow. Siu kept standing in the same spot without any reaction, like something had broken inside him. His eyes stared into nothing. Then suddenly a wave of anger appeared on his face and he shouted loudly, Siu, what those people did to my sister, I won't stay silent anymore. They will face the truth for what they did. Saying this, he ran toward his car like fire in anger. His steps were fast and his breathing was heavy. Seeing him like that, Jungkook, Wine and Sophie suddenly came to their senses and ran after him to stop him. Jungkook shouted while running, Jungkook, stop, Siu, don't do this. This could bring more trouble for Sujin. Wine, Siu, please stop. We can't take any kind of risk like this. Please understand. Sophie, please, Siu, listen to us. Stop. We will all think about this together. Don't do anything alone. Please don't do this. But Siu didn't listen to anyone. It felt like his ears were shut. His eyes were full of pain and burning with uncontrollable anger. He directly went and sat in his car, and without waiting even a second, he drove away at high speed. The three of them were a bit far from him.
so they couldn't stop him. Only the sound of his car going far could be heard. Just then, Wayne quickly looked at Jungkook. Her voice was full of panic. Wayne, Jungkook, you go after him. He is angry. What if something bad happens? Tell him to slow down the car quickly. Sophie, I will come with you too. He is so angry. What if he puts himself in danger? Wayne, okay, Jungkook. But Sujin, her caretaker, still hasn't come back yet. He was hyper and tense. Worry and fear were clearly visible on his face. When it's okay, I will stay here with Yuni until her caretaker comes back. I won't move from here. I will take care of her. Jungkook, thank you. Wayne, a small relief appeared on his face. After saying this, Jungkook gave a soft on Wayne's forehead that held thankfulness, trust, and deep concern. Then he quickly took the car with Sophie and left for home. Wayne sat next to Susan, held her hand, and started waiting for the caretaker. 3 hours and 30 minutes later at Jeon Mansion. As soon as Siu reached home, he entered with fire in his eyes. His steps were heavy and he was breathing fast. He started shouting loudly, Siu, where is everyone? Come out right now. After everything you did to my sister, you all are resting peacefully, he shouted angrily. His voice echoed in every corner of the house. I never thought that my own family would be like this. Come out now, in front of me. It was late night, and seeing him suddenly shout like that, all the family members got tense. In confusion, they quickly came out of their rooms and reached the living room. Everyone's face was full of shock. Just then, Jungkook and Sophie also reached the mansion. They tried to stop Siu, but before they could reach him, Siu stepped closer to his father, pointing angrily, his voice shaking, and shouted with tears and anger in his eyes. Siu, what kind of father are you? How could you do this to your own daughter? Seeing him shout like that while holding his father's, all the family members were shocked, like their breath had stopped. Mrs. Jeon quickly stepped forward, pushed Chiu back with force, and shouted in anger, Mrs. Jeon, have you gone mad? What kind of behavior is this with your father? Siu, why only dad? I am asking all of you the same question. Why did you all do this to her? He shouted in anger, his voice loud and shaking. His eyes were red with rage. He yelled at everyone. Elder uncle, son first tell us what did we do and to whom? Siu, to my Susan Nuna. Why did you all do this to her? Now Siu couldn't stop his tears. His throat was full. His voice was shaking. Mr. John, what? Shock and confusion appeared on his face. Younger uncle, but isn't she abroad? She shouted again, louder this time and with more pain. Siu, stop this fake act. I know everything now. Haim told me everything now. I understand why he hated you all so much all these years. Why he was so angry. It's all clear now. You all deserved this. Mrs. John, will you please speak clearly? What are you trying to say? She shouted. Tears started falling from her eyes. Her voice was heavy with emotion. Siu, then listen clearly. My Susan Nuno never went abroad. She is still unconscious, fighting for her life. I know it wasn't just you all was involved. You were ready to erase her from your lives for your so-called honor. But Hyung saved her and took her to a safe place. He's been treating her at his farmhouse. After hearing this from Siu, the whole family was frozen in shock. It felt like someone pulled the ground from under their feet. Mr. John looked like he got hit by something big. He dropped into the sofa. Tears kept falling from his eyes non-stop. Mr. John broke into loud crying, her face filled with pain. Just then, elder uncle shouted at Siu in anger. Elder uncle, what nonsense are you saying? Nothing happened to our Sujin. She is abroad. His voice shook with anger. His eyes had tears, but he couldn't hide his rage. At this point, tired of everything, Jungkook spoke with anger. Jungkook, why are you all acting like this is some drama? You people are acting like you don't know anything, but all of this, everything had happened. It's all because of you. His voice was full of anger. His eyes showed clear hate. Finally, Mr. John spoke while crying in a voice full of pain. Mr. John, I know Jungkook, you love Susan a lot, but honestly, we didn't do anything. We were told that she went abroad. After hearing this, you and Jungkook stared at him, their face full of disbelief, like they didn't believe a single word he said. Siu, and Dad, why do you think we will believe this lie of yours? He looked at Mr. John with doubtful eyes, not even blinking. Mr. John, do you know what happened with your sister? I will tell you from the beginning, he said while looking at Jungkook, his voice low but heavy with old pain. By the time we found out that she was in a relationship with someone, it was already too late. That man, he didn't love her. He used her and then threw her away like she was nothing. That day, when she came back home, she looked like something terrible had happened. She was hard, her clothes messy, her body. She was struggling to walk. Every step he made painful. She looked lost and broken, and still she didn't say a single word. Mr. Jeon's voice choked, his eyes welled up with tears as he remembered that horrifying sight. We asked her again and again what happened and who did this to her, but she kept silent. She didn't answer. She didn't even cry. She just kept sitting in her room like a statue. I was angry, yes, but more than that, I felt helpless. She was my daughter, my only daughter, and I couldn't do anything. Mr. John wiped his face, trying to stay strong, but his lips were trembling. I shouted at her, I scolded her in frustration, but then I told her to go to her room and asked her not to come out. That night I sent your mom to call her for dinner, but she wasn't in her room. Silence filled the room. Mr. Jones' voice completely broke. He closed his eyes tightly for a moment. We all got scared. We feared she might run away or something bad might have happened. We searched every corner of the house, every nearby street, but we couldn't find her anywhere. He clutched the chair beside him as if trying to hold himself together. Then your step-aunt came. She told us that Susan went abroad. She said Susan was deeply hurt. Maybe that's why she left without telling anyone. And before going, she had only informed your aunt. She said Susan didn't want any relation with this house or this country anymore. Slowly, all the puzzle pieces were falling into place. Mr. Jeon continued, his voice weak and trembling. Your aunt even told us Susan calls her daily. She is doing well. She told us Susan said she doesn't want to talk to anyone from the family. That she is angry with us and she doesn't want to us to look for her. We were broken, but we believed her because she made us believe. We thought maybe Susan really needed time. Maybe one day she will forgive us. We kept waiting, kept hoping. Mr. Jeon broke down. Tears ran down his cheeks and his body was slightly shaking. Jungkook, you all are making up fake stories, he shouted in anger, his face clenched. Elder uncle, this is all true. Hyung is telling the truth. We all were there. Jungkook shouting again. Then how did it happen with the car from this house? Younger uncle, that day I was supposed to go to another city for work in that car. But when Susan went missing, we were all panicking. So I sent Leo instead so the work doesn't stop. As soon as they heard this, Sophie, Siu, and Jungkook were stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Their expressions were a mix of shock, rage, and heart. Now everything made sense. Now it wasn't hard to understand who was behind Susan's pain. Diana, Auntie, and Leo. The weight of the truth hit them hard. The fire of anger started burning in their eyes. And just then Jungkook's phone rang. It was Susan's caretaker. Jungkook quickly picked it up. Caretaker on call. Sir, Sojin is missing from the farmhouse. Jungkook heartbeat escaped his grip tightened on the phone. Jungkook, where is Wine? The caretaker nervously replied. When I reached there, I saw the farmhouse was completely empty. No one was there. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Sophie, Siu, and Jungkook immediately tried to call Wine again and again, but no one answered the calling. Their hearts were beating fast, and they all looked at each other with tension. Without wasting time, Jungkook quickly checked the CCTV footage of the farmhouse. As soon as the recording played, his face turned pale. In that footage, it was clearly seen Wine and Sujin were being forced out of the farmhouse. Leo, Diana, and Stepan, their expressions were angry, and Leo had something in his hand that made Wine look terrified. Jungkook's hand started shaking. He couldn't believe that he was seeing the video ended with them leaving in a hurry, and after that the screen went dark. Jungkook, but still we can't just sit here. Somehow we must find out their location. Siu, how did you three find out about my location? Upon hearing Jungkook's question, Siu suddenly looked up. His face turned pale. He stuttered a little, got nervous, and began to speak in a scared voice. Siu, that was also Wayne's idea. I tried to explain to these two friends many times not to do this, but they didn't listen to me even once, and they forced me to go with them. Sophie, really? Staring at Siu, I totally forget to say that when it comes to handling trouble, I am just like Wayne. Siu gulped hard and stepped back a little. I was just saying that to avoid Hyung's anger, baby. Why are you getting angry? Mr. Jeon. Anyway, whatever happened, it turned out to be good. At least now everyone knows the truth. Sophie, Hyung, we tracked your car's location. Jungkook, and this was Wan's idea. Sophie nodded slowly. Jungkook, this girl, she's really strong. She can do anything. Saying this, Jungkook immediately opened car's location system and started tracking. His face was serious and there was a strong determination in his eyes. After some time, when the location was found, he didn't say much, just quietly spoke. Jungkook, I got the location. As soon as he said this, everyone quickly leaned in to see the screen. There was a tense atmosphere. Then Jungkook said in a calm but firm voice, Jungkook, I will go and bring Wine and Sujin back. I will come with you. Sophie, me too. Jungkook, no one is coming with me. I will go alone. They both are already in trouble there. I don't want to put my any other family member's life in danger too. The mood suddenly became very serious. Everyone went silent. Then Mr. Jeon softly asked, Mr. Jeon, can I come with you? Looking at Mr. Jeon, tears came into Jungkook's eyes. His heart felt heavy. He couldn't control himself in front of his father. He stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Guilt was clearly visible in his eyes, and his voice was emotional. Jungkook, sorry Papa, for so many years I hated you all without a reason. If possible, please forgive me, everyone. There were tears in everyone's eyes, and all hearts were full of emotion. Mr. Jeon hugged his son tightly and started crying silently without saying a word. After so many years, today he finally got his son back in his arms. There was a pain he had hidden quietly for years. Then elder uncle with tearful eyes said, Elder uncle, son, if possible, please forgive us too. We also never tried to understand your pain or the reason behind your anger. Younger uncle hugging Mr. Jeon and Jungkook, whatever happened, let's forget it now. From today, we all will live happily together again, just like before. Seeing the three of them like that, elder uncle Max and Siu couldn't hold back their emotion either. They quickly walked over and hugged them too. That moment felt like a new beginning. Seeing their bond, a soft smile appeared on the women's faces in the house, a smile that had been missing for a long time. Then Jungkook said with a slight smile, Jungkook, everyone stay here. I will go and bring Sujin and Wine right now. Younger uncle, let us come with you, son. Elder uncle, yes. Mr. John, yes. Siu, yes. Hyung, Max, we will all go together and teach those three a lesson they will never forget. Hearing their words, Jungkook understood right away that they weren't going to listen to him, so he spoke loudly in a cold and firm tone. Jungkook, I said it once, I will go alone, no one else will come with me. As soon as he said that, everyone got a little scared and quietly stepped aside. The expression on his face was so serious that no one could say anything to him. Then Jungkook left the house quickly without saying another word. Max, Hyung just scared us for no reason and left. Mr. Jeon, that habit of his is never going to change. 5 minutes after Jungkook left, Sophie said, Sophie, I am feeling suffocated. I am going out to the garden to get some fresh air. Saying this, Sophie took a deep breath as if she wanted to ease the heavy sadness in her heart. Then, without looking at anyone, she slowly walked out of the house. As soon as the main door closed behind her, her soft eyes turned sharp. Her hands were already shaking slightly, from fear, but from the storm rising inside her. She didn't even look around. She just opened her phone, booked a cab, and whispered, Sophie, just wait, Wine, I am coming. After saying this, she left for the same location where everyone's paths were about to meet. Just 5 minutes after she left, Siu picked up his phone, lifted it up, and said, Siu, there's no signal on my phone here. I will try going outside. Max, yeah, my phone also has no signal. Let's go outside and try. Saying this, the two brothers walked towards the door and went out. As soon as they stepped out, Sue asked Max, a little annoyed, Sue, why are you following me? Max, I know that you are going to the same location where Suji Nuna is now. If you don't take me with you, I will go tell the family right now. Then even you won't be able to go. Sue, are you blackmailing your own brother? Max, sometimes we have to when it's needed. Sue, fine, then let's go. This small argument between the two brothers had a mix of stubbornness and love, but deep down both had the same wish in their hearts. They didn't even pack anything or inform anyone. It wasn't about planning anymore. It was about heart. They called it a car and left for that location. Both sat quietly in the back seat. Sue looked out of the window. Will Max quietly messaged Appa one last time. Take care of, don't tell anyone. A little while after they left, Mr. John with a worried face stood up from the couch and softly said, Mr. John, it feels like my mind isn't working properly because of stress. I will go for a walk outside. Maybe I will feel better. After he said this, the elder uncle and younger uncle looked at each other, then said together, Elder uncle, we will also come with you for a walk. Mr. John, alright then let's go. All three of them left the house together. As they walked outside, Mr. John stayed quiet for a moment, looked around a bit, then softly said, Mr. John, I can't sit in the house like this while being so stressed. It's better if we quietly go to that same location. No one will find out. Younger uncle, you are right, Hayum. The three of them didn't speak much after that. Each step they took outside felt heavier. Then the last, Mr. John looked up at the sky. It was slowly getting darker, as if even the clouds were preparing for a storm. Elder uncle, no matter what happens, we won't let anything happen to our children. A hidden restlessness was clearly visible on all their faces. They also left quietly for same location, without telling anyone. About 20 minutes after they left, the younger aunt softly said, Younger aunt, they all went out for a walk. Then why haven't they come back yet? After hearing her question, Mrs. John and the elder aunt looked at each other, then turned to the younger aunt as if they couldn't believe what she just said. Mrs. John, do you really think they just went out for a walk? Younger aunt, then elder aunt. I'm sure all of them left the house one by one with some excuse, and they must have gone to the same location. Younger aunt, what? Mrs. John, why should we sit at home? We will also help our family and we will go there too. Elder aunt, yes, she stood up without waiting another second. The seriousness on her face showed she had made up her mind. Even the younger aunt felt a sudden fire inside her. Younger aunt, and JUNGKOOK? Mrs. John, when will take care of him? Elder aunt and younger aunt, huh? Mr. John, nothing. Now let's go quickly. They quickly packed some essentials, phone, paper, spray, water, and covered their heads with shawls. No one wanted to waste any time anymore. The house was almost empty now, like silence before thunder. Younger aunt, Abba, you stay at home and take care of Isla. There are guards outside, so don't worry. After that, the three of them also left quickly towards that same location. At that location, JUNGKOOK reached the location and slowly started walking inside. Every step he took was careful, like he was feeling a strange restlessness in his heart. When he quietly opened the door and peeked inside, his eyes widened in shock and his mouth remained open. There was so much shock in his face that he stood frozen at the door, like his feet were stuck there. There were a few windows in the room and some soft light was coming inside through them, but more than that light, JUNGKOOK's face was clearly showing everything he felt. Just then Sophie came from behind and gently tapped her hand on JUNGKOOK's shoulder, as if trying to bring him back to his senses. JUNGKOOK quickly turned around to look at her, and seeing Sophie, he asked in surprise, JUNGKOOK, you? How did you come here? Sophie, I came by cab. She smiled innocently while saying, JUNGKOOK, didn't I tell you not to come here? He said while looking at her angrily.
Sophie, Hyung, do you really think if you say something I will just agree? Jungkook in mind, arguing with her is useless. Both these best friends are exactly the same. Sophie, by the way, Hyung, what are you looking at? Will standing here? Jungkook, your best friend's act. Sophie first peeked inside through the door, then a mischievous smile appeared on her face. She clapped her hands and while walking into the house, she said, Sophie, well done, my lioness. I knew you would do something like this. Her smile became even wider. Jungkook said nothing and just kept looking at Wayne. One of his eyebrows was raised and he had his lips pressed between his teeth. Wayne, why are you looking at me like that, Mr. Ice Cube? Jungkook, I am just thinking, if I came a little late, you would have made all three of them dance in a circus. Wine, actually that's not a bad idea. Jungkook, where is Sujin? Wine, don't worry, wherever she is fine. Hearing that, a soft smile appeared on Jungkook's face, like he quietly felt relief. But suddenly the door opened with a loud bang, and Seo and Max came rushing in, almost falling. As soon as they got in, they looked around and shouted, Sue, where are they? Where are those three? Jungkook and Wine and Sophie folded their arms across their chest and started looking at them. When Sue and Max saw those three, their reaction also became just like Jungkook's. Their eyes got wide, mouth stayed open, completely shocked. Then Jungkook looked at Sophie with a slight angry expression and asked Jungkook, why did you bring these two with you? Sophie, I didn't bring them. They came on their own. If I had brought them with me, would they have come inside right with me? Jungkook understood her words and slowly nodded his head. Max, what happened to these three? Why, nothing big. They just got too dirty, so I just washed them and cleaned them, she said in a calm tone, like it was a small thing. She was still shocked. Did you wash them with detergent? Max, maybe scrubbed them hard with a brush. They were still talking when suddenly a noise came from the window behind them in the dark. A soft sound like someone was trying to quietly come inside. Everyone quickly looked in that direction. The darkness was so deep that no one's face could be seen, only their shapes were visible. Jungkook, Won, Seo, Sophie and Max, all of them suddenly became serious. They quickly got into position ready to fight anyone if needed. Their faces showed full alertness and their eyes were sharp. But as soon as those three people came into the light, Jungkook turned pale. Not only Jungkook, all four of the others also looked completely shocked, like someone had frozen them right in front of them. Jungkook, Dad, Uncle, you three here? His voice was soft, but the surprise was clearly showing in his eyes. Younger uncle said, with smiling nervously, we thought we should help you a little, elder uncle. But Sophie, Max, Sue, when did you three come? Sue, just like you all come, we also came the same way. Until now, Mr. Jeon was silent. He was in shock, while looking at the condition of Auntie Diana and Leo. His eyes were stuck there. When elder uncle and younger uncle followed his gaze and looked at the three of them, their faces also turned shocked. There was disbelief in their eyes, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Mr. Jeon still in the same position. His voice was soft and full of surprise. Jungkook, son, don't you think you hit them a little too much? Jungkook pointed towards Wine with his finger. Jungkook, Papa, this is not my work, it's hers. Mr. Jeon, elder uncle and younger uncle, all three became even more shocked. Their reaction tended towards Wine, full of surprise and disbelief. Then Mr. Jeon directly asked her, Mr. Jeon, dear, what did you do to them? He was shocked, very shocked, and his voice had soft surprise in it. Everyone became completely speechless. No one was able to say anything. There was shock, confusion, and disbelief on everyone's face. Just then a loud sound came, sound of glass breaking. Everyone looked in that direction. Now entered Mrs. Jeon, elder aunt, and younger aunt. The three of them came inside after breaking the window. There was nervousness on their faces, but they were trying hard to smile. Then Jungkook took a deep breath, full of disbelief and tiredness, and said, Jungkook, Ava and Isla didn't come with you all? Elder aunt, no.
Jungkook, what was the need to leave both of them at home when the whole family is already here? After Jungkook's words, everyone except Wayne and Sophie started smiling nervously, but there was a little tension hidden behind their smiles, like they were trying to break an awkward silence. Then Jungkook looked at Wayne. There was a gentle expression on his face, and in a soft voice he said, "Jungkook, Wayne, what you did was absolutely right." One looked at him, but before saying anything, a slight hesitation could be seen in her eyes. She bit her lower lip as if trying to hide her emotion. Then she slowly lowered her head and said after a small pause, "Jungkook, there's something that no one knows." Jungkook what? There was concern in his voice, like he had a feeling that whatever she was about to say might be something deeply painful. When the person Susan only trusted, the one who hurt her deeply, that person was Leo. Then I told everything to the family members, what I found out, how I came to know. You will find out soon who revealed it all to me. As soon as one said that, Jungkook's face filled with anger. His entire expression changed and fire lit up in his eyes. He stared, looking at those three with eyes full of rage. Susan's pain came rushing to his mind. Her smile, her pain, her silence, everything came back. Tears started falling from his eyes, but those tears weren't just for sadness. They were also filled with anger and silent pain. Not only Jungkook, the entire family went into deep shock. Elder uncle, younger uncle, Mr. Jeon all had anger on their faces, but also tears in their eyes. Everyone's heart was hurting for Susan. Each face showed only one emotion. How can someone be so cruel? Jungkook started walking towards those people in anger, like he was not going to stop until he did something. But just then, Wayne quickly held his hand and stopped him, saying, "Wayne, no, Jungkook, I have already touched them a good lesson. Now you don't need to do anything." There was comfort in her voice, but fire was also present in her eyes. It wasn't just a request, it was an assurance that they had already received what they deserved. But Jungkook shouted in anger, "Jungkook, how can I not do anything to them? Because of them, my sister is in this condition today, and because of them, I spent so many years hating my own family, staying with them, but still have behaving like a stranger. And you want me to let these people go? The ones who ruined my sister and my life?" One, I am not saying you shall forgive them. I am just saying someone else will punish these sinners. Sophie, someone else? Who? One, the ones they hurt. Yoni. As soon as one called it out, Yoni, Susan slowly came out of a nearby door, holding onto the wall and walking weakly. Her steps were shaky, but there was deep pain in her eyes. Seeing her like that, the smiles disappeared from everyone's faces. Tears filled everyone's eyes. All the family members rushed to her heart. Mrs. John hugged her tightly, while crying like she had found a lost part of herself again. She kissed her face again and again with tears falling from her eyes one by one. Everyone started hugging her. On everyone's face there was the same emotion, a mix of peace and pain. Then Jungkook looked at her with loving eyes and asked with a soft smile, "Wine, Sophie, come back. Don't leave me. You promise it. You promise it." Her tears didn't stop. Her cries didn't stop. One sat on her knees, screaming Sophie's name again and again. She was still lying like a statue, silent, numb. And just then, footsteps, soft, steady, coming from behind, a shadow slowly approached them. Everyone turned toward the figure, confused, nervous, scared. The figure walked closer and closer until it reached Wine. A soft familiar hand touched her shoulder, and a voice so known it unbelievable whispered gently, "Sophie." Wine's heart stopped, her eyes widened, and she quickly turned around. Wine, Sophie. There she was, alive, standing, breathing, smiling. Wine froze. Then she jumped up and threw her arms around Sophie, holding her tightly as if never wanting to let go. Wine, crying and shouting, "How dare you? How could you do that? Didn't you think about me? If something had happened to you, I would have too. You are my soul, Sophie. Don't you ever forget that." Sophie smiled through her tears, holding Wine just as tight. Sophie, and you are my life as well. Wine, I will never leave you, not in this life, never. They both stayed in each other's arms for a while. The fire still burned in the background, but in their hearts a new light had lit up. Just then Sue finally moved. He looked up, blinking in disbelief. He stood up, then ran to Sophie and pulled her into a hug. Sue, crying with a smile, you are really here? You didn't think about us, about me? Don't you ever do something like that again? Then before something happened to you, I will. Sophie smiled at him too, her eyes glowing with warmth. Sophie, relax, I didn't really hurt myself. It was a trick. Everyone turned toward her in confusion. Mr. John, what do you mean? Sophie, I used the very lightly, just a little. Just used to scare Leo and distract him. And after you all came out of the house and after Hyung jumped out the window, I quietly escaped through the back window too. The fire didn't reach me. I was safe the whole time. Everyone stood there in pure shock. And then smiles started spreading across every face. Mrs. Jeon, this girl is not just brave, she is a genius like her best friend. Hearing her words, Wayne and Sophie both smiled at Leran. That was risky, but brilliant. Youngran, she fooled even us. Wayne stepped forward again and held Sophie's face in her hands. You scared us all half to death, but I am proud of you. You smart marshmallow. Everyone laughed, even Sue smiled, wiping away his tear, and then Jungkook stepped forward, calm and serious. Jungkook, alright, it's over now. Let's go home, everyone. I will take care of this mess. He looked at the burning remains of the house. Jungkook, let them finish this mess. You all go ahead. I will handle everything. Everyone nodded slowly. One by one, they turned and walked away. After reaching Jeon Mansion, everyone's face showed tiredness and their hearts felt a little lighter. But everything that had happened and shaking from them from inside. Everyone went to their rooms to resist, but Wayne didn't go with Sophie. She went straight to Jungkook's room. Jungkook saw her and didn't say anything. He just came to her and held her tightly in his arms. In his arms there was safety and peace, like it was the calmest place in the whole world. Jungkook, you are really a miracle for me, Mariposa. His words had love, praise, and a truth that came straight from his heart. Wayne, really? There was a little surprise in her eyes and a sweet blush on her face. Jungkook, He nodded and held her even tighter, like he was saying that he never wants to lose her. When then this miracle only happened for you, pretty Oppa. There was a soft smile on her lips, but a sea of love in her eyes. Some more days passed in love and happiness. One afternoon, while everyone was having lunch, suddenly Wayne started feeling like throwing up. All the color from her face disappeared. She quickly got up from the chair and ran towards the bathroom while covering her mouth with her hand. Seeing her run like that, everyone at home became confused, and for a moment everyone went silent. Then Max tried to lighten the mood by saying, Max, maybe she really had to go to the toilet badly. That's why she ran like that. Everyone nodded and laughed a little, but then Wayne came back. She looked a little weak, and tiredness and restlessness were clearly visible on her face. Seeing her, Mr. John lovingly asked, Mr. John, what happened, dear? Are you feeling okay? Wayne, yes, uncle. Just before she could finish her sentence, suddenly her eyes started to close. Her body lost strength and she fainted and began to fail. Everyone got scared at once, and it felt like time stopped. Without wasting a second, Jungkook quickly held her, holding her carefully. He called Wayne's name again and again with a worried voice, but she didn't respond. The tension on Jungkook's face was clearly visible, and his eyes looked full of worry. Then Mr. Jeon quickly said, Mr. Jeon, Jungkook lay her down on the couch quickly. I will call the doctor right away. Jungkook nodded. After some time, the doctor came to the house. She immediately
sprinkled a little water on Wine's face. Slowly, Wine started to regain. The doctor checked her, and after a while, she smiled and looked at Mr. John and said, "Doctor, congratulations, Mr. John. You are going to be a grandfather." Hearing her words, Mr. John's face lit up at once. His eyes filled with happiness, his mouth opened in surprise, but no words came out. But in the next moment, his face turned a little serious. He raised his eyebrow and looked at Sue angrily and shouted, "Mr. John, what have you done? You wanted to divorce Wayne, right? And you love Sophie. You want to marry her, right? Then what is this? You have the lives of two girls, huh?" His shouting made the whole house serious. Everyone at the home started looking at Sue with anger. Sophie already knew everything, so she looked at Wayne, a teasing face, as if saying, "Now what will you say?" Mrs. John's happiness was clearly showing on her face. She was so happy, like a dream had come true. And Jungkook, there was a different kind of light on his face. His eyes were only looking at Wayne, and a happy smile was on his lips, like he had received the biggest gift in the world. He kept looking at Wayne with loving eyes. Wayne felt shy. Her face turned slightly red. Nervous, she bowed her head down, but there was a different kind of shine in her eyes. Then Sue said, "Sue, this is not my doing." "Mr. John, don't lie. If it's not yours, then whose doing is this?" "Sue, you can ask her directly," pointed toward Wayne. "Wayne, won't you tell your father-in-law the good news?" he said teasingly, with a naughty smile on his lips, a strange shine of victory in his eyes. Along with Mr. John, the other family members also got confused. Everyone looked at each other, trying to understand what was going on. Only Mrs. John, Jungkook, and Sophie had a calm and knowing look on their faces. "Mr. John, what good news?" Confused, his voice sounded surprised. "Jungkook, that I am the father of the growing inside." As soon as Jungkook said this, all the family members, including Mr. John, got completely shocked. For a moment, everyone became silent. No one had any expression on their face. It was like their minds needed some time to understand what was just said. Shock turned into soft smile. Mrs. John came forward and hugged Wayne tightly. "Mr. John, a new life is always a blessing. Don't worry, dear. You are not alone." "Mr. John, oh my God, finally my lion has found his lioness, and I am going to be a grandfather. Just hearing this brings me so much happiness. Just imagine how happy I will be when someone actually calls me Grandpa. Come on now, everyone, quickly get to work and arrange a wedding for my two sons with these two lovely girls." He laughed loudly, his eyes shining and his voice full of energy. A few days later, Wayne and Sue signed their divorce papers peacefully. There were no fights, no drama, just a quiet understanding that love comes in different forms. A month later, the Jeon mansion was shining with lights again. Two bride, two groom, two couples. Jungkook and Wayne dressed in white and gold. Sue and Sophie dressed in pastel blue. Both were taking hands were joined, blessings were given. The house suited with laughter, smiles, music, and happy tears. Mr. Jeon held his new grandchild's in his hand and smiled proudly. Mrs. Jeon walked around happily and freely. "Max, finally this house is back to being a drama-free zone." Everyone laughed. As night fell, Wayne stood on the balcony with Jungkook by her side. She looked up at the stars, a hand on her growing belly. Wayne smiling softly. "After everything, I never thought I'd find this peace." Jungkook her forehead gently. "Jungkook, and I never thought I'd deserve you. But now I will never let go." And from another room inside, Sophie's laughter used as she trailed her during their first dance. The family was all again. Once had healed, tears had turned into smile, and finally the story ended where it was always meant to, in love, in truth, and in togetherness. Everyone loves, but not every love gets completed. Sometimes destiny writes a different ending. True love is when someone keeps loving silently, without expectation, without hope, knowing the one they love may never be theirs, and still their love stays pure, selfless, and forever true.